I'm so grateful to have all y'all out there today. It is April 24th, 2024. And of course, we are having total drama and chaos. Behind the scenes, our Rumble channel is down. I want everyone to really understand that if we really have an emergency and the internet completely collapses, how are you going to get through your day? What are you going to do? I have one solution for you, okay? Just one. Buy a satellite phone right now from sat123.com. Once again, that is sat123.com. This is the only equipment that will work if they turn the internet off, if the internet cracks. Right now, Rumble is down, but we're on all of our other channels, and we're always on americahappens.com. So welcome to this episode of the America Happens News. I'm your hostess, Corinne Cliford. I'm live in Washington, D.C. And what I really want to talk about today, I really want to introduce someone that I think can change your life, because I am worried about the financial catastrophe that could happen in the world. Yes, I'm using an earphone, so just don't mind that. I usually don't use this, but I am today because I want my sound to be perfect, because I think it's really important to talk about how at any time our whole economy could collapse. And I was telling people, put money in gold, put money wherever you can. I'm going to introduce my first guest today, because this is going to be a really long show, so prepare. This is Cortez Jr., and I really did my research. He is pretty much number one in the investment field, and he has
Cortez Wealth Management in Tampa, Florida. So, welcome, Carlos. I'm just going to give you the floor to speak uncensored, of course, and tell us everything about how we can protect our money in case the economy collapses. Tell us everything, Carlos. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, Corinne. Thanks for having me, by the way.
Of course.
Just it's an honor to be here. Yeah, so I don't know if I can tell you everything, but I'll try my best. Basically, I've been doing this since I was a child in financial consulting world. I started out as a stockbroker in Woke, Manhattan, which is a diaper-faced town. And it was cool back then to be a stockbroker. It was cool to be like in Manhattan. It was cool. That was my dream before all this crap happened, right? It was such an awesome thing. Like the fast-paced life. I was single. I could do anything I want. And I just love being a stockbroker at the time. I was a trainee at the time, Manhattan
What
Empire.
year was that?
Oh man, that was 2000. Oh my gosh, I can't even think that far.
Like the early 2000s?
Yeah, early
When
2000,
life was good in America and we had the American dream and we thought we could make
2006.
money and we thought everybody was fair and we didn't know how corrupt everything was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was 2006, 2007. So I graduated college in 2006 and passed a bunch of my licenses in 2007. Um, I actually moved down to Florida right before the Great Recession, as we know, is a Great Recession, and the banks were getting the toxic asset relief program. You remember the TARP? We can talk about that. I'll go full circle with that. I'll come back to that, and that is a huge monumental shift on why people need to wake the heck up, because there is no more TARP. There is no more bank bail-ins. That was all eradicated, and bank bailouts. I'm sorry, there was bank bailouts back then. That was eradicated in 2010 due to the Dodd-Frank Act because of the TARP, the toxic asset relief program that taxpayers had to pay back in order to restore financial institutions. So this
That was
whole
like Fannie Mae, when Fannie Mae collapsed, when
yes,
everything collapsed. Yeah. I
Lehman,
meet a lot of people in US federal court who are involved with lawsuits with Fannie Mae. So that's a whole topic. And guess what, Carlos? I already want you on this news show again because you're a wealth of information and I checked you out and you're on the highest level of helping American patriots. You don't
yes.
care if some of your clients are J6ers. You don't care if some of your clients have been debanked. You will help us. You're here to help us.
Well, I'm in the same boat as they have been. Like I believe I am. I like to consider myself like David fighting Goliath on Wall Street. The Bible says we suffer from not flesh and blood, but from rulers of darkness and principalities. And that is literally what's going on. I mean, just follow the money. Everybody's motivated by money. And there's some evil people that will do things to generate more money, but money is quickly vanished and it's just a temporary thing. And actually, God uses money to test our character. People say that, hey, let's go get drunk, or yeah, I'm a wine and dine this guy, and I'm gonna use him. Um, Once I get some alcohol in him, we'll find out the true colors. No, that's not the way. That's not the way. Throw money at the situation and see how their character shows.
Interesting. I used to have a lot of money. If you know my history, I used to have a lot of money and I got cut off because I'm an American patriot and I won't take the vaccine. So this is what I love. Now that I'm making my own money, I want to protect it. And you know everything. When is everything going to collapse?
Yeah, so there's a lot of scanners, and so investment banks, they've gotten really smart, really, really smart. And so being a stockbroker, I was able to see from the ground level like how the institutions work and how do they know before the retail investor knows. So there's things called the majors and the minors, and the major banks know everything. And as a retail trader, which if you're watching this, you're probably a retail trader or a retail investor. Um, you're going to get hurt if you go against the waves, the trends. You're going to get hurt. You need to understand that these institutions, market makers, have control of where the markets are doing, and they buy these big blocks of monies in any stock, in any commodity. The whole stock market is rigged, by the way. Like it is completely manipulated, like you would never even imagine.
And how does everyone in Congress always know what to invest in? Like Nancy Pelosi has made hundreds of millions of dollars in insider trading. How does she know how to do that?
Yeah, they do. They do that because they just have information that you and I don't have information to. They have the access to that handshake, the phone call. They're part of the law legislations that you have to know what companies are going to do because they pass certain laws. And so this information, they act on it. And check this out, Corinne. Like in Washington, there's something called I believe it's called a PTR, I forgot, I'm probably botching the acronym, but it's a trade activity report that they're supposed to fill out. Like if they're buying X amount of shares and you're a congressman or woman, you have to fill out this report.
Does your husband?
Yeah. You
Wow.
have to fill out this report. You know what the fine is if you don't? You have like
What?
2 days to fill out this report. The fines are literally slapping the wrist, like $250, like $1,000, like nothing. So you don't have to fill out this report. Just pay the stupid fine. You're making millions off of this information. Now, I like to look at things. I like to look at charts the legal way. I like to look at, I don't listen to all these podcasters that say, oh, buy gold, the stock market's failing. Guys, you don't want the dollar to crash. We're freaking Americans. Like, where are we going to go? Canada? Ecuador? Brazil?
El Salvador?
Like, heck no, dog. Like, my Spanish is busted, man. I don't want to speak Spanish fluently. Like, my parents, they came over here legally. My dad got shot in the butt, served in military, earned his stripes. My mom's from Puerto Rico. My whole generation came here legally, fought for our country so that I can learn English and have the Americanization process, the culturization
And
process.
have the American dream, Carlos.
Yes. So I became an entrepreneur because my grandma, my grandmother, my ancestors did everything they could. I didn't come from wealth. They did everything they could so that I can one day, their children, which is me, could have the American dream one day and we can pass it on. That was their blood and sacrifice and tears. So I'd be pissing on my grandmother's grave if I just folded to victim card socialism and this democratic garbage woke agenda. I'll be darned, man. Like it is so powerful that us patriots understand that we need to go back to using cash money. We need to go back to using cash money. Force your local NBA, your local NFL team, whoever professional sports, like go to the games, use cash when you're in the restaurants, when you're in flea markets, wherever you are.
No one takes cash.
Use
That's
cash.
one thing I document. The cashless society has
Yeah.
started. No one is taking cash, especially in airports.
Yeah. And federal parks, like federal parks have literally walked away. I mean, you shouldn't be buying your coffee from Starbucks anyway. I make mine at home, but yeah, they don't even use
Should
cash.
buy it from Dr. Sherwood, fmidr.com. Dr. Sherwood has the best coffee. I'm gonna get you some. It's really good.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff. There's so much noise. And look, at the end of the day, if you have an advisor, I would ask them this. What'd you do in 2008? Did you believe in a vaccine? Who'd you vote for? It's okay to ask these questions. And what you're going to find out, and more importantly, what is your standard deviation? Like, go ahead and ask him or her, whoever your advisor, what is my standard deviation of my portfolio right now? If they stutter or if they don't even know what standard deviation is, I don't know what's worse. Like them unwillingly not knowing the most detrimental, literally scanalytic of any investment, which is a standard deviation. If they don't know what that is and they're advising you on your money, you need to run to the fences, my man or lady. So
I mean, my money is stuck in PNC Bank, and if I went to them and said, "What's my standard deviation?" they would laugh at me. They wouldn't even take my phone call. They are stealing our money in the banks.
Yeah. So that's a whole nother conversation. I'm happy to dive deep.
Okay, we'll go over that one day. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the banks. So so here is an eye-awakening thing. Like if this is truth and I'm not being censored and I can be raw and I can
Raw.
be and and I can back everything factually. Look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I like to look at facts and I like to look at what the heck is going on. Common sense. Common sense is, look, we have stupid face literally giving money away to Taiwan, Israel, Ukraine, 95.3 billion just this past week. When we have people, single moms, single dads that can't even afford groceries, man. Like they can't even afford gas in their car to go to work. And their full-time work has diminished to part-time hours or hybrid hours. So they have to have multiple jobs to keep up with this inflation. Credit card is at an all-time high. Interest rates have suffered so much where you can't even buy a mortgage. The kids that are graduating to college right now can't even afford to save for a down payment. Home ownership is down across the board. And the whole reason why is because stupid face has cut off fossil fuels from day one, from the jump. So businesses cannot thrive when we don't have diesel fuel. Russia, India, China, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they're building road incentive maps, literally a whole highway, a whole bridge, a whole tunnel system, so that they don't have to do business with America. And they're creating their own cryptocurrencies. They're creating their own blockchains. They're a huge threat to the world economics. Don't even talk about the World Economic Forum. And we're seeing Klaus Schwab. We're living in his mission statement is you will own nothing and be happy. You will own nothing and die happy. That is happening right now. And they're doing that by giving away the farm. And they're literally doing that because it starts with the masculinity of the man here in America. They want to pussify every single God-fearing man, every patriot. You have kids that want to dress up like girls, like boys. Every rapper, every Hollywood movie, everything, they want to literally make us men look weak and fat or gay or just like a huge like piss over, comb over. And our countries are laughing at us. They're like, look at this guy wearing a purse. Look at this guy with the skinny jeans. This started with the metrosexuality in the early 2000s when guys were doing the eyebrows and spiking up their hair, and that was cool. And then it was accepting to be experimental. And we went from experimenting, kissing in the same sex to actually legally verifying and legally giving rights to gay marriage. And so this has been the demise of everything. Is it starts with the priesthood of the home. You see, when you open up the word of God and scriptures, the men in the Bible, man, they were gangsters. They were violent. They did not play freaking games. They were chiseled. They were a Hulk. They were like not just men of God, but in today's standards, they would just be like a brick house. And if you mess with their wife and their kids, they would chop your head off and shove their head up your ass. Like they did not play games. And we don't have that anymore. Now we have these lawyers. Oh, we're going to threaten you for money, this and that. Oh, we're going to defame you. Dude, we need to get back to the basics. And America has been so weak that other countries are now sending us, like at the International Money Fund. You can look this up right now. The IMF has literally warned other countries from investing in America because they're saying we're irresponsible. The greatest country in the world, the United States of freaking America, for our many troops, our soldiers have died for our greater good, so that we can have freedom of enterprise, so that there will be no socialism, so that there will not be any infringements on our amendments, on our rights, on our freedoms.
We don't live in free market capitalism, which is the most traumatic thing for people to realize.
It really is. It really is. And we have our soldiers' blood on our hands because we're not fighting. We're not fighting back.
I'm fighting in Washington, D.C. I'm fighting back. You're fighting back. We're fighting. So you need to protect the people who are fighting like we are.
Yeah.
How do people reach you if they want to invest with you?
Yeah. So, I mean, I have a whole, look, I mean, I don't have time to get into it, but I have this book. If you give me a call, my number is 813-448-3446. You can call my office directly and just get on our calendar. We get thousands of clients all across the country, and we will spend time with you. And if you give us a call, I don't know. I haven't made any money off this book. I spent a few grand publishing this book, and I don't even care. Like, I just want to put this in your hand because my aim wasn't to make money off of a book. My aim was literally just to let you know that there are options out there, and you need to know that your money is being used against you. Like, you don't have a right to complain about the LGBT promotion, the LGBT agenda, the environmental social governance, the ESG that's completely woke. You don't have the right to complain if you're blindly investing in it. And if your money is at PNC or Fidelity or Amazon or Pfizer, you're funding all this garbage we're trying to fight. You know?
That's why I sell all the products I sell, because we're trying to build an alternative economy for people who actually stand up for the US Constitution and the First Amendment and free market capitalism. And
That's
that's what we need your help doing, because we're losing money. We need you to make sure we don't lose money. So what has been your rate of success?
Yeah. So what we've done here in Florida, and oh, man, it gets so deep, Corinne. It really does. Like I mean, as you can see, I could just continue and talking. But what
Well,
is
come back on Monday. Come back on Monday. But I know that you have to go be with your son, but come back on Monday. What's the core of all this? Just give it to us in like 10 minutes or whatever time you have.
yeah. So basically the core of it is that there's a evil oligarch system, and we don't have to tie it to the Zionists. Maybe it is a Zionist. I don't want to annihilate the Jews, because not every Jew is bad, and I don't want to insinuate hate. But yes, the Zionists could be the evil Jews that are out there.
Okay,
And
so Zionists, we got to be specific. Zionists are globalists.
correct.
Zionists are globalists. And are they always Jewish, or are they
Nope.
sometimes Jewish?
They're sometimes Jewish. So thank you for
So
clarifying that.
Zionism has nothing to do with being Jewish at all.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, good. So let's
Yep.
clarify that. So the
Yeah.
Zionists are the problem because they're the globalists who don't even care or respect any type of God or religion. They only care about money.
Yeah. I mean, what nationality is George Soros?
He only cares about money.
That's right. So he only cares about money, and the dude is straight evil. Like
And
he's
so is his son. His son Alex is evil, and I've met them.
yeah. So you can feel that discernment. You can just like feel it, right? That God gives you the discernment. And his word says, his people by his fruits, simply put.
That's
And
so beautiful.
so you just know. And so it's just one of those things, guys. Like the Wall Street, man, like it is disgusting. It's a disgusting place. And I have my own show. It's called Scriptures on Wall Street. And a lot of people get offended by it. They're like, you can't serve God and you can't serve money at the same time. I said, then why on earth did God talk about money more than any other topic in the Bible?
Whoa. Because you have to choose. Are you going to be with God, or are you going to be with money?
There you go. That's how deep it is. And look, we need money to survive. We need our bank accounts. So we need things to survive. And I get it. So if you have a PNC, JP Morgan, Chase, Wells Fargo, doesn't matter. Even credit unions and community banks now, they're all wrapped up in the CBDC. There's not getting away from it. Like you are going to be CBDC. There will be eventually a social credit score. So while the border is being open, in my opinion, in my view, and I've called so many things out, and I'm calling this out right now. In my opinion, if you look at the Bilderberg Group and the Luciferian ways that this country is going, you will own nothing and die and be happy. That's the Klaus Schwab statement. That is the 2030 vision of what is going on. And we see that little by little happening. I mean,
how are you going to save us, Carlos? What do we do?
Yes. So we have to kind of understand like why this is happening. And so the reason why with the border is like they're letting everybody in is because I believe they're going to introduce a social credit score. There's order and chaos. And so when you have order and chaos, the number one thing is, hey, let's let these immigrants do their thing. I mean, they're going to commit crime. They're going to commit fraud. They're going to do whatever. Some are good. Some are bad. Not all of them are bad, but some will take advantage and try and be evil. And the government's going to say, we need a system to track, trace, and control them. Oh, by the way, even though you can't get Social Security, even though you can't open up a bank account, we can give you a social credit score if you sign up. And then that's going to be successful. And next thing you know, we should use this with American citizens. And
I mean, we pretty much already have it with the credit score. We already have a credit score, but the social credit score, I'm not going to be able to survive that one.
Yeah, none of us are. And so they've already done it with our banking. That's why I say that, because our banking, if you look inside the banking rules and provisions, they actually give you a score. And if you own a business, they give you a score already, and they lend based on that score. And they even have, credit reports. All that is going to intensify to being a social credit score. So I say all that because what we need to focus on is being proactive, getting your retirement in different buckets of money. Look, there is silver, there's precious metals. That's the easy, corny way. Like, that's the old man's way of protecting your assets. There are insurance guaranteed products that are state by state that you need to have contract law. Like, contract law protects your money. And we have insurance companies. You can open up IRAs and 401ks and non-qualified accounts, have guarantees, not be invested in the stock market, but still get returns as if you were, without having any risk. You want to put the risk on someone else and not you. More importantly, your 401ks and IRAs, you don't own them. You are actually a participant. So if you have a 401k, Corinne, you probably heard this word of participant services or plan ID. That's because you are a member of that plan that is written by the federal government. You do not own it. And so they make the rules and the regulations based on the plan administration. So all of America is investing in a 401k in their retirement, relying on a stock market that's ran by the people that we're trying to avoid, and all the politics on the left and right. And your whole retirement is literally riding without a seatbelt. More importantly, what's scary is you still got to pay taxes on all this money. And because they just sent a $95 billion, they've had $8 billion in addition to the top of the $3 billion they passed on student loans. Then there's bank bail, the risk of bank bail-ins. Right now, like, if you have money sitting in a bank account, if you have millions in a bank account and that bank goes insolvent, they have the right to take your money, bail it in for the greater good of that institution, and they will pay you back whenever they deem suitable. You don't have access to it. There's actually attorneys that specialize in bank bail-ins. You can look it up. And it's happening. Like, they are limiting cash withdrawals in Canada and in Brazil, and they're limiting cash withdrawals here in America. During COVID, we saw that where they're getting rid of bank branches. They're getting rid of how much you can access in your accounts. But I encourage you, if you have money in a checking account, take some out and use it to pay your bills as much as you can. Go shopping with it and see how you can do it, and force them to take cash, because that is going to be the secret essence to keep America strong, is using the dollar, because the other countries want to get rid of our dollar, where us patriots want to protect it and utilize it. How we can protect clients' retirement? Well, I can't really give recommendation because I'm licensed financial advisor. So everything I say on this podcast should be only used for information and education purposes only, because everything I say is not financial advice publicly. But you could give me a call directly, 813-448-3446, or simply book a meeting with us at cortezwm.com, cortezwm.com, and I will give you a copy of my free book. But more importantly, we just want to give you opinion on how you can protect your money. We utilize precious metals for a portion, maybe about like 10, 20%. We're going to use 40 to 50% in an insurance contract, putting the risk on someone else. And then we'll use the rest of the money in a liquid bucket to buy securities, government securities, basically treasuries, because treasuries are out of the banking systems, but they're still guaranteeing 4.75, 5%. They're paying that out. And while we're in this crazy inflationary period, hyperinflation, hyperdigitization, there's nothing wrong parking your money and collecting a small interest that barely keeps up with inflation, rather having it at risk at the bank when they can go belly up. And the return of your money is more important. The return on your money is more important of the return on your money. So we call this the covenant process. And I know this is a lot to handle, but I've been doing this for 20 years. For me, it's extremely easy to talk about this. And I've been doing this, fighting banks. I had to fire literally 15 different banks because they would not allow me to practice safe money strategies to protect God-fearing patriots. They said, nope, we want all of our clients in the stock market, no matter if they're 85 years old or 1 year old. And I just completely disagreed. And that's why I'm here.
So you've been doing this for 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. And so what's the minimum that people need in order to call you? Because I'm sure there's people out there who only have $10,000. What's the
Yeah.
real minimum?
Yeah. So I don't want to be that guy. Like I charge 1% basically. So it's hard for me to give advice to everyone because I'm only one person. However, I do have staff. I do have advisors that will take on anyone. So we want to make sure. I do work specifically with higher net worth clients, but I want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to get advice from a God-fearing patriot advisor to give them the right tools. And we don't want to leave no man behind, no patriot behind because of what's about to come. Like you're going to lose money to taxation if it's not from the stock market, if it's not from the banks. They're going to three-prong you from the banks, the stock market, or taxation. And so those are the three risks that are out right now. And we at least want to set you up. Whether you have 5,000, whether you're just starting out, whether you have 5, 8 million, it does not matter. Like we want to treat everybody not by a number, but just with respect, because honestly, that's the right thing to do.
I mean, we need help now.
Yeah, I'm ready. We have the bandwidth, we have the staff. I've been doing this for 20 years, and so what's interesting is I used to have to go to pay people to hear me speak.
Okay.
I usually have to like send out $7,000 worth of mailers and say, hey, let's have a town hall meeting at my local town hall. And then I'm in the hole like 10 grand by it's done. And I'll buy food for everybody so they can hear me spiel, hoping I can land a client. Now I charge people to go on my podcast to hear me speak. And it's completely changed. Like the internet has completely changed my whole practice. But more importantly, we've been extremely successful because people, just like you, Corinne, you want to support patriots, especially
I
when
want to help patriots survive the coming apocalypse or whatever is about to happen. A
yeah,
lot of people think we're in Revelation and we have 10 more years. I have no idea. I'm a really real journalist. I only report on what I actually see and what I actually experience. But I do this news show so we can listen to people like you uncensored.
yes. And I've been censored. Like it's sad because most financial advisors are licensed. We're not even allowed to speak. And so what I did is I got rid of the main license, the Series 7, because I was literally subject to the banks on what I could not have an opinion politically. I could not, like if I voted, or even I'm sorry, if I donated to a campaign, I would have to disclose that. Just like the congressman is supposed to disclose their trades, I had to disclose who I donated to. I had to basically every word I spoke publicly had to be cleared through a compliance officer, and they would literally tell me what not to say and what to say. I said, no, this is not going to work. So I am going to fight for my own freedoms, even if I had to take a pay cut, and I did. And so now we are so busy that we are just blowing up, like blowing up. It is amazing to do God's work, and I just relied on God because at the end of the day, all I care about is if your name's written in the book of life. Like money will evaporate, but is your name written in the book of life? Because if you don't get your money right, at least get your heart right. And
That is
no,
beautiful.
I have no financial incentive for that. And that's why I wrote this book, because at the end of the day, this book talks about the cross. And we've lost our identity because we've lost our focus on God as a country. We've kicked him out of our schools. We kicked him out of our courts. We brought in tarnished our court system, and it's just terrible. Like our churches are a bunch of gummy bear churches that Mike Driscoll guy, he said it right. We had this stripper going down on a church men's convention. At a men's convention, there's still wussification that Satan loves to bring down the man, like the godly priesthood and the weakening of a strong man. And that's really the core problem of all this is the masculinity crisis happening right now. Every movie you see, even the movie Barbie, just look at it. All of it was just bashing men and making them look weak and gay and like a little queer. Like it's terrible, man. So it has a ripple effect. Second Chronicles says that if my people would stop, repent, and humble themselves, then I'll heal your land. And so we haven't stopped, humbled, and turned from our wicked ways. We haven't done that as a country. It's a complete abomination to turn the TV on. And I'm so glad that you're doing this media outlet because I've been podcasting for daggone 3 years now. I started with Stu Peters. I funded him and I gave him that start, and now he's blown up. But it's time for me to go and build my own brand, and it's allowed me to build my own brand. And I just been in the fight every single day, and just creating content and more content, exposing the banks, exposing the investment fraud, just exposing everything that's out there. And I'm glad to have people like you in my court to help out. I love what you've done with January 6th. I've already spoke to one of your viewers, and it's real amazing what you're doing, Corinne. God bless you.
Yeah,
I will.
political prisoners are getting persecuted and prosecuted even by gold companies,
Yep.
even by, people that we thought were on our side and they're not.
Let me
So, will
slow
you
down.
come back on Monday? Because I want to do a deep dive with you. I know you have to go be with your family.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will be traveling. I think I'll be here Monday, but yeah,
Okay.
not, if not, I'll definitely will be here for another show.
Yeah,
Um,
come back.
let me say this with gold real quick before I leave. Um, so the gold, look, precious metals is very important, and if you're thinking about buying precious metals, it's one of those things that you may think you need precious metals, but you actually need something else. And this is why I recommend give me a call, because most every single gold dealer, I'm sorry, precious metals dealer that only sell gold, they're not fiduciaries. They're transactional based. They're salesmen. Most of them, and I'm not going to say names because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but most of them that you hear have screwed over the Glenn Becks, the Stu Peters, the Sean Hannitys. All of them got wrapped up with gold companies. And now they're on this hamster wheel of literally saying what they have to say in order to keep the train moving. And a lot of it, unfortunately to them, um, their viewers are getting hurt because they need that money in order to run their networks. And it is terrible because they're prowling on the Patriots.
Yeah.
They're charging them 30, 40, 50, 60% on buying it. And then when they go sell it, they're charging 20, 30, 40% to sell it. It doesn't matter if it's a collectible or if it's a Donald Trump gold coin or a Mother Teresa or a freaking Joe Biden coin. It does not matter. It all gets melted in the same pot for a spot price. Don't fall victim to that. And God forbid, do not buy a gold IRA. You don't own the IRA, and now you're buying a commodity that is literally controlled by the people that you're trying to stay away from. Like all the hedge funds have evil influences. Like they are there to steal money from you, period. And so when you buy gold, it is literally ran by the Chicago Board Mercantile Exchange, the COBE, and look up who owns the COBE. I mean, yeah, it is. You can do a deep dive on that, and it is not as safe as you think about it. Okay, so the economy crashes and gold soars. Are you going to sell it? Are you going to buy more fiat currencies? Then what are you going to do?
Or
Because
are you
I
going to get robbed for it? I mean, if you have gold, you could get robbed for your gold.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you need a safer outlet. We have safer alternatives utilizing our insurance contracts, having the ability to have contract law protect you. As long as there's a court system, you're protected. Um, it doesn't matter what fiat currency is being used. It doesn't matter if we go Bitcoin, if we go crypto, if we go digital. Insurance companies that guarantee your principal have to replenish your account with equal or greater value, similar to wrecking your car, the roof on your home insurance, life insurance, dog insurance, pet insurance, funeral insurance. It's equal or greater value. That is the framework of a guaranteed insurance account. And so we offer that for retirement accounts. And people don't even know this. Instead, they go to the simplest thing of, oh, well, this person that I like trust and blah, blah, blah. I've been following him for 2 or 3 years. I trust him. He says to buy gold from this company and I'm going to do it. And let me tell you, they're just like preying on these people,
Okay,
preying.
so give us your number again because I'm going to have people call you direct.
Hey, I love it. I'll even do better than that. 813-448-3446. You can call us now. We're on standby. Obviously, I'm on the East Coast, so 9 to 5 hours. But more importantly, if you want to email me directly, you can email me at info@cortezwm.com. It's CORTEZWM.com. Ask me anything. If you have statements, shoot them over. I'll give you an opinion. Put your phone number. I'll have my assistant set you up with an appointment. We'll give you literally a complimentary second review. I have the ability to charge for advice, but on first appointments and just getting to know each other, there's no charge for that at
That
all.
is so amazing. Thank you so much. Please text me and tell me when you can come back because I want to do a deep dive with you about the CBDC.
Yeah, that's going to
That
be.
is going to be, and I want to talk about the Federal Reserve. I want to go deep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. I just read that book, The Creature from Jekyll
Yeah.
Island.
Let's do
It's
a deep
no
dive
joke.
next time.
I would love it. I would
God
love it.
bless you. Yes. Thank you. I know you have to go. You have to be with your family.
No, it's good. It's good. I love this stuff, and I appreciate you, Corinne.
God bless you. Thank you, Carlos. And I want everyone to contact Carlos because I've already been offered gold deals. I've been offered tons of deals. And Carlos is telling us don't do it. So I listen to everyone uncensored. So thank you, Carlos. Text me and tell me when you can come back.
Yeah, I mean, the gold companies offered me $20,000-$30,000 a month, and I told them to go pound sand.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah,
Well, please come back.
I will. You have my word on it.
God bless you. Have a beautiful night with your family.
All right, you too, dear. God bless.
Thank you. Peace. I mean, I just want to tell you that just the little bit that I've gotten involved in this whole trying to make money doing the real news, you realize that you already have to be careful about everything you do. And that's why my next guest is a former congressman. His name is Steve King. And we're going to go as deep as we can go. Retired Congressman Steve King. How are you, Steve? What state are you from? Just tell everybody, because I know your time is limited too.
Yes, well, I'm Western Iowa, southeast of Sioux City, about an hour and 20, or northeast of Omaha Council Bluffs, about the same. And I call it the center of the hub of the wheel in the middle of nowhere. I'm surrounded by cornfields and neighbors that I can't even see when the corn is tasseled, but I never had a bad one. We've lived here since 1978, and I started a construction business in 1975, earth moving. I bought a bulldozer, and I went from a negative net worth and a machine in the weeds to now my oldest son owns a company that's grown pretty well over the years. And my, let's see, I was elected to the Iowa Senate in 1996 because I was frustrated with what was going on, how the people in the legislature, I just couldn't get the simplest things through their heads. It didn't connect. And so out of frustration, I ran for the Iowa Senate. I spent 6 years there. And then I ran for Congress. There was a seat that opened up, and I looked at the new map and decided if I'm ever going to run for Congress, it's now. So 10 seconds after I looked at it, I ran for Congress and went to Washington elected in 2002 and left there in early January of 2021. So 18 years in Congress and chaired the.
Whoa! Why did you retire? That's amazing. Why would you retire?
Well, I didn't retire. I was politically lynched by powers that be. I had a network that was essentially, I don't know if I thought it was unassailable, it was solid. I got to a place where I had a balance of three things, which I would tell anybody going into Congress that developed this. And one of them is to have, of course, constituents that you serve well and they will vote for you. And another one is to have a broad fundraising base so that you're not dependent upon the party. And the third one is to have a media voice that's strong enough that leadership doesn't, well, they want to treat you right, otherwise you'll tell the world. I had that three-legged stool of stability so good that I won 3 elections in a row without spending a dime.
Wait a second. You didn't spend any money running for actual federal Congress?
0, 3 in a row, 3 elections in a row. I mean,
how many doors did you knock on?
Pardon me?
How many doors did you have to knock on?
I knocked on, well, after I didn't knock on any doors.
So how did you win?
We just did our job. You'll see members that get elected to Congress and you say frank mail is free. Well, it really isn't. You get a budget called a member's representational allowance. And then you budget that, you hire your help and you rent your offices and do those things and your transportation and all. A lot of members will spend, it's about a $1.3 million budget per year. A lot of them will spend $500,000 a year sending frank mail out. to the households saying how great they are. That disgusted me. I hired people, put 5 offices in the district, and we went 382 towns. I would make sure that we were in every town at least once a year, meeting new people, not just re-meeting other people. And our constituent services were just, I don't know, second to none, but they're as good as we could ask them to be. And so we had just a broad reach. Our roots went out and they went down. And I was out all the time, going everywhere all the time, not just campaign season, but each weekend I'd come home. We would have 6 to up to as many as 10 events a day, and leave sometimes at 5 o'clock in the morning and get back at 11 o'clock or later at night. But I'm dealing with good people. So that's how we did it. And when I never sold out for anything, I never cut a deal on a bill. If somebody would come to me and say, I have this bill I want you to sign on, and if you'll sign on mine, I'll sign on yours, I would say, oops, end of that conversation. We're only going to talk about one bill at a time. If yours is good, I'll sign on it. You don't owe me anything. If mine's good, you ought to treat me the same way, but I'm not making any deals. And so I stayed that way.
Be specific. Why did you retire? Why did you quit?
Okay.
I want specific.
Because what happened was, there was the establishment, always the leftists, and they were always against me. And when
Can you say some names? Like who? Who was against you?
On the left side, I'll just name them all generally because they're all in one team, and I don't need to pick on
Nancy Pelosi. Like who?
Oh, well, Nancy Pelosi didn't work that hard against me, but they were just taking shots constantly. The donors, and I dealt with that. I don't actually use them as I don't have an axe to grind with them. That's what they do. So just put them all in one package and say they all pounded on me whenever they could. And I treated them like regular human beings and accepted it. But on the other side of this, there were people that I had an ever stronger voice on who would come out of Iowa caucus as the best chance to be the next president. I stood down there and I fought for that border way back in the early years, in the 2002 and 3 on. I built a wall on the floor of the house to show them how easy it was. And I killed they blame me for this. So I'm going to tell you, they say that I killed the Gang of Eights immigration bill, an amnesty bill. I unloaded on that thing pretty hard, and they had to pull it. John Boehner couldn't bring it to the floor. And so in the Senate, they blame me for that too. I'll take the credit. And then I also brought the heartbeat bill all the way to 174 co-sponsors. Now, there are other things, but those are things that look like they were reasons, because there are people that want to kill babies and people that want open borders and people that want an establishment nominee for president rather than somebody that comes out of the constitutional grassroots here in Iowa that I would align with and have aligned with. So those look like reasons. But what I really learned was that because they have this CO2 carbon credit boondoggle scam going on, they've been planning that as far back as 2012. And they knew that if I'm a seated member of Congress representing 36 counties here in the 4th Congressional District, where almost all of the ethanol plants are, I would be in every county seat town doing events and pounding away, defending our constitutional right to property, to shut down their effort to have eminent domain, to condemn the best farmland in the world, 3,300 miles of the best farmland in the world, so they can have a monopoly access to the CO2, which it comes out of the biodigesters in the ethanol plants, and it's 98+% pure. And the government wants to pay $85 a metric ton for that to pump it down into formations in North Dakota. And so, and I say, you can figure out how to do this, but you're not going to have eminent domain. And so they knew that, and they mounted this effort against me. And I don't know how much time we have to go into that, but maybe I should hit some of the chronology on that. What do you think?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're the one with the time crunch. You said you have until what, 6:20 Eastern Standard Time?
I can go to the top of the hour.
Okay. 6:30?
Yeah.
6:25? Okay.
Sure.
6:25.
So there I am, working in Congress, standing for these principles, full spectrum constitutional Christian conservative, natural born, not shaping myself to the polls.
I wish I had been there. I wish I had known you. I was here in DC in 2021, and you would have shown me everything. The last congressman who showed me everything was Congressman Sam Johnson, and he passed away. He's dead.
I love Sam. I got to serve with Sam for a lot of years.
One of the greatest men alive, and he's the reason I'm in Washington, D.C.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That's, but what happened was, In the 2018 election, let's see, in the summer 2018, things started to happen that were suspicious. And one of them was a reporter came out here to write a story about Devin Nunes's brother's dairy operation, which is in my district.
Okay.
And he spent 3.5 days here, and they published a story not quite a month later that accused Devin Nunes and me of protecting the allegedly illegal aliens that were milking his brother's cows. It was all made up, but it was an intentional hit piece. All right, so that alarmed Devin and me. I said, I can take it. What can they do to me? So that would be September 2018. And then things started to come at me, anti-Semite. And I'm 100% vote with Israel, and I get accused of being anti-Semitic. That's a little odd, but it isn't going to hurt me because we've got a lot of Gentiles in this district. And so I just shook that off. And then more attacks came and more attacks came. And they were funding my Democrat opponent pretty well. He raised quite a lot of money. And I'm looking at this thinking, I'm going to go 4 elections in a row without spending a dime. Even if it gets a little tighter, what do I care? I need to win, and I don't need to spend the money to do it. And I'd rather say I did 4 elections without spending a dime than I would spend $250,000 and then break the chain. I thought so. Anyway, I'm chugging along. The pounding got greater and greater, and after a while, almost all the media in the country was grabbing and attacking me for everything they could imagine. Some of it was imagined. And then once something would come out, if I would say anything, then it just triggered all the media to find something out of it that they could pounce on me for. So this was going on, and I rode that thing out. And in a little over a week before the election in the fall of November, so it'd be in October of 2018.
Okay.
There was the chairman of the NRCC, whose job it is to elect and re-elect Republicans, came out and attacked me for being a racist through the media. And 3.5 hours later, his communications director did the same thing. Well, that triggered lots of donations and my opponent raised over $1 million just in the last week of his campaign. He couldn't spend it all.
So you're saying the Republicans turned on you and you're a Republican?
Absolutely.
Wow.
No
so the
question.
Rhino Republicans in Iowa are corrupt.
Well, that's a piece of it. And so
I mean, look at you. Look how normal you are. You are not the standard in Congress. You remind me of Eli Crane. Like there's still there's a handful of good Congress people, but what happens? Do they offer you, what do they do? Do they blackmail you? How do they control you when you're in Congress?
They didn't control me.
That's why they outed you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you see so many of the others, they see that their path to success is kissing the requisite amount of backside. And I say, if you're holding the coat of the guy who's holding the coat, who's holding the leader's coat, if you stand there long enough, maybe you get to step up one. Somebody's holding your coat and you're holding the next guy up. And eventually, maybe you get something done in Congress. And my attitude was never that. And they told us in orientation, which I considered to be indoctrination, one was, don't ever debate the science of global warming. You will lose. And since you're here, you need to pick one thing that you want to get accomplished in your career and focus all your energy on that. And if you do well, you might get that accomplished. And I looked around and it was like, I'm starving and this is a smorgasbord here. I'm taking on everything I believe in. And I did. And I had great staff and we could do a lot of things at once. And when others were afraid to step up, I stepped up. When the Obergefell decision came down that imposed same-sex marriage on the entire United States of America unconstitutionally, they tell me, and I wasn't keeping track, that I was the only congressman that went over to the steps of the Supreme Court building, set up a podium, big old speakers and a microphone, and just let it rip. I mean, when they don't honor the Constitution, I have an oath to the Constitution. I chaired the Constitution Committee, and I want to hold them accountable, and I did. In fact, this is a little side story, but we would have these very fancy dinners over at the Library of Congress, and that happened to maybe once every month or two. And I went over to happen to have a seat right there at the stage where Chief Justice John Roberts was giving his talk. And So when he finished his talk, they said, well, we've got time for 2 questions. And I just reached up, the microphone was close to me that the fellow had, and took that microphone. And I got up and I said, well, Chief Justice, I appreciate your presentation here, but I recall about three months ago, Chuck Grassley, Senator Grassley, my senior senator, was on the floor of the Senate when he'd been criticized by you and other members of the judiciary for making political decisions on the confirmation of the justices. And Senator Grassley's argument was, when you stop making political decisions in this court, then he'll stop making political decisions on confirmation. And I never heard your response, so I'd like to hear it now. And, who will do that to the Chief Justice in front of everybody? But it was a fair question, and he talked for 3 minutes, and I can't tell you one word he said. It was around. So I never shied away from that. I didn't try to embarrass him. I was always trying to be objective and trying to get people to actually think and analyze things. But there are some people that didn't like that. But I didn't have personal problems with people in Congress, but their path, their ascendancy path, was interrupted by me. And so when I won that election in 2018, it was a 3.2% margin, which wasn't alarming to me. It's a couple points below where I thought it would be, though. And within the next week, Governor Reynolds, who I helped into politics, by the way, did a press conference, and she said, Congressman King, she's a Representative King, needs to decide what he wants to do, whether it's to represent the people and the values of the 4th Congressional District, or pause, do something else. And when that came out in the press, I knew that was like, she's saying to everybody, open season on Steve King. And then that is how that happened. They all got licensed to do that then. It was on our note cards too. It showed up in a picture in the paper. It was a planned statement. It wasn't just off the cuff. So then about 10 days later, I had a conference discussion with Jeff Rowe, who was Ted Cruz's national campaign manager, for presidential campaign manager. And so I worked with Jeff as I endorsed Cruz in the previous caucus and in 2016. And he wanted to talk. So we got together and had a conference, and I had some of my staff there too. And he said, they're gonna try again. They believe that they were a little bit too distracted with the midterm elections. They couldn't bring all the power of the media against you. They will pick a lull in the media, and they will send someone who has President Trump's ear. They said someone like, not so it would be, but someone like Joni Ernst, to say to President Trump, send out a negative tweet on Steve King, and everybody will know that that's the signal, and they're all going to pound on you, and they believe they can force you to resign. And so I knew what was up. I knew they were going to put all this force against me. I just didn't know why. And they brought all of that against me. And of course, I didn't resign. Kevin McCarthy, within a day, announced before we even talked that he was going to kick me off all of my committees, which he did. And no member of Congress in the history of the United States has been removed from their committees by their own party and survived a subsequent election. And then they shut off all my money, went after my donors. I had one major donor that he wrote me a max check. And
wait, how did they shut off all your money? How could they do that?
Well, here's an example of how he wrote a max out check, and $2,600 or $2,800 at the time. And he had in his phone 13 recordings of people that called him to berate him for donating to me, the certified racist, white supremacist, white nationalist, anti-Semite, Nazi, you know all the names. But what really triggered it was not the whisper in the ear of Trump by Senator Ernst, but a misquote in the New York Times written by Trip Gabriel. And
the New York Times is so evil. New York Times reporters like to go after me, and I say, sorry, I don't know who you are.
And
wow.
Trip Gabriel knew what he was doing. I have him on tape saying, I didn't think that was going to be the quote that did it. So that's pretty well confirms that he knew what he was doing. There's no tape of the interview. There's no notes that are available, at least that we can get from him on the interview. I couldn't tape it because I thought my staff had set it up and cleared it. And I happened to get out of the shower, and here's the phone. So I answered the phone. I wasn't in it, and I thought it was scheduled. But it was a misquote of the New York Times, and something that actually wasn't even offensive to me, at least. And they used that as if everybody was hyperventilating how bad it would be. I was the worst person in the world for nearly 2 years. And So I lost the primary election then in that year, well, the following year, and to Randy Feenstra. He's now a congressman. And curiously about him, I went to see Joni Ernst to put the plug in that. That was January 8th, 2019. And she actually satisfied me in that dialogue that was something she wouldn't do. Well, it didn't. 2 days later, she was attacking me in the press. So you can believe it or not, but that was on January 8th. I walked out of there at 20 minutes to 5. At 11:23 a.m. the next morning, Randy Feenstra, who was scheduled to swear into his state Senate seat the following Monday, this is like a Thursday, announced on Twitter that at 11:23 in the morning that he was going to challenge me. I had just sworn into that new Congress less than a week, and I've already got a primary challenger. And he announces on Twitter after he deleted everything in his Twitter account, and all it says is, "I'm going to challenge Steve King." And then that was just, it flowed from there. So it was orchestrated. I call it a political lynching. I'm home and I'm happy, however. And if that's what I had to go through to be home and happy, that's, I guess, okay with me. But they did. They set up a political lynch party, and they drove everything at me hard for a long, long time. And so now we have people at the elite level in the Republican Party at the state and national level who created this narrative against me. Now they have to defend this narrative. But the real reason, again, was if I'm standing here, a seated member of Congress, and they're trying to bulldoze their way through our God-given constitutional property rights for their own financial gain at the expense of our taxpayers, they'd have no chance of pulling this thing off. They had to kill me off politically and try to destroy my reputation. So what I've done is form 2 corporations. And
Okay.
one of them is, the overall corporation is Land of the Free Foundation. And the C3, that's a C3. We're operating under this piece of it as Free Soil Foundation. It's freesoilfoundation.com. And so that's the one we're raising money for attorney fees, preparing to litigate this property rights issue. And then the other corporation I formed is a C4, and hired a lobbyist, and we did battle the whole legislative session here in Iowa. So they didn't kill me off; they just got me home, and there's a happy part to that. But I can't let go with this. I've just had so many experiences in life that give me a perspective that I don't know who else might have had that similar experiences. I know there's nobody sitting in the region where I am that's had that kind of background. So I think I'm called to do battle, and I've got all the motives to do it. And we need to shut these people down, protect our Constitution, protect our taxpayers, and protect the industry of the energy industry, which they want to have a stranglehold on, Corinne.
Why do they want to have a stranglehold on the energy to control us? Which really, really confuses me, because right now, as you and I are talking, I'm supposed to be at an event in Dallas, Texas called EarthX. And it's my really good friends who are actually Republican mostly. They might be independent. They might be voting for RFK Jr., which I don't think is very smart right now because we're in such a war. We all have to vote for Trump. But the bottom line is this. There's a lot of people in the environmental industry. It's EarthX Week in Dallas, Texas. My friend Trammell Crow is hosting this event, and he's pretty much doing the deepest dive on the environment than anyone we know. But what the government is going to do is take his information and try to impose sanctions on us. So what do we do, Steve?
Well, I've tell our people, and we have quite a lot of volunteers, that you have to fight every battle and fight every skirmish. And if you can't find one, go start one. Shift this thing over to offense. And we're poised to do that now, to shift to offense. I can't give a path on what that is. I've got a pretty good look into it, however. But this is an evil regime. And, I'm not advocating this. I want to say that up front. But I had a text this morning from one of our top people that says, we need a revolution. And that answer.
Wait, we need a revolution. Okay, go for it. You say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, she sent that to me, and I typed in "add a girl," and then I didn't send it because I just thought, well, I don't need to have that on record. But
it's on record now.
We had a velvet revolution in Czechoslovakia. That's the kind of, kind of revolution to have, but hopefully, but what I'm saying is it's building up in people because their freedoms are being shrunk down one at a time, one after another. And you just got through the discussion about the financial world and how they want to control us there. And they want everything to be electrical. And that means then that they can control our electricity and shut us off at will. They can ration us if they choose. The switches are there already at my house. We've got a switch makes sense. I signed up on it about 20 years ago. So I get cheaper electricity, but I know they can shut my power off if they decide to do that. And I'm exposed to that. But if you can't charge your electric vehicle, or you got everything is electrical, they can control you. If they can control your finances and control your electrical, they control your energy, they can control and then looking into the algorithms that they would have on our credit cards, there's places where I can't buy a beer with cash. You got to have a credit card to do it. And so if our cash doesn't work anymore, and they've, the digital currency piece, and you've talked about that, I think, a lot. So every aspect of our lives are manageable by the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Larry Fink, and Al Gore and John Kerry. And I just think they're kind of useful idiots. I don't think they're actually
Mike Bloomberg. I could name like 100 more.
Yes. And
did they ever come to you in Congress? Did they ever come to you when you were a congressman and say, we will give you this amount of money if you do this for us?
I never had that happen in any obvious way. And I think people just knew. I mean, even the whip that comes down and wants to twist your arm to vote the way leader wants you to vote, or just maybe sometimes just find out where you stand. I had the same fellow the whole time through 18 years. And he said, I know, I just come up to you and I ask you where you stand. And if you're not quite familiar with the bill, you ask me a few questions, but you tell me where you are. And it's always stays, you never change. You always hold it there. You're a predictable commodity once you give your word. So I think they knew. And I had a PAC fundraiser that worked for me, and he said, they don't donate money to you to persuade you. They know they can't do that. They just donate money out of gratitude because they're glad you're here. That's the smaller group of them, by the way. But that's how I ran it, and I ran it with a clear conscience. And I can't remember being threatened, and I can't remember money dangling in front of me. I can remember one meeting when I had I'll say about 5 or 6, I'll just say what they were, junk dealers. And they wanted me to do something. And I don't remember whether I was saying yes or no, but the one of them was sitting where only I could see inside his jacket. He held his jacket out and raised his checkbook up and down about 3 times. Like, okay, I'll write you a check if you do what I want. And I just said, okay, meeting's over. It's done. And so I lived a long time with I guess I'll say uncorrupted. And they knew it. So I don't think they approached me that way. I was always the one-off that they had to work around instead of try to go through.
Did you ever get invited to weird sex parties like Madison Cawthorn did?
No. In fact, I didn't hear about them.
Okay.
I will say not by members involved. I did hear about some of those events when had to do with younger people. And when that was discovered, it was shut off immediately. So I think that was handled right. I don't want to impugn people by saying that, but I think that was handled right. And as far as the drugs too, I didn't see drugs. I didn't smell drugs. And up until the last, say, 4 or 5 years, I might go for months and not hear a swear word. But it seemed to have shifted in the last few years. People seem to not have a good enough vocabulary to express themselves without swearing. And I gave it up years ago because I had kids to raise. But in any case, I think that some of the standards have been eroded in Congress the last few years. And one be you couldn't wear any headgear, any hat or anything. You had to go bareheaded when you went into Congress. They changed the rule for Ilhan Omar. And so we wondered, how much C4 and bolts that was up there in that thing on her head. She could have wiped out the whole Congress. But, that's just some of the side jokes probably that were going on, but there's maybe a little bit of real. So that was a rule that was changed that eroded it. And, some of the dress codes have been pushed and stretched a bit. I think that the integrity of the place, keep it a little more formal, and people will behave in a better fashion. But that's not really what speaks to the corruption very much. And then, the contributions that do go in, there are people that just buy that Congress. And there's one I'll say I'm going to put it this way. What reputation wise, what I'm hearing is Paul Singer is one of the most influential people from outside of Congress, one of the most influential donors. And numbers that I hear are something like $28 million a cycle going into Kevin McCarthy's coffers out of Paul Singer. Now, that may not all come right from him, but it could be bundled by him in some way.
But why can't we check these politicians? Why can't we ask them? Why can't we see where their money's coming from? Why can't we see their tax returns? What is going on here that nothing's transparent when it's supposed to be?
And it's not set up to be, of course, transparent. But for example, when I went in, I had to put down all of my investments wherever I had money, and I guess liabilities too, I suppose, were there. So I filled it all out in paperwork, and it's just a lot of papers. And you think, what's this mean? But what I saw was like, if your assets over here are between, let's just say $1,000 and $25,000, $1,000 and $10,000, you put a little X in this box. And if it's between 25 and 50, an X here. If it's between 50 and 100, there's an X here. And then, so as these numbers go up, so does the gap. So you can have, like Nancy Pelosi could have an investment in shares of tuna stock. I guess I'm going to pick that one. And it could be between 5 million and 25 million. And she just checked that box right in between those. So you can't get within but $20 million of what that particular investment is. And they made it so that you couldn't trace it. Jim Sensenbrenner, who was the heir to the Kotex wealth, and he would just file his audited financial statement instead. And I think that was the right thing to do. And we all have to do that.
Okay, so you said you had to leave right about now. So what's your time? Because my next guest is here. So I just want to wrap this up because you should come back and I want to hear your deepest of deep stories. Because when I asked you, you said you don't remember, but maybe you'll remember some really wild, deep stories. You were in Congress for 18 years. Yeah. So maybe they did something to your memory and I need to like encourage you to remember because you must have some wild stories. Unless Congress just became so corrupt over the COVID era, did they require you to take the vaccine when you were in Congress?
There's people that didn't take it and it wasn't exactly a requirement. But
it wasn't. Congressmen were not required to take the vaccine.
There was some that pushed back. Yeah. And
shocking.
In my case, here's where I was.
Military men were, congressmen weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Okay.
Yeah, and this is how this worked for me. My wife pushed back hard on it. She didn't get the vaccine. I was trying to do events so I could campaign during that period of time. And if anybody got sick and went off, and especially if they died, now mortality was at least higher early in that earlier part of it, and then I would have had this thing come back on me, and it could have destroyed me politically. So I did get the vaccine, and if I had to do it over again, I wouldn't. But that was what caused me to make that decision, is because I couldn't have the liability of infecting someone that's in a meeting that I'm trying to hold during this time. That was a decision that I made, and if I live another 15 years, it was the right one.
Okay, well, I really want you to come back. I know you have to go.
I'll do it.
Please come back, Steve. And I want to go on a deep dive about what's really going on in Iowa with the energy.
That sounds good to me. And I'm happy to talk about it. I do it every day.
Okay, good.
And so
we can go for an hour next time. Like, you have a lot to say. We didn't even hit on all the topics.
I'm happy to do that. Let's if you want to do it, we'll schedule an hour and we'll go at it and we'll go a little more deeply.
But I want you to be really honest and give me like your deepest of deep, because American patriots deserve to know how corrupt Congress is. I gave it a chance when I moved here in 2021. I said, oh, there's some good Congress people. There are very few and far between. And when you're good, they get you ousted. They kick you out.
It took them a while with me.
Yeah.
Because I had good constituents and the things I talked about. But maybe next time, too, we can bring up how it is that John Boehner used leverage, how he undercut people, how these speakers, and I'll say Boehner and McCarthy are, in my opinion, narcissistic abusers.
Of course. What about Speaker Johnson?
Well, let's go into that the next time, too.
Okay, good. Okay, come back.
Okay. Thanks, Corinne.
Okay. God bless you. Peace. I love talking to former congressmen because they know the truth. Thank you.
Glad to talk to you again. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Corinne.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
I'm going to introduce our next guest. It's going to be so interesting. I'm going to figure out how to do it. I know how to do it. Okay, so basically, our next guest is someone that you all should know. It is Bill Ogden of Tactical Civics. I got you, Bill. How are you? Sorry I made you wait.
That's all right. How are you?
Yes, I'm so good. So you're in Pennsylvania. I'm in Washington, D.C. What do we need to know about how to save America as we go into the 2024 election cycle? Everyone needs to understand tactical civics.
Yes, they do.
So go for it, uncensored.
They need to get on board. There goes the phone. They need to get on board and take control of their country. We, the people, are in charge. And I keep reviewing this. Apparently, it's hard for people to comprehend. My great-great-great-grandfather did not traipse all over upstate New York during the Revolution so that we could end up being subject to a bunch of clowns in a small city state down Maryland, Virginia. This is our country. They work for us. That's basic civics. Who's the boss? We are the boss. It's interesting. It's a use it or lose it kind of paradigm. You know, if you want to regain muscle tone, you're going to have to do some exercise to get that muscle tone back. If you want to regain the authority you have rightfully in the country that you are the stewards of, you're going to have to exercise that as well. The founders of this republic were all business owners.
Okay.
They never dreamed that the people that inherited it would neglect to run it. And that's what happens. Most people in this republic treat it like it's a rental car. Yeah, the oil needs to change, but that's not my responsibility. They should have changed the oil before they rented it to me, or they can change it after I give it. Well, when you own a car, you change the oil, or you fix, it all comes out of your pocket. And I end up with all these little stories of illustration. A week ago Sunday, I was out in the barn. I have horses here. I have some 1/2-inch wide nylon tape with metal filaments through it to conduct electricity. It causes the horses to stay where I want them. And there was a bunch of it up there jumbled, and Reuben the turkey, famous Reuben the turkey, had got his feet in it and drug it around a little bit.
Is that your turkey? That's your turkey.
Reuben, yes.
Okay.
He's an actual turkey, yes.
Okay. Are you going to eat him for Thanksgiving?
No, that ship has sailed. He's one of the family.
Okay.
Somebody said, "Why are you rolling that up?" I said, "So that Reuben doesn't get tangled up in it." Why don't you just throw it away? Because I'm the one that paid for it. It's still usable. Well, why are you doing it? I mean, you're the head honcho, aren't you? Isn't there somebody else that can do it? Well, while there are other people who can, I'm the one who will. If it's to be, it's up to me. The buck stops here.
Okay.
It stops with me. So too in this republic. And so Steve was addressing some problems. Tactical Civics has a 4-point set of solutions to solve this. I'm going to start right in with point number 2.
Okay, but it's tacticalcivics.com, and you want them to start with the book, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so they go on tacticalcivics.com, right? And they buy the book?
Log in, join, download all the books you can.
Okay.
David Zuniga, the author, says download every book. Okay. Download them.
Okay.
Get all the audio files while you're there too. It's the best buy out there. We're going to restore by ordinance the county grand jury, the investigating jury. 800 years of history of investigative jury. This is not a new idea. It's by ordinance. It's not a rogue jury. It's not a vigilante jury. It is established through ordinance. It's lawful. There's a web page. You can volunteer. Maybe you can get your name drawn out of the hat to serve on a grand jury. It's investigative in that it looks into all those things that your last guest talked about might be going on that aren't good. When he was talking about all the energy things, I was looking in my handy dandy pocket constitution to see just exactly where that is in my constitution. And of course, it's not there. They don't have the authority to do that stuff. The other thing that we're going to establish or restore by ordinance is the county militia. Militia is not a bad thing. Militia is how the people enforced the law. Again, I travel back in time. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, first settler here, which police force did he call when there was a problem? There wasn't one. He was the police force. His boys were the police force. His grandsons were the police force. And unless and until we had enough resources to hire people to do our policing for us as our employees, we did it ourselves through the militia. It is akin to the volunteer fire department. You know, the alarm goes off, people charge down, get on the machinery, go face danger on behalf of the community. It's a wonderful thing. That's how the militia works as well. And I'll just handle the objections. Well, we don't need the militia anymore, right? Do we still need the volunteer fire department? We still have that. Well, but we pay people to enforce the law. Don't we pay people to put out fires?
Okay.
No, there's nothing wrong with volunteers. Do we still go help fight floods? Do we still go clean up hurricanes? And the answer is, of course we do. As a community, we do those things. The primary function of the militia is in concert with the grand jury to act in issuing subpoenas or executing search warrants where paid law enforcement might have a conflict of interest. For example, Congress runs the Capitol Police Force.
Okay.
Capitol Police Force ain't going to arrest no congressman. That's their boss, right?
That's really true.
So take that into any community in America. City council hires the police chief, hires the police force. City council's corrupt. Who's going to do it? How's it going to work? Well, the people themselves retain the authority. Where the folks fail to execute their duties in the Constitution, those duties revert back to the people themselves. So we set up those two organs. Number two, we ratify an amendment. There's an amendment pending out there. It's been pending for a couple hundred years because Connecticut didn't do their homework. And it would limit a congressional district to 50,000 people. Steve was a congressman for 750,000 people. As good as a guy as he seems to be, I doubt he could talk to 750,000 people. In those districts, the people are not represented. Can't be. It's too many congressmen. I just talked to a fella. He's running for a seat in West Virginia. The entire northern half of the state of West Virginia is his district. Think of the miles he's putting on in the car and the mountains he's climbing and so on and so forth.
Who is that? Who's running?
Nate Kane.
I love him. Okay. Yeah. Nate Kane forever. Okay. That's great. Okay. Go on.
He's
Okay.
a good
Yeah.
guy.
Okay.
So when we pass this amendment, it creates 6,880 congresspeople. Tactical civics, in my opinion, will assist in identifying, vetting, and getting elected these congresspeople who will go to Washington where there's insufficient office space and no building big enough to meet in. So they go to RFK or somewhere, get sworn in, and then their first act after they're down there is to pass the Bring Congress Home Act. And I'll just be clear, 2 ordinances, get an amendment passed in 27 states. I wasn't as clear as I should have been on that. Bring Congress Home Act. That means Congress is going to live and work with the people who elected them for a change. When they accused Trump of fascism, I got my college dictionary where they can't change the definitions and look. Fascism is when big business and big government get together to abuse the citizens. Big pharma, big tech, big media, big education, military-industrial complex, lobbyists.
And General Flynn gave me a new word. It's called corporatocracy.
Corporatocracy. Well, guess what happens when you see your congressman in the Walmart at home? Hey, congressman, suddenly they don't represent the corporatocracy anymore because they have to live with you. You'll see them at the convenience store. You'll see them at the church. And if you don't see them at the church, you might ask, why am I not seeing you back at church, congressman? And it's just a wonderful thing causing them to represent us for a change. It also places them in the jurisdiction where we have a grand jury and a militia to hold them accountable to the same set of state laws that the residents are accountable to. And so, happily, in Pennsylvania, should an elected official violate their oath of office in Pennsylvania, it's perjury. And in Pennsylvania, that's a felony. So the grand jury says, "Oh, you violated your oath of office." For instance, Pennsylvania Constitution says the Second Amendment shall not be questioned. Not be questioned. And you question it, you violated your oath, we present an indictment, you go in front of the 12-man jury, you're convicted of a felony, you're out of office. See ya. Bye. So long. And we'll have us a new election. You do that once or twice, everybody will sit up straight in their seats. Once those things are done, I'm reading the comments. This is fun. "I'm sorry you're confused. I have hours of video recorded that will help you with this."
Don't read the comments, because let me just tell you something. There is a full-on attack of feds right now in the chat rooms. And so a lot of the people commenting in these chat rooms could be feds. Right now, Rumble is down, so we don't have our normal group of people listening to what we're doing. So
Well,
don't read
that's okay.
that. But if you want to, you can. Okay, go
They're
for
my
it.
employees, you know, if they're
Okay.
goofing off at work, go ahead and goof off at work. It'll be a short-lived amount of fun for you, because we, the people, are going to take control. There's more of us than there are of you. We are going to do what we should have always done, and that is oversee our own government. And then we're going to play a game called, where'd you get the authority for that? Where'd you get the authority for the EPA? Where'd that come from? Oh, that's right. Richard Nixon wrote an executive order in 1972. There's no constitutional authority to that. What about the Department of Justice, Department of Education, Department of Energy? Where did you get the authority to do those things? And the answer is, you don't have it.
Well, come to DC and tell the people in DC, because no one's listening. I want you to come into Congress, and we'll go to different Congress people and tell them, because they don't listen and they don't care.
Well, in the last 12 months, Tactical Civics has planted itself in over half of all counties republic-wide. We've grown by a factor of 12x. Our projections have us looking pretty good here in a short period of time. Personally, I have a goal that the next time we elect congressmen, it's for 6,880 of them, and not 435 like it is now.
Okay, explain that. Explain that. So you want the congressional districts to be made smaller so that more Congress people can run?
No, I want it made smaller so more citizens have access to their congressman.
Okay, interesting, because what you're saying is that that Congress got redistricted, and now there's fewer Congress people per ratio, which could potentially be unconstitutional, correct?
Yeah, the initial deal was supposed to be 30,000 people in a district, and it grew to 50,000. At some point, 100 years ago, they decided to pass a bill in Congress limiting the size of Congress, thereby reducing representation. And I guess I'll just use the home thing. You know, if you have 4 kids like we did, you spend 25% of your time on each kid, I guess, if you're going to try to be fair. If you have 10 kids, it's 10% of your time. If you have 12, you know, it's a different system. I wouldn't want an only child to be spoiled, but the fewer of them you have, the more time you spend with them. So what am I driving at here? 50,000 people per congressman is approximately what we have here in Pennsylvania for our state legislature. Well, I know that guy. We talked last night. We talk all the time. He's been to the House. He's everywhere, all through the community. Why? Because he only has 50,000 people to deal with.
Yes.
The federal guy has 750,000, I believe, across 16 or 18 counties in central and western Pennsylvania. It's just an unwieldy choice.
So you're saying that right now in the House of Representatives, obviously we can only have 100 senators, but you're saying in the House of Representatives, we should have how many more? 100 more, 103 more, how many more?
6,365 more.
Wait a second. How many people in the House of Representatives should we have total?
6,880.
With the population that we have, we should have 6,000 people in the House of Representatives.
Yep.
Okay, that's huge.
That's about the
Whoa.
same number as if you took the combined total of state legislators in 50 states. It's the same number. It's just that at the federal level, your voice isn't being heard. Whose voice is being heard? The people with the money, people with the cocktail parties, the people with the menace, the people with the sex parties that you were asking about. Because they've just shrunk it down to a small group. But it's worse than that. We elect them. They claim to maintain a house here, but they have a home somewhere in Alexandria or something, and it's a nice one. It's better than the constituents have. How do you get rich in Congress? I don't know. Stay there. Ask the Pelosi's how you got rich in Congress.
Why is AOC, who's a waitress, worth what? 15 million, $20 million right now? It's getting really corrupt.
Well, and the book companies will give you an advance on the book you didn't write, and so on.
Okay.
How did Joe Biden get six mansions after working in government for 50 years? Where does Bernie Sanders get his money? I don't begrudge anybody having.
Wait, you're saying Bernie Sanders made money too? That's huge.
Well, maybe it was from his wife. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. You're supposed to go out and succeed and then take a turn in government, kind of like Trump did. Statesman. People don't want to think of him as a statesman, but he did do it the old-fashioned way. General Eisenhower had a whole career. Then he let them elect him president. I think he was a reluctant president, and he wasn't an activist president. He was a golfing president, which isn't really that bad of a thing when you think about it. I think Grant was very similar to that. But we elect these people for careers in politics. No. And so in the Bring Congress Home Act, you'll find term limits are included. You get 2 terms. You don't get a pension. Make sure you have either good investments or meaningful work waiting for you when you come home.
Every congressman gets a pension. That's huge.
Yep, and the longer they serve, the more they get. And if they can get bumped up to the secretary of something, it's, and it's okay.
No, but I mean, we're paying for that.
It's okay. It's, I'll even extend grace to them. During the few years when I taught school, I learned that when the teacher's out of the room long enough, even some of the good kids will whip the erasers at one another. It's a lack of supervision and accountability. Who is supervising these people? No one. What do you mean no one? Who is supervising? Who's looking at the books? Are you? Who's checking to make sure that they're actually going to work? Who's enforcing the dress code? And it's kind of like this. You come home and you find the 3-year-old with permanent marker coloring on the wall, and in the basement, the 12-year-old's putting off soft explosives. And the teenager you thought you left in charge comes sort of from the liquor cabinet and says, while you were gone, we voted on a moratorium on spankings. Is that how it's going to go?
Okay.
No, that's not how it's going to go. Accountability will be had if you're going to be a reasonable parent. You simply can't let the children run amok. Why do we let Congress run amok? Why do we permit that when by definition they are our employees? We wrote a job description called the Constitution listing 17 specific functions for them to do.
Okay.
If they don't do all of them, they're stealing time. That's criminal. If they do more than what's listed, they're stealing authority. That too is criminal. Who holds them accountable? The boss. Who's the boss? We are, collectively. But we have to realize that. Somebody on an interview said, the founders were geniuses. They really were. And I said, maybe. Or maybe they just had a hunger and a thirst for liberty to the extent that they read Locke and Montesquieu, and they talked about it in the taverns, and they talked about it around dinner, and this was their driving passion. Maybe that's where we ought to be instead of baseball scores, The Voice, Taylor Swift's boyfriend, a bunch of junk that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter. And so here's another principle that jumps in. Even the feds know this.
Even the feds know this?
Yeah. Two
Okay.
things a criminal does to continue their criminal acts. One is diversion or distraction. Hey, look over there. The other is division. Every delinquent teenager knows if they can get the parents to argue, then they're not looking at what sketchy stuff the kid was doing last weekend. What do they do in Congress every day? My dad, God love him, is 92 and a half years old. He's a lifelong Democrat, New Deal Democrat back in the day and all that. I call him old school Democrat. Nothing wrong to that. And he gets mail from the Democrat Governors Association. It's got a white envelope with a blue line. It says, have you seen what the Republicans are up to? I am not a lifetime Democrat. I get the other mail, and it says under a red line, have you seen what the Democrats are up to? I think it's from the same people. And what they want is money. It's division. That's all. Washington was against political parties because it was divisive. So I don't do Democrat, Republican. I don't do urban, rural. I don't do black, white, male, female, young, old, tastes great, less filling, Ford and Chevy, Steelers and Cowboys. I don't do that. There's us and there's the people we hired, and are they doing the job they were hired for? And if not, they need removed. Not by the vote, but by indictment, because we have that authority. There's a really interesting book. It's
By
not,
indictment. Okay, listen, have you gotten any juries together so far anywhere?
I'm amassing an entire republic and going to move them all in concert.
Wow.
We're not going to do
okay.
one. We're not going to do one and be
Okay.
marginal. Up here in my county, God love Clearfield, Pennsylvania, leads the state in deer hunting every year. You know, it's coal miners logging. We're good people and all that. But we're unfairly characterized in the media. A couple years ago, our sheriff formed what he called the posse.
Okay, the
People
posse.
to sign
That's
up
what
for the
Sheriff
posse.
Mack talks about. Yeah, Sheriff Mack talks about that.
He went to a
Okay.
Sheriff Mack event and he
Okay.
got, oh my goodness, the articles. Well, you know why? Because it was only one rural county. So imagine what happens when we get an ordinance for a grand jury in one rural county. Now imagine it's 10 counties in 10 states each. It's 100 counties, and it's all in the same 30-day period. Now it's actually a thing. It's serious. It's not isolated. It creates market momentum and pressure. It's a good thing. Moving in
Okay.
is a good thing.
Okay. So people go to tacticalcivics.com and they sign up,
Tacticalcivics.com. Yep.
and you're in every single county.
55, 57% of all counties, all 50 states, we're a growing concern. We're growing like weeds.
And then the whole point is to get a local group of people to grow locally. I mean, that's the whole point. You're
When
just
we
trying to
have
get okay.
sufficient numbers, we will go to our county governments for step one. Then
Okay.
step two will go to our state governments. One of the problems that I see in America as I talk to people is we watched a lot of John Wayne, and that's a good thing. We watched a lot of the Lone Ranger, and that's a good thing. But it's not the way to solve these problems. All by yourself will get you in jail. All by yourself will get you sued. And who do we know that's going all by themselves? How about Mark Fincham out in the Great Southwest? He's a good guy. He's got 1,200 states worth of data on election fraud, but he's all by himself. We're up in the Northeast or Northwest. They're trying to get in front of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals all by themselves. What if instead of doing it that way, we went as the people in a group?
Exactly. Why doesn't Mark Fitcham have a group? He knows everybody. He's amazing. I just interviewed him at the Constitutional Sheriff's Convention in Las Vegas.
I shall not speculate as to why anybody does or doesn't. I just know that it's called the collective sovereign. It's not the individual sovereign. It's we the people, and so we meet. And so I keep working backwards because it makes sense to me when I start at the beginning. Up here in our little piece of heaven, my youngest daughter is a putter away to the west. Her twin sister is to the east about a 9-iron, I think. Their older brother's down there. I think it's a 2-wood. I can hit his house. We just had birthdays here on Sunday. The twins, the granddaughter had a birthday. We got another one. You know, we do that. But it's funny how when we get together, we have a municipality meeting. We talk about the right way to put trash in the dumpster. We talk about what we're going to do with the rocks down there in the ditch that are obstructing the mower. We talk about whose dog needs to be tethered and whose dog can run free. It's municipal. We're a small community here. This is government on the small scale. We're organized. We have a certain amount of harmony, not that there's never a disagreement. You know, we have to deal with snow removal. We have to deal with lawn care up here. We have to get the trees pruned and the corn plant. I mean, there's stuff to do as a group. We're not a collective. We're a community. We're a group of people that reside proximate to one another with some shared resources, and we have to meet periodically to discuss the wise use of those resources. Sounds like a town council to me. Sounds like a township. Sounds like a county. This is the basis of government. But what we don't do is have a hero. I'll just be the hero. I'll be the martyr. Did you ever meet a family where mom was the martyr? She just does everything. I'll do your laundry. I don't like it. I'll complain the whole time. No, that's not going to work. We, the people, do things together that we decide need to be done. Not that there's not room for individuality. You want your own set of flowers? You want to put your own bird feeder up? Hey, I'm all for it. And I'm being facetious a little bit. Most people overcomplicate this. This isn't complicated. We have I inherited this country from the people that set it free. I inherited it. That's just like inheriting a business. You know, if my name was Goodyear, I'm not the original Goodyear. If my name's Ford, I'm not the original Ford. But I'm tasked with running the place. Keep it open for business. They were good enough to write things down in a constitution that's still the chief law of the land. The highest law of the land is the Constitution of the United States, and it says any law passed that's repugnant to the Constitution is no law at all. We have a process to modify it. It's a difficult process. It was meant to be. But you just don't get to go to Washington and make a bill and say, hey, income tax, it's against the Constitution. Printed money, it's against the Constitution. Owning 2/3 of Utah, against the Constitution. We can run a list. Why are they doing it? Nobody stops them. Nobody stops them. Now people, and then I get all that. Well, aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid your name's going to be on a list? If your name's not on a list, shame on you. What have you been doing? What, are you going to pay the cannibals to eat you last or something? Is that how it's going to be? We're going to sit back here and hope they don't see that I'm here.
Wait, can you stay on for this? I'm getting a phone call from a former congressman named Steve Stockman who was thrown in prison. Steve, are you there? Can you hear me, Steve?
You bet.
Okay, so can you stay on with us, Bill? Do you have time for this?
A little bit.
For 30 minutes.
Do you have
right?
How much time do you have, Bill? I'm on. Well, Steve Stockman is a former congressman and he only wants to talk on speakerphone. He doesn't want to talk on video. So can you stay on with us, Bill, or do you have to go?
I shall stay for you.
Okay, yeah, stay. Yeah, so I'm talking to Bill Ogden, and he is an organizer for tacticalcivics.com. And so he's telling us that we have to organize in our county if we want to stand up to the corrupt federal government.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Steve. Can you hear us, Bill?
I can.
Yes. Can you hear?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, I don't think Bill can hear you. This is so interesting. I don't know how to do this. I guess he can only hear me. So he won't be able to hear you, Bill, because I don't know how to do the sound to make it so he can hear you.
Steve can't hear me?
Can't you merge the two calls?
How would I do that? Let me just think. Okay, let me hold on. If I take the earphones off. Okay, I'll do this. No, Steve is on the computer, but if I take this all off and I just do it like this. Testing. Can you hear us, Bill? Talk, Bill.
Hi, I can't hear you.
Okay, good. Now we can do this. Okay, so I have Steve Stockman on the phone, and he's a former congressman. And I met him this last week at the sheriff's convention in Las Vegas. And he's going to tell us some really corrupt, nasty stuff that happened to him when he was a congressman from Texas, and then he was thrown in federal prison. So tell us everything, Steve.
Well, I'll give you a brief summary. It was it's been 10 years process. They spent $22 million. They took 4 grand juries. Normally, if it's a crime, it only takes 1. And the guy that went after me is the same guy going after Trump, Jack Smith. So it's a very corrupt system, and unfortunately, it's not just me, but it's, as we're finding out now, it's a whole lot of other people, are being targeted.
But you were one of the first.
Yes, I guess. Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's despite my warnings, I actually was drafting a bill to reform the FBI because I said it became too political, but everybody thought I was crazy.
What year was that?
2013.
Wow.
11 years ago.
So that's why they went after you, because you were drafting a bill to reform the FBI.
No. They were going after me for a lot of things. I exposed Hillary Clinton getting money for specialized steel for centrifuges, which enriches plutonium. And then I also exposed Obama was helped funding the Haqqani network, and he used an excuse of Bo Bergdahl, who was captured in Afghanistan, and then they used that as an excuse to ship a bunch of money to terrorists. It's really horrible.
So what do we do to clean up the federal government, Steve?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that it's pretty alarming what they're doing. Actually, I mean, we all got to work to. If Biden gets back in there, we're all in a very, very the nation as a whole. In fact, think about the organization where you can organize the demonstrations all across the country for a terrorist group like Hamas. And that's a lot of organization. That's a lot of money. I mean, there's an old joke says nothing is planned so well and so expensive as a spontaneous demonstration. So if you look at the tents, how they're all the same, the signs, all that, that's very well organized and very, very expensive.
Yes. Now, listen, this is really high level news. Outside of the Israeli embassy, the pro-Palestinian protesters have set up camp for over a month now. No one's stopping them. And prior to that, they have been camping at Blinken's house in Virginia. So the pro-Palestinian protesters have made their way into Washington, D.C. No one's stopping them. They're protesting every day. They're doing graffiti. They're stopping traffic. No one's doing anything to them, just like they're on the college campuses. So what do you think can happen?
By the way, there was even a guy who self-immolated in front of I don't know if you remember that, but he self-immolated in front of the Israeli embassy.
Yes, and his name was Aaron Bushnell, and he was 25 years old, allegedly. I think he was MK Ultra, but obviously everyone else thinks that he's a normal person who was in the U.S. military. He burned himself to death in front of the Israeli embassy. I covered that whole news story on my X account. The bottom line is this. Now there is 24/7 protesting in front of the Israeli embassy. So the pro-Palestinian protesters can wreak havoc on Washington, D.C. anytime they want. No one's arresting them. No one's telling them no. And that's on January 6th. People should have just sat there and slept at the Capitol. That's all you have to do is peacefully, non-violently protest. And basically you'll get whatever you want, like the pro-Palestinian protesters. They're getting access to everything.
Well, it's unfortunate that our nation, my dad fought in World War II, and he was in Germany and saw firsthand what the National Socialists, by the way, that's the name of the party, the Nazi party, is the National Socialists. And it was the socialists who try to switch it and say it's right wing. It's not right wing. It was always left wing. And all these activities, the KKK would cover the face, and now you see these protesters are covering their face. The Democrat Party is and always will be a racist party, and they don't like people that love their country. If you come out and say I love America and I like freedom, then you're the enemy of them, and it's horrible how they're treating people that love freedom.
I mean, who's really in charge of the Democratic Party? Do you think it's Steve Carville? Who's really in charge?
No. It's always been, it has been Obama.
So it's been the CIA because Obama is CIA.
No. Obama is in charge. He's not. It's the whole people of similar ideology of Marxism. You got to remember, his dad was a follower of a Marxist. His dad was a declared communist. He kicked off his campaign in Chicago in a Marxist house. So, I mean, Hillary Clinton did her thesis on, Marxists. And so you have ideology that's permeating throughout. The Klaus Piven philosophy is permeating through all the universities and well-funded by lots of government grants, unfortunately, from this newest bill passed, the Inflation Act, actually goes to a lot of environmental groups who then pass the money on to leftist activists. We taxpayers are paying for our own demise.
We taxpayers are paying for our own demise. So how many years did they throw you in federal prison, Steve?
Well, they first convicted me for 283 years, and I said I was only going to do half.
They convicted you for 283 years?
Uh-huh.
On what?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is basically it's very similar to what they're doing on Trump right now. The DOJ does is, in fact, Jack Smith's hands are all over this case right now that's going on. They take the FEC law, which the FEC said everything I did was illegal, and everything that Trump did was legal. The FEC said he didn't violate the law, and then they come in and say, "Oh yeah, you did," and that's not their privy. That's First of all, I don't see how the state can prosecute a federal crime, but that's a separate issue. And they came in, they said, "Oh, you violated FEC law," and then they stacked charges. That's what they did to Trump. They went from a few and they put 96 on. While the guy who did the cryptocurrency, who stole blindly billions of dollars but gave it to Democrats, they did the exact opposite. They kept dropping charges. People don't realize this. He got 20 years, while if he was a Republican, he would probably cut 200 years or whatever. So it just depends what side of the fence you're on and how they treat you.
So they got you for over 200 years in federal prison. You got out in
No. They convicted me of that, and then they sentenced me 10 years.
Okay, they convicted you for over 200 years in federal prison.
283 years, yeah. And I told everybody I'm only going to do half. It's a joke, obviously, but
so you got sentenced to 10 years. Were you sentenced in Texas or were you sentenced in Washington, D.C.?
Well, it was a federal case in Texas.
Okay. And what was it like being in prison?
By the way, that's the fourth time they did one grand jury in D.C., one in Baltimore, and then two in Houston.
So how much U.S. taxpayer dollars have they used to try to destroy your life?
$22 million.
Wow.
And it was for less than $1 million. In fact, there was a case in which someone accused a nonprofit accused them. They donated $100 million, and they were upset with it. Actually, I don't know why someone donated that much money, but for Lyme research, and they're upset because they didn't use the money for Lyme research, and said they're bad. And the FBI said, "Well, it's not big enough for us to prosecute." Well, they took 4 grand juries for less than $1 million. No one ever complained. It's just unbelievable how they handled it. It's just, it's persecution. What you're seeing in Trump is what they did to me. There's no way you can have 4 indictments of different things all at once right before the election. It's so blatant interference, and it's just outrageous. And they did it with me too. They didn't like because I keep beating Democrats, and they just really have a deep passion for getting me for what I did. I also called for the Russell Lois Lerner on national television. I did some other stuff that really upset them.
How many years were you a congressman from Texas?
Well, I was a congressman in the 90s, and then my dad got sick, so I took care of him. He got dementia. I took care of him for a long time, and then I decided to run again. I said I couldn't win. The first time I ran in a district had 6 Democrats for 1 Republican, and I was outspent 12-1, and we won. And then I decided to run again 20 years later, and they said I couldn't win. And I had, I had 11 opponents, including the dean of the Senate and also a guy who was multi-millionaire. We beat them all.
So that's why they were scared of you, because you could beat them all.
Well, no, that's not why. It's because of person. I went after them quite vigorously.
I mean, how is Jack Smith still in charge of anything?
Well, it's because the Democrats are in charge.
I mean, but he goes on, isn't it just obvious to people that he goes on malicious vendettas against anyone who is a Republican? Isn't this obvious to people?
No, if you turn it on CNN, they consider him a hero. They actually made T-shirts. They love that he's going after Trump.
Oh my gosh. I mean, CNN made T-shirts for Jack Smith.
No, I mean supporters. I mean, if you go online, you can look at the T-shirts.
But those could be feds. That could be feds. There's a lot of feds involved now. That's something I really want to tell you. 1 in 10 people is allegedly a fed in every group we go to. And that's why I'm very careful. I'm very careful.
Well, I don't know the statistics on that, but I can tell you that you should be careful. But you can't. If you read a book called 3 Felonies a Day, it documents everybody commits 3 felonies a day. And if they want you, they're going to get you. In fact, Sidney Powell wrote a book, License to Lie. She was a federal prosecutor for like 20, 30 years. And then she became a defense attorney, was shocked at how much they're willing to lie and twist. In fact, one of the guys that went after me was listed in the book about how corrupt he is. So, and I also went after Trump too. So you got a history of abuse now, and like they're locking up grandmas who were just in front of, never did anything but they're praying in front of an abortion clinic, and they're charging people and throwing them in prison for that.
Yes, I cover that all day long. I cover the very serious political prisoner situation happening in Washington, D.C., where approximately 2 people per day, who are mostly Christian men of fighting age, are being arrested under this Biden regime. It's out of control.
Yep, you're right. It is. And unfortunately, they have the power right now, and everybody from the prosecutor to the judges are almost all either picked or friends of Obama. Jack Smith's wife is very good friends with Michelle Obama. In fact, they made a movie together.
Is Michelle a woman, or is Michelle a man, or is it a transgender? What is Michelle Obama?
You asked me that before. I'm not going there. I'm not going to talk.
You won't talk about that? Wait, we don't censor. What's the truth about Michael Obama? No, I said, tell me the truth.
I don't know. Look, I don't have a relationship with her. I don't know her. I don't know it.
Okay. Okay, well, I met the kids.
Talk about stuff I don't know.
Okay, I agree. I met the children, and they don't seem like they're children. I challenge anyone out there to text me a picture of Michelle Obama being pregnant. My number is 917-287-1314. I'd like to see a pregnancy picture of Michelle Obama. More than that, President Donald Trump did buy Michelle Obama a very expensive diamond necklace that I've never seen her wear in public when Trump took over the White House. So there's a lot of questions there. But, I'm being told that Obama is CIA and that his grandmother was always CIA. Now, I do believe that the CIA controls everything in the United States of America, especially the elections. Did you find election corruption?
Well, no, CIA, it's not CIA. It's the Marxists. You don't understand. It's a philosophy. And they've been stealing. There's a case, if you want to go back, there's a case in 1982 in which the FBI investigated in Chicago, which is full of corruption, which is where Obama's from, and he just practiced it all over. But they documented, the police documented voter fraud. It's not new. And LBJ in Texas admitted basically that they did voter fraud. So it's not unusual, and I think it's really crazy for the Democrats all the time just said that the election was stolen by voter fraud when Trump was in place. And now they're saying you're a denier if you believe in voter fraud. But there's a clip of Democrats talking about voter fraud all the time. In fact, the former governor, a Democrat governor, declared that, Trump never won the election. And so, and you got the woman, I'm trying to remember her name, but from Georgia, who says that she thinks she won the Georgia election, there was voter fraud. So it's not unusual.
How long have you been out of prison?
A little over 3 years.
Okay, and you've been
Trump
on
commuted
probation?
my sentence, huh?
Trump did what?
Trump commuted my sentence.
That's amazing. Why didn't he just forgive you all out?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay, what happens if Trump doesn't win in November and take back Washington, D.C.?
And does what?
What happens if Trump does not win in November? What happens if Trump doesn't come back to Washington, D.C.? What do we do then?
You're going to see our country spiral out of into a downward spiral, and you'll see wars everywhere, and we'll be attacked by China.
So Trump has to come back to Washington, D.C.
Well, I would think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to run again?
No, I haven't had that on my plate right now. I've had, from being in prison, I got some health issues. They refused to take me to the hospital. And
how much did they torture you in federal prison?
they didn't torture me. They just didn't treat me well. That's all.
So you have health issues that you're healing.
Sorry?
You have health issues that you're working on.
Yeah. Well, I got COVID twice in prison. And then they refused to take me to the hospital, and I finally took that double pneumonia. And I was sick, so fortunately they got me out.
Okay, so what's your best guidance for American patriots out there? What do we do?
Well, I think you need to be vigilant, and I would do everything I could to go campaign in a state which is a swing state, such as Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, those states, Arizona, and try to go there and volunteer for the next, 90 days, help them out. Because it's going to be a close election, and they're going to steal, and so you have to win by more than what they steal.
Who really is the deep state? Can you name some? Who are they?
Barack Obama.
He can't be there by himself. Who else is part of the deep state?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a list.
Okay. I'm going to have a
list
list soon.
There that believe in Marxism. And listen to NPR. Those are all deep staters.
So funny because we fund.
They don't have any Republicans on the show.
Yeah, we fund. The federal government funds NPR, and they don't have any Republicans on their show.
No, and they interview each other, which is really bizarre. That's not news when you interview each other. They do it all the time, and then they have a script. They each read from the script. You'll hear one talk and the other talk. It's all scripted, and they have the most expensive broadcasting and more staff per show than any other platform. I mean, some of these talk shows like Rush Limbaugh just have, just a few people. NPR has it catered, food all the time, just lavishly spending because they get $500 million from the taxpayers. Plus, they have corporate sponsors.
And family foundations. Family foundations like the Annenberg Foundation funds them.
Yeah,
it's so corrupt. It's so corrupt.
And a lot of these people like Ford, they disagreed with the direction that the Ford Foundation was going, and they said buzz off, even though he was a Ford. Once they get the board in there as far left, you can't really do anything about it. It's pretty
Steve,
horrible.
Steve, why won't you come on with video? I need you to come back when you can come on with video. Will you ever come on with video?
Eventually, but not right now.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to let you go because I know you're so busy.
All right.
But if people want to donate to you, do you have a Give, Send, Go? Do you have anything?
No, not yet, but I need to get one. They're making a documentary, which I think I showed it at the sheriff's event. I showed the lead for it. What do they call that? You know, a promo.
Yeah, the sizzle, the trailer.
Right. And
Who's making
so
that?
you're making a documentary, so that's one reason why I'm not on it. Go ahead, what?
Who's making the documentary? Who's doing that?
It's a group of guys that are patriots.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, you better invite me to that opening, and you better invite Bill Ogden from Tactical Civics to that opening. We all want to be there for you. When will that be?
I don't know. Sorry,
Okay.
but I will invite both you guys. No problem. By the way, I don't know if Bill's aware of it, but in Congress, my staff was from Gun Owners of America and John Blanco, and then I also had many awards for defending the Second Amendment. Many awards.
Yes, God bless you. Yes. Okay, so I need you to come back when we can have video, and anytime you want to call me, and then when you get a Give, Send, Go, I'll put it on my Telegram, and I'll put it out on X, and we'll all help you. And the founder of our company, America Happens, is Vem Miller, and so he really wants to get you on his show, Blood Money, which is a really, really powerful show.
Well, you guys have a great time, and appreciate all that you're doing to defend America. We have to keep this country because there's nowhere else to go.
There's nowhere else to go. We cannot go to El Salvador.
Although we love that guy.
Okay, God bless you.
Cryptocurrency is a great guy.
Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, so I'm going to have Steve go, but Bill will have him on again, so don't worry. Okay, God bless you. Peace. I know you're really busy, Steve. Can you hear me? Bill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I've got to figure out, the sound is getting weird. Now I've got feedback. I've got to figure out why there's feedback now. Do you hear the feedback?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to finish up with you because, sorry, that was a diversion, and I appreciate you so much. That was Steve Stockman. He's a former congressman. He was thrown in prison by the same group of people that's trying to throw President Donald Trump in prison. So 5 minutes. What do we do, Bill? Go for it.
The people themselves have to educate themselves. Jefferson said that a man who wants to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization never was, never can be. And so when you're seated on the grand jury, you don't look over and say, well, Your Honor, what should we do now? I would expect my fellow countrymen to know what they're supposed to do when they walk in the door. I was at an event and I asked, how many people in here don't know what jury nullification is? 1/3 of the room didn't know. So I explained it. The reason we have jury nullification, the 12-man jury, jury of my peers, 12 people who know me, which is kind of a key concept, is because the king makes the law, the king appoints the judges, the king makes the law. King George makes the law. King George sent his judge over here. But thank God for the 12-man jury who hears the case, and they can say things like, boy, we know Corinne, we don't think she did that. Or, we know Corinne, and if she did do that, she probably had a good reason. Or, yeah, we know Corinne, you're darn right she did that. It's a bad law. You rule on the facts of the case and the law. But if the people who sit in the jury box don't know they have that authority, what protection is it against the abuse? So too, the people on the investigating juries also have some authority. You know, the grand jury is equal to the judge, superior to the prosecutor, superior to the sheriff, all resources of the courthouse available to the grand jury. They can ask questions, investigate wherever it goes, but they got to know that first. They got to know that. And so Tactical Civics produces materials like this lovely little book titled Grand Jury Awake, available for download once you join Tactical Civics. It's a little primer on what your responsibilities and powers are as a grand juror. Right now, I'm formulating questions. I work in the phase 1 of the operation, the growth mode. How bad does it have to get before you decide to do something? I'm going to look at your audience right now. Let me just look right at them. So you've been sitting out there listening to this. You've been listening to what they did to Steve King, whoever this they is, what they do to your kids at school, what they do to you at the doctor's office. They said you had to wear a mask. They said you couldn't go to church. They stole your election. They're giving your wealth away to foreigners. They're not giving it to foreigners. Don't be deceived. Foreigners are taking a cut, and it's coming right back to this country, to the people that legislate the money out. Rudy Giuliani had followed it. He said, Congress allocates money, gives it to the State Department. State Department goes and gives it to NGOs. NGOs distribute it to local groups. He said, I'm going to Cyprus tomorrow. This is RICO. He said, this is what I did in New York with the mob. It's the same thing. And of course, then they went after Rudy, Lone Ranger, and did whatever abuse they could to him. You have to decide, you at home, sitting in your chair, drinking your drink, eating your popcorn, you have to decide to take a stand. Or you can explain to your kids, grandkids, great-grandkids what exactly it was so damned important now that you couldn't get involved in civics and save this country. We just got our first great-grandchild a week ago, Colton Ray. Young man's got a future in country music. I can see it coming. Bring back the mullet, Colton Ray. That's probably the album. And I can picture him asking me questions 20 years from now. What were you doing when the country was on the skids? How did you help turn it around? What was your role back then when things were so bad? Or were things this bad when you were a kid, or is it just now in my lifetime? What is your accountability to the future? You know, I pull this little pocket constitution out every now and then just to remind myself of the words. We, the people of the United States, had a lot of things we wanted to do, but the last of them is secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. So we do establish and ordain this Constitution. Are you going to let it go? You're going to be the last one, turn the lights off on your way out? You're going to knuckle under to global communism? Eat your algae cake, live in your smart city? Or are you going to actually get involved in your local community and do something? For my part, I refuse to sit here and do nothing. What I can do, I will do. And even if it all goes for naught, I will be remembered for the effort, because it's a big effort. We've grown by a factor of 12 times in the last year. Some of us have been working pretty hard to make this happen. We're going to restore this republic with or without you, whoever you are. We're going to do this. Okay? Don't question me on how we do it if you're not going to help. And I'll stop now because I'm being mean. I don't want to be mean on your show. Thanks for having me on, though.
You're one of the greatest guests ever. I appreciate you so much. Please come back whenever God tells you to.
I shall do.
Thank you, Bill.
Good.
God bless you. Yes.
Goodbye.
What did you say?
Say goodbye to all the feds.
Exactly. Bye, feds. Exactly. I have feds in my chat. I have feds in my YouTube chat. It's so crazy. Okay. Thank you so much. Come back and we'll talk about everything. God bless you. Yes, I want to bring in Steve. Do you have something else you want to say? Steve King's back. Let's
No,
bring
I
him
don't.
on
I
for a
just
minute.
accidentally came upon you. I was
Okay, did
supposed
you
to be
want
on
to say
another
something?
program and your audio was coming into my Zoom. So I don't know why, but I guess it's because I missed you, and we'll have to do this. I'll have to shut you off and come back another time, but we're going to do it for an hour. Aren't we?
Wait, do you have something else you have to say?
No, not
You've
not really.
5 minutes. Give me something deep.
I can't even do it. I've got a Zoom I'm supposed to be on, and your audio was stepping into my Zoom call. So that's how I found you again.
Okay, so you've got to just completely turn off and then turn back on.
Yeah, that's what I'll do too.
Is my producer there? Mr. Producer, can you hear us? What do we tell Steve King to do? Okay, I don't think my producer's there, so I can't ask him what to do.
So thanks for your help. I'm going to say
Life
goodbye.
is so wild. Okay, give us something deep. I want to get you to go deeper. I'm an investigative journalist. Give me like one deep thing. What's your deepest? I can't even do it now because my mind's on what I had to pull out of in an urgency. So we'll come back though, and we're going to do an hour. That's our promise, right? Okay, yes, totally.
Deal.
And we're going to go deep though. Okay. So is the producer there? Can you hear me? Is anyone there? I'm waiting for Sal Greco. We're going to talk about what's really happening in New York City, because what I really want to make specific here is that I am based in Washington, D.C. So I am very aware of what's happening in Washington, D.C. And a lot of the stuff that's really happening is getting banned and censored by mainstream media. The most important thing you need to know is that the pro-Palestinian protesters have descended upon the Israeli embassy since, okay, so now we're going to play, okay, yeah, the pro-Palestinian protesters have descended upon the Israeli embassy. And so a lot of stuff could happen in Washington, D.C. because no one's stopping them. They also have an encampment in front of Blinken's house in Virginia. So we'll get back to that. But I want to tell you that today is the anniversary, April 24th, 1915, the Armenian genocide started. And that's happening in the United States of America right now. And our founder, the founder of America Happens, Vem Miller, always wants to make sure that you understand that it happened first with the Armenian race, and they had a genocide, and now it's happening to us in the United States of America. So prepare. It's actually the Armenian culture, but today, April 24th, is the day to remember the Armenian genocide. Okay, so we're going to play a video, an interview that I took of General Flynn. Let's play that now. My name is Corinne Cliford, and I have an incredible guest today that we all know, the legendary General Flynn. I'm live in Las Vegas. General Flynn is live in his tour bus in New Mexico. How are you, General Flynn?
I'm doing good. I want to show everybody we're on the road here, so this is real. We're on the that's our truck right up front with all of our gear. We got a video team. We have a logistics team, and then this is the RV that we're in. It's great. It's wonderful. We're going to 35 cities, in the next 7 or 8 weeks here, and we've already been to 8. Or I'm sorry, we've been to 7. Glendale, Arizona tomorrow is our 8th city, and anyway, we're really looking forward to seeing you, Corinne, up in Las Vegas here in a couple of days. We'll be there for 2 full days because we have our film event, and then I'm also going to be participating in an event with the Constitutional Sheriff's Association. So looking forward to that.
Yes,
I just want to make mention of one thing, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Yeah, for your audience, and I think because today's a really important day. I mean, we're living in a third world country right now. The way that they're treating Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump. I've been following his court hearings today. It's just absolutely, totally unconstitutional election interference at its worst. This is absolutely outrageous. It's disgusting. It sickens me to no end that we are in a nation that's supposed to be based on a rule of laws where everybody's equal, and we're not supposed to have these corrupt, feckless judges that we have. And it just, for many Americans, this is going to strengthen the resolve of all of us who are determined to put that man back in the White House. And these people are going to try everything that they can. I mean, right now there's some indications that they don't want him to be able to even travel outside of New York for the next 6 weeks. For the next 6 weeks, that means he cannot do any rallies, he can't do any campaigning. This is total election interference. And the fact that he can't attend his son Barron's high school graduation is, excuse me, but is total bullshit. And this is not America, folks. We are being run by a bunch of Marxists sitting in the Oval Office and in the White House and in other components of our government, to include the intelligence community. So I'm on my high horse right now, and boy, I'm telling you, I'm glad I'm going around this country to speak to as many people as I can possibly speak to. And in this film, Flynn, Deliver the Truth, Whatever the Cost, they're going to see exactly what is happening to Donald Trump right now. Because what happened to me, it is the exact same people. They have not been held accountable yet, and they must be held accountable. And we will hold them accountable once we get back into office here and into the power of the presidency, and we can actually bring a normalcy and a sense of rule of law back to this country. When people see this movie, Corinne, you're going to see it in Las Vegas. I'm telling you, it will change your life. You will say to yourself, "Oh my God, I didn't realize just how deeply corrupted our nation is." But the outcome, the message, the bigger message is not about all the bad things that happen. It's about what's good, the good things that come out of this movie. And the good things that come out of this movie, are the strength that a family can bring to a community, to a country. And we can be an example for everybody else to drive this darkness, to drive this evil out of our country, because we are facing an evil time, and we're going to need to drive this evil out of this country. My God, I mean, everything that I'm seeing, I knew it was going to be bad for him today, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad. And this judge has a black heart. People will say, "We don't have a heart." He has one. It's a black heart. And I'll tell you, these are the people that they don't have a soul. They don't have any faith. They don't look at things like I look at things, and I'll just speak for myself. And in this movie, people can go to flynnmovie.com to check out our website, to check out our testimonials, to check out our movie tour videos, to check out the teaser, the trailer, and it's all there at flynnmovie.com. And I want to thank your audience and anybody else that listens to this for making us #1 of all DVDs being sold on Amazon right now. That's all movies, all fiction, nonfiction, everything. This movie is that powerful, and we're already getting a lot of good feedback from it. And if you see the testimonials we posted, you'll know. So I know we don't have a lot of time, Corinne. Appreciate your guys' patience. And let me just throw it back to you to see if you have any questions.
Yeah, so General Flynn, what do you want us to do to prepare for the November 2024 election cycle?
Yeah, don't wait until November, okay? So don't wait. This is a Monday, so your week's already started, and you're already late. All of you are already late. So you got to get out there, and you got to go. Now's the time to start training as a poll watcher, as a vote counter, as a precinct volunteer. As somebody getting involved in a campaign. Go find out if your sheriff's decent. If your sheriff's not a decent constitutional sheriff, then find somebody who can take that job and get behind him and get him in there, because we're going to need good sheriffs in this country. We're going to need good district attorneys in this country. We've got to get rid of all these people that are Soros funded. You can't have this in our country anymore. We're rapidly, these people don't care. They're blatant. They're in our face right now, and all of them. And I saw this, and I lived it. The scale of the corruption. That means the size of it, right? The scale of it. Scale of corruption is well beyond what everybody really knew. I know it. That's why they had to get rid of me. And I talked through in the movie that story and why, right? Flynn knows where the bodies are buried, right? So I walk people through that, and I also walk them through a very intimate conversation about how my family, stood this test, this very historic test of time, and it struggled. It's a story of survival. But I'm sitting here talking to you on a road trip. In this case, to Glendale, Arizona. Anybody that's listening to this, go to Glendale, Arizona tomorrow night and meet with us. It's at flynnmovie.com. You can find out exactly where we're at. And I'm going to go to 27 other as a nice trucker, keep it good. I think it's 26 other cities around the country. So join us on this tour. Lock arms with me. Get on my team. We are going to save this country. And we're going to do it one county at a time. Maybe we'll do it one person at a time. Maybe one podcaster at a time, right? But we've got to save this country. We cannot allow our children and our grandchildren to live under Marxism or communism. That's what's happening. And I'm not just using hyperbolic language here. I'm being very precise in what I say, and I mean it.
Yes, General Flynn, I'm based in Washington, D.C., so I try to interview all the 4-star generals. And so I know they don't care about our country right now because I look at them, I look in their eyes and see their responses. So I'm so grateful. You're one of the bravest men in America, and I can't wait to see you in person in Las Vegas on Wednesday.
Outstanding. Yeah, we'll be there, I think, I'm mixing my days up. So tomorrow we'll be in Arizona, Wednesday, Las Vegas, and I think Thursday, Las Vegas, and then Friday we are in Santa Barbara, California. So we'll spend a couple of days there. I look forward, Corinne, to doing, maybe we do something live with you there, at the site.
Yes,
And,
on your red carpet.
Yeah, thank you so much for all that you're doing, and appreciate your support to your audience. I know you have a great audience and people that love you. And what I want to tell people is, look, we can do this. This is America. This is not, Cuba or Venezuela or China or Russia or Iran or any of these crazy countries in the Middle East. You see what the pro-Palestinian protesters are doing today in America. They're shutting down our cities. They're shutting down. This is nuts. This is nuts. That's why we're, a president of the United States is supposed to do two things. Supposed to grow our economy, supposed to make sure that we stay safe and secure. And the subtext of being safe and secure is they have to basically get out there and use the tools that we provide them, that taxpayers fund, like our military, our law enforcement, and let them unleash them and let them get out there and protect us in our own country. Forget sending another dime to Ukraine or to the Middle East or to the United Nations for that matter. I mean, it's crazy. The United Nations had a vote today, and Israel asked to condemn the attack by the Iranians. They fired 180 cruise missiles. 180. That was the other night. I know that they've launched some more missiles since then, but 180 cruise missiles. In my movie, Flynn, Deliver the Truth, whatever the cost, I show the launching of a couple of missiles from North Korea. People need to see the size of these things, the scale of what is being rained down, the terror that's being rained down on the people of Israel. And the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations asked the UN to condemn that attack. And no one did, not even the United States. So shut the UN down. The Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, you're in Washington, members of the House of Representatives are weak, and they're led by a very weak speaker right now. He's a very, very weak speaker. He's it's sad, actually. Very sad, Mike Johnson. You're a very sad man. I'm sorry to have to say that, but we all had hope, and when you came in with the prayer, we're going to kneel and we're going to pray, we're going to get our country back on order, blah, 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 and you've done nothing. Absolutely nothing. You've allowed Hunter Biden to give you the Italian salute. You've allowed all these other people in our country to basically hold you, Mike Johnson, in contempt, and you represent the people. You're the Speaker of the House of Representatives. You're supposed to represent all the American people because the House of Representatives is the representatives of the people. The Senate is different. The Senate is an upper chamber body that represents the needs of the state. House of Representatives represents the needs of the people, and you are not doing your job. So sorry, but that's the truth.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that there are brave men like you in the United States of America standing up for us, General Flynn. Everyone buy tickets to his movie on generalflynn.com. Thank you so much.
God bless. Thank you. Thank you, Corinne. We'll see you in Las Vegas.
See you in Las Vegas. God bless you, General Flynn. Thank you. Okay, I mean, I love General Flynn, and I just had to play that, even though the sound was terrible, because I was waiting for one of my favorite people, Sal Greco. The truth is that, Sal, I met you before we were even involved in the freedom movement. I met Sal in Little Italy in like 2019 or 2018, or I don't even know what year, but
2019, yeah.
I thought you were hot. You were a New York City police officer. I was buying, I don't even know what I was buying, Italian food in Little Italy. And the owner of the restaurant, I was live streaming. That's what it was. I was live streaming because I wasn't doing real news then. I was live streaming. This is before COVID. And the owner of the restaurant said, you should meet Sal.
I remember this. So I was working, and the spot is actually it's called Cafe Palermo in Little Italy. He has the best cannolis on planet Earth. Now he's got Baby John's Pizzeria next door. He also has a restaurant across the street, the Pasta Boss. I highly recommend if you're in New York City. If you're there for any reason, make sure you go to these 3 places. But we were there. I was there. I walked in. I was working. And I went in at night. And Corinne is there. And I think Baby John or his cousin Larry introduced me to Corinne. And I saw her live streaming. And this was at the time where I was friends with Roger Stone. She didn't even know who Roger Stone was. And
Oh
I said,
my gosh, you're gonna embarrass me. Okay, this is the truth. Corinne confession. He said to me, "Do you know who Roger Stone is?" And I said, "No." I didn't know who Roger Stone was.
She didn't know Roger Stone. I don't even know if you
Because
knew.
I was live streaming entertainment stuff. I was doing restaurants. I was doing food. I wasn't involved in politics. And you told me who Roger Stone was. And you even offered to introduce him to me. And it shows you what little of a social climber I am. Because I didn't try to meet him through you. I never took your offers up. I didn't care. I didn't know who Roger Stone was. So now, oh my gosh, now we have to invite Roger Stone on my show with you next time because I'm turning red. I'm embarrassed. You're right. Okay, so go for it. New York City is a mess now. That's when New York City was kind of cool, but you were still getting in trouble.
Yeah, well, you had me out in the street protecting everybody. You had a real man's man, cop out there doing his job. We don't have that anymore now. We have, you could tell this was 5 years ago now. So look at the difference of when you were there in 2019 versus 2024. And you also, as bad as, the dope from Park Slope there, Bill de Blasio, when he was mayor, he was pretty bad. Can it get any worse under the swagger man with no plan, Eric Adams, who by far, Eric Adams, one thing I could tell you, he's the best dressed mayor since Jimmy Walker, the most corrupt mayor since William O'Dwyer, and the most incompetent mayor since Bill de Blasio. He is, at that time, he was the Brooklyn Borough president when I met you. Now he's the mayor, and it's just the corruption and the disaster his administration has been. You just said, I heard General Flynn talking about the protests, we call it riots. So just to make this clear, when you go to Columbia University, there are a bunch of snotty, rich, elitist kids that go there. You can find some legitimate Palestinians at this school, but I'm going to tell you, all these movements in New York City and all these protests, which we call riots, many of them, they're not who they say they are. You see, when there was Black Lives Matter, which is basically the same thing now, the guy with the purple hair, he's not African-American, he's not Palestinian, he's not even Arabic. He's a paid agitator. He doesn't live in New York City or wherever they're from. They come in and then they hijack whatever movement is going on for that time. And then they start throwing what you saw last night or 2 nights ago. They start throwing bottles, rocks at cops. Then they start chanting crazy stuff. Before we go and try to make this into an Israeli and Palestinian thing, look at the faces that are in the crowd. Just look at them, because the guy with the purple hair, who is quote unquote transgender, or he may be gay or whatever the case is, in Palestine in the Arabic religion would actually be thrown off a roof. They don't believe in that. I don't know if he knows that. And they actually, when they were told this, I believe at a seminar, they were like, huh? These are the people that are hijacking things and making things violent. The regular protester or Palestinian or even Israeli is not violent. They're going to say that, they believe in what this country is. They believe in speaking their voice. When these people come in with the purple hair and start throwing batteries and, let's chaos, because that's what they're paid to do. See, that I've seen this over and over and over and over again. So each time you see, and now listen, could it be
Who's
one or
paying
two?
them?
Yeah,
Who's paying them?
And I'm saying this, could it be a bad apple in that? Yeah, there may be a bad apple. Meaning,
I think Mike Bloomberg is paying them.
I don't know if Bloomberg. He did a lot to fix the city. I wouldn't say, I don't know if he would fund that. I definitely think there's some dark entities involved that are, dark money involved in the same thing like in elections where they, get certain people in office. Like you have Eric Adams there for another 2 years unless they arrest him or indict him for something, you're stuck with that guy as mayor, and he's partying in Miami while all of this is going on, by the way. And he's partying with P. Diddy, the other guy who's wanted right now. He's getting an investigation. And Mayor Suarez, who's in another federal investigation. So 3 guys that are being looked at by the feds are partying in Miami out of the watchful eye of New York City and what's going on there. This guy abandoned ship anytime things get really rough. The other time, I believe he went to South America to check out the border, Eric Adams, and that's when he got hit when originally we started to find out about that whole nightclub Sofrito in the Bronx. That's like, this is the Raven nightclub for the Democrat Party / upper echelon of the New York City Police Department / Letitia James and the District Attorney of the Bronx. They all party there, right? And Eric marched in on a Thursday night, and the Friday was a big storm, and he was nowhere to be found until 12 in the afternoon. That's because on Thursday night, he had one party at a place in Manhattan, a birthday fundraiser, which is, they call these birthday fundraisers, meaning they raise funds for you using the scheme of a birthday, even though it's not. You could have 10 birthday fundraisers in a year, apparently, but you only have one birthday. So he had one party, and then from there, he went to Con Sofrito, which, by the way, this place owned by Eddie Caban's brother, the police commissioner's brother, and co-owned by none other than the infamous Jimmy Rodriguez, a mob associate / self-admitted criminal who used to own a place, if anyone remembers, is from New York City, back in the Bronx, called Jimmy's Bronx Cafe, which, number one, Major League Baseball banned their own players from going there. It was so bad. 2, there were multiple investigations and arrests, federal indictments for drug dealing, murders that were unsolved. It was chaos. Rappers, all these guys showing up, and always a fight. That's what he was known to have. So he's the creator manager of this place. He's also owned Don Coquille. He's owned Jimmy's Cafe. Now he's a creator manager of Con Sofrito. But he's also a very good friend and associate of Bill Clinton. He knows all this, basically a lot of these state assembly guys, these state Senate guys, councilmen, they're all pictured with him. And of all people, here's somebody that people should really read about, Letitia James. What the hell is she doing at Con Sofrito and partying with this guy? And then she's pictured with him in other events that are not at Con Sofrito. So she clearly is hanging out with a known criminal mob associate. Nobody's asking any questions. She's out there trying to railroad Trump and her witch hunt, these crazy trials that none of it makes sense, but yet nobody's questioning her own actions, which, by the way, she has staffers that were involved in. Her chief of staff was involved in a sexual harassment / rape of another staffer. And she buried that story because when she was running for attorney general a couple of years ago, she didn't want to debate the Republican candidate because he was ready to debate her and hit her with that one. That's how corrupt New York City is. And then, so when we go back to looking at how everything goes, when you arrest one of those protesters or rioters, we'll say, they get right out. They get out in less than a couple of hours if they don't get a desk appearance ticket. And then they go right back to doing exactly what they're paid to do. That's why you have people with 20 arrests. And when I first met you, they had put in the discovery laws, which are crazy enough, which means as a prosecutor, they have to give the defense everything over in 15 days, which means if I arrested somebody, I was doing DWI arrest. That was my big thing. So when I lock the guy for DWI, I have to give him all the paperwork, everything that's there, plus your partner. So let's say your partner in the car has vacation the next day and he doesn't come back for 14. Well, if he doesn't give that paperwork he filled out that he was even at the scene, that entire case gets dropped. That was all under Andrew Cuomo. And then came the bail reform. And that's Kathy Hochul's little baby. So with that one, you'll see that now the judge cannot hold anybody. If you have a guy who's you have to basically say the guy's a flight risk. You have to, if he's not a flight risk, he's leaving. He's leaving that day. So basically any crime is, don't worry, short of a murder, which some of them got out anyway, I heard, they let them right back out. So that's what you're seeing. It's just a revolving door. So some of it is the ineptness of Eric Adams. The police department is just, you don't get paid enough to try to do that job anymore. And then you have these local DAs and state attorneys who all they care about is partying all the time. And they don't even mention trying to fix any of this stuff. They don't care. The judges' hands are tied. And don't ask the legislators, because Carl Hasty, the biggest guy in New York State, who's the assembly speaker, he's a good friend of Jimmy Rodriguez and Richie Caban there at Concerfrito, hanging out there every single day. He's pictured there with a lobbyist. And by the way, we'll go back to Concerfrito real quick. This place has admitted in their own court paperwork, the landlord took Concerfrito to court. Why? They have an illegal party shed. And the party, I see the comment, somebody mentioning any pictures of them partying? Yes, there's a lot of pictures. Just go on my own Instagram, the Sal Greco. Also go on Twitter. Put in Concerfrito, you'll see it. So you see them all in this party shed. So the party shed is an illegal wooden structure that was built on the property. Now, the property is one of those historic properties. So in New York, I don't know if you understand it, back in the day, they used to lease these kind of properties for $1 for like 100 years. And it's like, it's under like 10 different land commissions. You can't even build a little, like a lemonade stand without getting approved from 10 commissions. I mean, you'll never get that. They built this shed illegally. It's outside too. So when you step out, you're stepping out on this wooden plank. So they built the shed and they've been partying there since the day this place opened on the Concerfrito, which is 4 years now. So they had a liquor license. The SLA, the buildings department shows up in 2022 because now the police commissioner's brother is the owner. They gave him a liquor license, okay? And the same day, the building department said, we're giving you a $2,500 fine, but irrespective of the fine, this shed has to go. It's illegal. It's a public safety hazard. They never went back up until when the article started getting written, and the structure stood. So they got a liquor license somehow, despite the fact that that structure is illegal. That's where they get all their parties. You have to understand the restaurant only has so much space in it. And that's where all the money's made in that business. It's liquor. It's the party room. So they use it as a garden room / party room. That's what it was called. Then the fire department comes, Corinne. They hit him with 20 violations. And they said, you have no fire suppression system. It's a fire trap. If you go back to the Bronx, there was a place called Happy Land in the early 1990 or 1987, 1990. The place went up in smoke, and I believe 80 people perished. And that's the reason they have these laws in New York City about how you have a business. You have to be up to code because they didn't want that happening again. That didn't stop anybody from closing this place down. So then you go back, and in 2022, after they got 20 violations, they were fire trapping a public safety hazard. The Bronx Borough President, Vanessa Gibson, former city councilwoman, has an event called the Bronx Week. Here's Jimmy Rodriguez, who now, remember, they say he's the creator manager in his own words on LinkedIn, but yet they're calling him the owner. I don't know why. That's odd. That's his place, they say. And they give him an award as restaurateur. Now, remind you, there's a podcast that's called Sit Down News. The guy clearly calls him a mob associate. He goes through a whole story. This is a former informant that was discussing that Jimmy Rodriguez tried to set him up in something. So that's out there. We know that that's public. Then he's getting an award despite the fact of all the drama this guy's had under his places in the past. None of them end. They all end the same way. Closed. He's nowhere to be found. There's all these lawsuits. There's crimes that were unsolved coming out of Jimmy's cafe. So they give him an award, and then a year later, now this is 2023, you've had the entire police department there. They're pictured there, videos there. Eddie Caban, who's the police commissioner's face, other than his brother and Jimmy, is the next most his face. He's in so many videos and pictures there. He's there like all the time, which would be a conflict of interest. Because remember, they said that Sal Greco violated the patrol guide because they said there's a patrol guide procedure, which is the rule book that guides the NYPD that says you cannot wrongfully or knowingly associate with someone who's reasonably believed to be engaged in or likely to have engaged in criminal activity. They said Roger Stone is this person for me. So what the hell is Jimmy Rodriguez to all the upper management NYPD? And if you want to go into the administration, because all these guys are hanging out with him over there, and they're engaged in a criminal act. They're endangering the public, which is reckless endangerment. It's a felony in New York, which is what Caban did. So when we forward this back to the landlord, on January 6th of all days of 2024, they had a party that was sponsored by Internal Affairs, and the NYPD's there, and the NYPD's having a party, and next thing you know, the landlord finally got the court to give him an injunction and said, you can't use the shed anymore. And they tried to say, okay, you got to take this down. So now they have an agreement. And in the stipulated agreement with the landlord, they agreed to leave by August 31st. They haven't paid rent since July 2023. Remember that number, since 2023. They also owe $7,000 in a water bill, right? And they said they were going to take the structure down before February 8th or on February 8th. If not, they can finally get the marshal to evict them. Now they're back in court. The shed is still up. Nothing's going on. They say that the judge says you can't use the shed, but that you have to remove it because the buildings department finally approved, because you need a contractor to take this down. So they still have a liquor license, by the way. So the SLA announced that they were going to have an investigation on Consofrito, right, for their liquor license. Now the Daily News wrote an article because they called them and they said, well, the investigation's closed. They don't want to say whatever happened with their findings. And they had 6 public meetings with their agenda and everything on there. None of those meetings anywhere mentioned Consofrito. You tell me, Corinne, what this sounds like.
It sounds like New York City.
Mm-hmm. This is, I by the way, guys, I cover this on my own show. It's the Sal Greco show. It's on Rumble. It's on YouTube. I also I'm on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So, and I'm looking.
Will
to
you
do
come
something
on America Happens? We want your show on America Happens.
I actually have a plan. I'm talking to them tomorrow. Now, in this whole scandal that I'm talking about, there's 2 other guys that we uncovered all of this together. I uncovered it also on this show. My 2 friends are John McCarry, Eric Dim, 2 retired lieutenants off the NYPD. One guy they said was the most complained cop, which is BS. The other cop left because he didn't want to take the vaccine, and they were pressuring people. They were going to fire you, whatever. It was crazy that time in 2021. So they created a podcast called The Finest, Retired Finest Unfiltered. That's on YouTube and Rumble. You can find him too. So he was being critical, having me on, discussing what I'm talking to you about, not as much details. I didn't know that they had a case against them, the SL, all this stuff. As I found out, I went on his show. Next thing you know, these active NYPD officers started threatening them online. Jimmy Rodriguez himself sent a message online saying vengeance, all this, we're going to see you soon. They had to file criminal complaints against this mob associate guy. Then the police department, they had to have an internal affairs investigation into all these cops that were threatening them. They were calling their number. It was nuts, all centered around that nightclub. So if you think it's something small, I know many people, it's nothing. You have like this Steve Bannon character that only talks about Trump, yet you heard today that he's a co-conspirator in his Miles Grow case. So look out. I've been telling you this guy is no good. I believe he's been an informant / compromise since 2019-ish because he perjured himself at Roger's trial, which they said the government said that Roger perjured himself, but yet why was Bannon never charged for perjuring himself? So, and he never goes to jail. He's always in trouble, but everyone around them gets indicted. Everyone else, Peter Navarro's in prison, but Bannon's not. The whole thing is odd. He's a co-conspirator. It's an article on Mother Jones. I understand you're saying it's a liberal publication, but sometimes in those liberal publications, there's a lot of truth there. All they did was pull out an indictment. They unsealed some stuff. The government filed some paperwork, and they named Steve Bannon as a co-conspirator. Now, why is he not charged? I'll tell you why. Either he, A, gave him enough info, or B, they're protecting him. And they have been for a while because Steve Bannon's out there Corinne, and I'm not, listen, by the way, I'm not saying Roger Stone did not tell me to say this. It's nothing to do with Roger. This is me.
No, just
I've
don't
sat
get
here
me
for
in
years.
trouble with Steve Bannon because I want to do his show one day because I
Well-
love his news. Steve Bannon always gives me a hug when he sees me, but he's never invited me on his news.
Yeah, did you?
But
I hope
listen,
you,
at
I hope you
America
pat him down
Happens-
when he's hugging you. I hope you pat him down and his pals around him. But
No, but listen, okay, you can talk uncensored. Like, say whatever you want.
yeah,
Go for
so
it.
I'm just gonna say, there's on that indictment on the government filing, they mentioned Steve Bannon is a co-conspirator. Now you have to understand that if
In
they're
New
not
York. In New
in
York.
this case with
So-
Miles Guo.
Trump cannot pardon him.
No, well, no, this case with Miles Guo from the government is different. That's a separate case. So Steve Bannon, who, by the way, his trial should be going on next month, unless mysteriously now Trump's trial goes a few extra weeks on purpose, because then Steve Bannon's trial will be bumped past November, which means he could start knocking on the desk again. And what is he going to say? Green Bay sweep and get everybody else indicted again. This guy, I'm telling you, from in my opinion, that is the sheep. That's the wolf in sheep's clothing. He's compromised. Hate to tell you people that. Look
Wait,
into
you're
that.
saying Steve Bannon is compromised?
That's what I'm saying. He is. Let's go back to his case. With,
I mean, I love his daughter. I love his
I
producer.
wouldn't want to
love
be
his
around
team.
them. I'm telling
I
you.
know,
as
no,
a,
but you're best friends with Roger Stone. Can you bring Roger Stone on the show so we can talk to him? That'd be so much fun. I want Steve Bannon on. I want Roger Stone. At America Happens, we don't censor, and that's why I love this channel. We want you on this channel, Sal.
I know. Well, listen, everyone can talk to anybody they want. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you from what I'm seeing. I've dealt with these people my whole life. I was in that system. And when I see it, that's why you just see me pull away. I see the way certain things are going on behind the scenes. I'm just saying, read that article from Mother Jones. It's very alarming that he's a co-conspirator. In other cases, there's other things going on with him, okay? So let's go back to when they both didn't do the subpoena from January 6th. Remember that, him and Peter Navarro? Bannon has a trial in front of Judge, the judge is a Trump appointee. This guy has a trial. Of course, he's going to be found guilty. There's just no way around that.
I was there. I was in federal court. I saw it.
So,
It's
okay,
4
so
months.
he was found
4
guilty.
months in prison.
But now the judge said, we're going to suspend your sentence until you have a hearing, which is
Because he's
the
appealing
appeal.
it. Yeah.
He appealed it. Okay, so he says, when you exhaust all of your resources, then we'll go back to the sentence. That's funny because he's the only guy that's ever happened that's a Trump guy. Everybody there gets railroaded for January 6th, and you have to report to freaking jail on the spot or wherever it is. Here
They
comes
can
Peter
arrest
Navarro.
you from the courtroom like they did to Stephanie Lambert in Washington, D.C.
Peter Navarro. Here comes Peter Navarro's case. He did the same thing apparently that Steve Bannon did, right? They said he didn't answer his subpoena and all that stuff. He's in front of Judge Matta. That's an Obama appointee. Obviously, he's going to be found guilty as well. So he tries to appeal it. Now, unlike Steve Bannon, whose appeal is heard months down the road in the month of November, his appeal is not only heard, but ruled almost like very shortly after. And it's like a unanimous thing, and he has to report right to prison. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon's appeal was heard in November of last year, and they have not ruled on it. That's unheard of because any court, and I've been involved. Remember, I come from this system. I've been in the court. I've locked up so many guys for DWI, all this stuff. When you have these things, usually it would take, 90 days, maybe 120 days max. This is May. That happened in November. How many months is that? You're looking at almost 6-7 months. They haven't made a ruling yet. Navarro's sitting in jail right now. He's out on his podcast talking, we have to go against Mike Johnson. And now you're hearing he's a co-conspirator. By the way, his other friends that he has around him, I don't have to mention any names, that they're around him. They're also co-conspirators because they're associated with him. I'm just telling you, when you see a rotten tree, but yet everyone who touches this tree gets affected, but that tree, nothing happens to it, you have a problem. Just saying.
Is it because President Trump always forgives him?
I wouldn't even say President Trump forgives him. I don't know what President Trump knows, if he knows everything that's going on, because look at what he's dealing with. He's got 4 criminal case trials. That's a lot of work. He's
What's
dealing
going
with
to
a lot.
happen to Trump? What's going to happen to Trump in New York City? Give us your bottom line there.
I'm saying I think it's like any other trial. The Roger Stone template will be used on him. He'll be found guilty no matter what. It would be a miracle if there's a hung jury, like one juror has the guts to say, I don't think this is fair. I mean, the judge has even made a rule. He's making rulings that are insane. His ruling. What was that today? What did he say today about the? There was a ruling he made today. I saw. I don't get it. I don't get what you have to be reasonable. And I remember in Rogers' case, the judge wouldn't allow certain evidence to be had. Any evidence that the government or like anything that they wanted from the government was denied. She would deny 9 out of 10 motions. And this guy's going to do the same thing as they use that template. Meanwhile, you don't have what are we saying that who did he commit a crime against? Is it Stormy Daniels? And who's the witness? Michael Cohen, the guy perjured himself and got disbarred. If he even tells me, somebody crossed the street, I'd have to ask him 10 times, are you sure? I don't believe you. That's the way it works. So the whole case, and Alvin Bragg, originally, they had this case, the feds, they dropped it. Then Alvin Bragg picked this up, and then originally he dropped it. And then this guy from the DOJ shows up to go work. So I think it was Colangelo's his name, or whoever it is, somebody from the DOJ left their job from the DOJ to go work for the Manhattan DA's office. That's almost like a demotion and a slap in the face if that ever happened to someone. But then they picked this case up again, and then he gets indicted. And Alvin Bragg is out there. Alvin Bragg's never tried a case like this. So before we go jumping on Alvin Bragg's, I'm not trying to offend the guy, but I could clearly see this what it is. It's other people behind pushing it that are much bigger than him that could easily, like this guy from the DOJ going there that's another troubling sign. Like, I've never seen that before. You leave a job where you make more money to go work somewhere where you're making less and it's a less prestigious thing. You're a DOJ guy. The only way you leave there is to go be a criminal defense lawyer where you make a ton of money. You wouldn't leave the DOJ to go work at a rinky-dink office, Manhattan DA. That's how it would be viewed. So
I mean,
I think he's.
Yeah, my mom lives in Manhattan, so I have to go there, but I won't even go visit my mom in Manhattan because it is so corrupt. Everything you're saying, when I first met you at the end of 2019, whenever I met you,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was end of 2018, I never thought it could be this corrupt. But when you're in New York and you see what they're really doing, it's out of control corrupt.
I've said this from day one. I was telling you then, I think things were crazy, but I didn't know how crazy they got.
Yeah,
and I'm just look what I'm hitting you with. I'm hitting you with the fact that the court there is corrupt in Manhattan. You got the police department that loves to party all the time with all these rapper felon guys and all these other people. Fat Joe and them are hanging out with Jimmy and Richie Caban and Eric Adams and the nightlife mayor. He's always involved in the most shadiest things. We
don't even know if Eric Adams even lived in New York City when he ran for mayor. We don't even know how Eric Adams won because I was there because I was documenting the COVID closures when you had to have a vaccine to be able to go into a restaurant. I was in New York City documenting that, boots on the ground, heels on the ground. I was documenting all of the protests in the actual restaurants when people were getting arrested for saying, I'm not going to get vaccinated. I'm coming into your restaurant. I was there documenting that. It was so insane. My mom was going ballistic because she didn't like me to do that because it's very dangerous in New York if you get arrested. But they drop the charges most of the time because so many people get arrested. But New York's a mess.
I like this guy. I like this guy in the chat. He said, "Didn't the mafia build New York? How can you be surprised?" Actually, that mafia versus what you're seeing today, those guys were all taken out. They were all gone. It's the government runs roughshod over everything, which is what you're seeing. But it's so that there's no checks and balances because I believe it's more. You can't. I'm not going to say the whole government is corrupt. Because you had guys like me that did the right thing. I never heard it. The only time I locked you up, you with DWI, it is what it is. I was big with I locked the guy up and he's undocumented. Why is he not being deported? And they used to tell me, shut up, Sal. That's that New York City policy. We don't do that. So, you know, it's certain people, they get put in these positions of power up top, and they basically rub elbows with politicians, and then they all get together with these other guys that are like stronger than them, and they devise a scheme at a place like Concerfritos where they would sit down and they devise whatever they're going to do. Oh, we're going to do it this way. We're going to do it that way. Because it's all power players there. You have the attorney general.
This is a whole new level of corrupt, because when I first met you, I enjoyed going to New York. I enjoyed visiting my mom. I enjoyed shopping. I won't even shop in New York. You can't even pay me money to go to New York. I won't even stay in any of the hotels. The hotels are covered in migrant mess. It's a mess out there. I have a daughter. My daughter was in New York for summer for an internship, and the man in the grocery store was just standing there naked every day. The police didn't care. I had a naked man at my daughter's grocery store in the Upper East Side. New York is a mess, and you knew that, and you left, and you told me you were leaving, and I thought you were leaving because of, obviously, Roger, but you were leaving because you knew how corrupt it was. Aren't you glad you got out of New York and you live in Florida now?
And don't forget that they destroy you in taxes as well. The state tax is outrageous. I got destroyed. They fired me, and then you don't have a pension. You have to take your money out because it's you can't have it sitting there. Because remember, now I have this lawsuit against them. So they tax you like 3 times, and the state tax is the killer. They destroy you in state taxes in New York versus a state like Florida. We don't have a state tax, and you actually things are taxed the right way. The problem here is more of the insurance, HOAs. You know, this Governor DeSantis, a lot of people, he's the best governor in the country because you don't live here. If you did, you'd see what I'm talking about and go, why is my electric bill rising? It did. He took money from the electric racket. He had a lobbyist give him like $9 million, and then my electric bill went from nothing to all of a sudden I'm like, wow, there's at least a 10, 15% raise on the same, watts that I'm using. I broke it down. I'm like, oh my God, it's true. So when you were once paying, let's say you have a regular apartment, you're paying $30, $40 a month, you use the same amount of watts, that's going from 60 to 70. You're like, what the hell's going on? That's all under his watch. When I first got here, it was cheap, and then later on, it got crazy. Then the insurance racket, I came here and I started paying. It was $900 for 6 months. I have a regular car. It's a SUV. I've had the same thing since 2015. And since $900 in 2022, now it is almost $2,000 for 6 months. Same insurance company. I don't have any accidents. That's because this guy raised your insurance rates and the HOAs. And before anybody starts to defend Ron DeSantis, he appoints the insurance regulators in this state, and he signed a bill that said let's say your house gets blown off the roof, your roof gets blown off your house, and then let's say you have you want to sue them because they want to give you pennies of the dollar. That's tough luck. That's the law he put in. So before we go praising the guy, you don't live here, and his approval ratings are not as good as you think. He's going to have his little base. Kind of like, Trump has his base.
The elections are corrupted in New York, Sal. The elections are corrupted. It's illegal what they're doing.
By the way, the board of electors in the Bronx, there's a woman on there that she was arrested about 10 years ago for stealing money. She worked for the housing authority. She also hangs out at Concerfrito. By the way, she now works for the board of electors in the Bronx. Just to let you know, this is the.
Am I going to get murdered if I let you talk about this on my show?
I don't know. I tell the people this because there's not too much help when it comes to the whole. When I expose this Concerfrito thing, people say, "Well, isn't that a mob associate?" So you're more afraid of this caricature that. I don't know what you're afraid of.
I'm not afraid. I'm just teasing you.
Oh, I'm saying versus the federal government who can.
I'm more afraid of the federal government.
Tap your phone, raid your house, make you domestic terror. They could just snap their fingers and that's it. Yes. It is what it is. They could Patriot Act you.
I want to go on a deep dive with you, but I know you have to go and I have to go. So we got to deep dive this about New York because there is so much to talk about.
I agree. Listen, New York is just. I know I went on a little tangent just now. I've never really, I've mentioned a few drops of the Steve Bannon thing, but now after I saw that he's a co-conspirator, look, people need to wake up and realize who's playing on what team and for what. I could see this for what it is. You have to, people need to smarten up. You could either be stupid or naive, but you can't really be both. You want to close a blind eye. Oh, I love this guy, Steve Bannon, the war room. And I also notice if you go in a war room, those people aren't nice to other people. That's another trend I found. So I'm just saying.
Well, I want Steve Bannon to come on America Happens and stand up for himself. Steve Bannon's always nice to me, but maybe he's surrounded by feds in his chat, just like I am. We don't know. But
it's not even that. He's
talk uncensored.
He's in multiple cases. And no, he's not. It's not a witch hunt. Listen, the only guy that could lay claim to something like that would be Roger or Trump, because it is a witch hunt what they did with this guy. There's certain people in the government, along with some politicians and some other, nefarious characters, will say, that seem to have had an interest in these political prosecutions. Has it been done in the past? Maybe a long time ago, but they really went overboard with this. Why? You'd have to ask them. That's what it appears to be an evidence of. But to say now that Steve Bannon's a witch hunt, no, actually, you were testifying against Roger at his case, and Jonathan Turley, who is a very established lawyer, who is not a right-wing guy by any stretch of imagination, and not a friend of Roger's, even said at the committee, the House committee, the same one that Roger testified for, here you are saying Roger isn't the link between WikiLeaks. He's never discussed this. And at his trial, you're going, he is the link. But so which one was it? No one's ever told this Johnny Cash wannabe. Why did you say that? So
I don't censor anyone, but very few channels will let you talk about this because everybody loves Steve Bannon. But the bottom line is that America Happens, we don't censor. So talk, say whatever you want.
I'm just saying,
and I want Steve Bannon's side to come on and say whatever they want too.
But we got to, this one thing, we got to understand that in this country, I'm a Christian. I'm going to say this. You don't worship any man. We don't worship Steve Bannon. We don't even worship Donald Trump. You worship a God.
Yes,
you have a sovereign entity. These are just other human beings like you. So I see a lot of this fanning of these people. Listen, I support Donald Trump. I don't worship Donald Trump. I don't worship idols.
We've all made mistakes.
Exactly. You worship a God. So get that. Everyone needs to stop and just remember, when you hear what I'm saying, it might hurt because the truth hurts, but it is what it is.
It's just going to hurt my career, but I'm fine. Like Steve Bannon will probably never talk to me again. And his daughter probably won't talk to me, and his team won't talk to me. But you know what? Natalie Winters is so good looking. Why would they pick a young girl as good looking as her who shows cleavage and she's everything's so great? It's very interesting. So the whole thing's so let's do a deep dive into this when we have more time, because you have to go and I have to go.
Yeah, I say that. I said somebody says Team Sal on this one. I like that. I tell the truth, and you're gonna call balls and strikes the way. If we're gonna start bending the rules for certain people, then we end up how I ended up. Where you say we don't like Sal, he must be terminated because he's friends with someone we don't like, and he supports a guy we don't like. But hey, we're bending the rules and hanging out with whoever we feel like breaking laws. But we have to treat you differently. No, everybody's even, and I'm just saying you need to be careful who you put your support or your trust behind. Now, remember, I'm all for Donald Trump. I'm a big Trump guy. But people have problems with certain things he may have done or said. I say he's the best pick to be a president, especially right now, because he kind of got cut off from what he was doing with everything that happened. There was some anomalies with that election. I'd say you can't say certain words. There was certain anomalies, like, I don't know, Philadelphia had more votes than registered voters. I think people forget about this one. That is a huge problem, but nobody looked into that. But to actually look at certain people, I'm saying this guy Steve Bannon is a guy who pouts his chest. He's out there, he does all these little moves and behind the scenes that, we don't want to discuss out in the public, or we know. But then you start seeing the legal cases, and I'm a legal guy. When you see legal cases, criminal complaints, read this stuff. Very important. There's stuff right now on X. I don't want to drop any names. It's between a former federal agent who I know and another guy. Who
That's a huge mess. I will say it. There is a huge fight on
Yeah.
X between Kyle Seraphin and James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
And they're trying to drag me into the fight. I'm not getting involved in that at all.
It's complete.
I am neutral. I'm not getting involved in any of these fights because I didn't even know who Roger Stone was in 2019
I'm just telling
when
you,
I first met you.
That X thing is nuts, and that what's going on there. And I'm kind of saying, I guess we're shooting inside
Whose
the
side
tent.
are you on? Are you on Kyle's side or are you on James O'Keefe's side?
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say this. I'm reading everything and it's disturbing, and people are not looking at it the way they should.
So thank God I don't work for anyone, and I see
people.
News companies could be invaded by feds.
Well, but here's the thing. No, it's like this. It's the fact of Kyle Seraphin. What he's producing is not what you think. They're calling him a fed and all this stuff. There's a civil case right now in the court against Project Veritas, I guess, and James O'Keefe.
Yeah, James O'Keefe gets sued all the time.
So what's being produced is, this is how this works. Somebody that is involved in that case, whether it's a lawyer, it's someone there, has this stuff and gave it to Kyle.
But why would Kyle go after one of our most successful independent journalists like James O'Keefe? Like, that's a whole story.
It could be a
so
story.
Let's do a deep dive. I want you to come back.
I can't get in Kyle's head, but I can tell you that Kyle, if he has this stuff, right? Somebody gives it to you. I don't know if they asked him to do a favor. I don't know what other than, is he just trying to do the right thing? Because some of that stuff is alarming, but it's not anything that's not known publicly. Why? It's in his court case. You could literally see the documents and what it says in there, and the things that they allege in that case.
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna ask James
that he did that. So I'm looking at it and saying, I saw that and go, wow. So this is the evidence you're gonna see in the case that's in it. That's all it is.
I'm gonna find out.
He's not they're calling him an operative. I'm like, you could do this with any lawsuit. Any lawsuit you see, there's going to be in the evidence or something that's given to the court on why these allegations. You could say whatever you want. You actually have to have some kind of proof to something in order to make the judge, because they're going to have a motion to dismiss, right? Because that's the first thing they hit you with, the other side. So that's all they're doing is he presented those documents from that lawsuit. That's what it is. To me, that's what it is. I haven't asked Kyle. That's what it looks like.
Will you come back next week? I want to do a deep dive on this because you have to go and I have to go. You've got to come back.
We do have to go. But I'm just saying, before you know, everyone, you know, starts judging people left and right, you're just going to take a deep breath. Then you look at everything, start thinking about what you heard, go online and look what I'm talking. Look at that lawsuit with James O'Keefe and Project Veritas. And in that document, it says that he messaged women, all this crazy stuff that Kyle
I'm going to find out.
It's
I'm going to find out. I'll find out.
Do you know when you get, do you know when you do your court cases? You seen those January 6th thing?
Yeah, I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Remember the allegations? There'd be an allegation of something.
Yeah, but let's table this to next week because you have another show and I have another show.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm just stating the obvious.
I'll get the info. Okay.
Don't like go crazy because that's all it is. Somebody leaked something that
they're
part of the case.
Roger Stone to back you up. I don't have anyone to back me up. Like, I'm alone in this, so I don't want to pick sides because every side I pick could just be a mistake. I just want to do the right thing and not censor. So, Sal, you're one of my favorite people. I liked you before we even did shows.
There's never a side. Here what we do, because I don't really know O'Keefe, but I know he's a good guy.
I know.
But I'm going to say this. When you see that going on there, you just let it play out. I don't know where this leads. I just know that what I'm telling you is what's going on. It's the documents from that case.
Okay.
I don't even know if he may have seen it or not. His lawyer, I don't know. But that's what that is. It's the cases. And I'm just saying this could be a friendly fire inside the own tent when, meanwhile, the real guy, the compromised guy, is the guy I mentioned tonight.
Okay,
Why is he a co-conspirator?
Okay, come back next week. This is so good. Okay.
Be careful when you're on the War Room.
I will. Okay.
Just be
If they
careful.
let me on. I don't think I've been on the War Room yet, but I'll find out.
The
I've
only
been on
war
Alex
room,
Jones.
the only war
There's
room
a
there
couple
is,
war rooms.
yeah, the only war room that there is as a show is Owen Schroyer. He's the man.
I love. Oh, we love Owen. I
Owen's a
love
great
Owen
guy. I
Schroyer.
love
Yes.
Owen. There's a persecuted
Okay,
guy
come
for
back.
nothing right there.
Yeah, I
Okay?
know. I love Owen. Okay, come back, Sal, next week. God bless you.
Yes.
Peace. That was
Thank you.
amazing. That is so uncensored. That's what we do at America Happens. We give you the news uncensored. I want to introduce my favorite doctor in America, who I'm going to need after this all happens. This is Dr. Sherwood. After everything goes down, how do I get Dr. Sherwood in? Producer, I need help. There you are. Dr. Sherwood. Oh, we need more lighting. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Thank you so
I
much.
should have more lighting. It's really dark where you are.
Yeah, I've got the lights on here, but I'm still in the office working. Go figure tonight, which is crazy.
Yes, I've been getting a really high level patients for you who actually have really high level stuff like cancer, and they don't understand that you're a real doctor. Like I'm telling people, you are a real doctor. You're not like these other doctors who say that they're real doctors and they're not. You're not like a COVID doctor. You're a real doctor. So everyone needs to start listening to what you tell us to do, because you've got to make sure I don't get cancer. Did you just hear this last guest and how he's talking about
I did.
James O'Keefe, Kyle Seraphin, Roger Stone, and Steve Bannon, and everybody's fighting? How do we stay healthy?
Well, we don't be fighting all the time. For number one, we got to put the right things in our bodies, the right things in our mind, the right things in our heart. And that's why, I mean, what you're holding up is what we developed. It's Kingdom Fuel. And I'm big on, trying to get the body to be resilient. I think that the better we can discuss things, the better we can walk through things, the better we can walk through life, the better health we can walk in. Corinne, we function better in life and do a better job. And that's all I'm about. I want to give people their life back. And we've got, people that come to us from all over the place. We give them their health back and their hope back. And that's why I have this bracelet here that says Hope Dealer on it. Because
okay, do you see me? I'm a testimony. I'm getting my health back. I'm getting my hope back. Look how more vibrant I'm getting. I live on Kingdom Fuel.
How you've lost some weight too. I know. How much have you lost? I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, and then people appreciate that.
Okay, so number one, I'm a girl, and so I try not to keep track, but what was happening in Washington, D.C., and this isn't just me, it happened to the founder of America Happens, Vem Miller. When you're in D.C., just everything in your body stops. You can barely function. And so I could barely function, but I have lost about 12 pounds since I started April 1st. Yeah, these are solid pounds, yes. And I'm not really trying to be attractive because, listen, Dr. Sherwood, this is a Corinne confession. I was a very attractive girl most of my life, and it got me nowhere. Okay, so I'm just trying to be normal. I'm trying to be healthy, and Kingdom Fuel keeps me healthy because I just had to travel for 10 days, and it was so fun with you last week. You let me do live. I love going live.
Good.
I like being unpredictable. I like being fun, but the Kingdom Fuel got me through it because I didn't care what Steve Bannon was serving. I didn't care what Sheriff Mack was serving. I didn't care what the food was in Las Vegas because I knew I could go to my hotel room and get 3 scoops of this and shake it in my shaker in the Kingdom Fuel shaker, and that I could survive this, and then I eat the Kingdom candy. The Kingdom candy is saving my life.
It's great, man. That stuff's awesome.
I mean, I need more. Like, I'm scared to ask you. I gave so many out in Las Vegas, but I hope I'm selling for you because everyone needs to buy the Kingdom candy. It's so important. You go to sherwood.tv / or / I don't even know, Corinne, CORINNE USA. See, I'm a hard news person, so I don't really sell, but you have to eat this because I'm living off the Kingdom Fuel and the Kingdom candy. It's saving my life.
You can live off that. We've had people do that. I mean, many people know, and Clay told this story, so I'm not stealing his thunder or betraying anything. Clay Clark lived off of Kingdom Fuel a whole month, and I think he lost 15 to 18 pounds or something like that. And good for him. But it honestly, you can live with that. And then I like that coffee. That's one of my favorite. I will have a cup every day. It's Kingdom Cup. That's certified organic, mold free. And few know that mold is in most coffees today. It's one of the main carriers of mold, and that's a problem. So that is certified mold free and organic, and the best coffee ever. You don't need to really put sweetener in. It's got kind of a sweet taste to it, but you can I like stevia in mine a little bit. So we try to come up with solutions, and we're trying to come up with more and more solutions every day for people to have their lives back and give them options out there that are not the standard American diet.
The standard American diet is so toxic now. When you
Yeah.
go into restaurants, and I keep telling you this, I've never been this way. I can't even eat the food anymore. I'm scared of the lettuce because I don't know what's in it. And I interview so many farmers. I interview so many people who say straight out that we don't know what they're putting in the pork. We don't know what they're putting in the meat anymore. We have no idea. So I live off your Kingdom Fuel and the coffee and the power bars, and I need more. I want you to do more products.
Well, we're coming out with more. This is not out for sale yet, but hot off the press, I got this right here. This today. This is my little mock-up.
Okay, let's see it.
This is going to be Kingdom Energy. Okay, these are little packets that look like this, and you can actually put them in water, and it actually has got a lot of B vitamins and electrolytes and things that will give you energy. And then we also got this right here.
So I just put it in my water.
You can. Yeah, and it's got a little fizzy
smart
to it. I've got it in 2 flavors, orange and grape.
Okay.
And this is Kingdom Energy Extreme. It's got a little, for people out there that like to lift weights, it's got a little creatine in there as well.
That is so important.
So these will be out here
important.
probably in the next week or so. So I'm looking forward to that. And that's, people need stuff. These energy drinks out there are terrible. So I wanted to come up with something different, something to be healthy.
I mean, the most important thing, and it is about $200, but it is the water.
Oh,
when you turn it on, I don't drink soda anymore because I turn my water hydration system on. Yes. Tell us about that. 100%.
So this is a little molecular hydrogen machine, and the little bottom section, you can see it's charged by a USB port. We need water to survive. There's no question, but this little contraption down here is made of titanium, in it via electrolysis, which is a little bit of a process. It creates hydrogen and puts it in the water. So all you got to do is take the lid off. I just had mine before I came on. While I was watching the guy go completely off. That was very impressive, buddy.
I know. How did I handle that? I love Sal. Let me tell you, I met
Sal
Sal
did a
in
great
2019
job.
when he was a New York City police officer, like a real police officer. We didn't have shows. We didn't know we were going to collide into the freedom movement together.
Yeah.
And I met him, and he was trying to tell me, certain things, and I didn't know what he was talking about because I was just doing food and entertainment and live streaming that stuff. And then it got really serious, and I got banned from every restaurant in New York City, and my mom lives there. And so I knew Sal, and everything he's ever told me has been true.
Well, Sal and I would get along well because I'm a former police officer. So I was tracking with that. That was great. And, it's important though, and Sal would concur with this as well. You got to have water to survive. And so when I put water in this thing and it gives me hydrogen to drink, water just carries the hydrogen and it goes in and it reduces inflammation in my body and reduces free radicals. That's just about as no-brainer as you can get.
And you can throw it in any bag, and you can bring it on a plane, and you can take their yucky water and turn it into good water in about 5 minutes. You just put their water into the water bottle, and then you press the button, and it turns it into amazing water, and you will not, I don't crave soda. So this machine for $200 is so important, and the way you buy it, I like to promote your website, fmidr.com. That's how you buy it, but you can buy it through me because listen, if you just heard my last guest, who's ever going to hire me if I'm letting people talk about every news person in the industry? You guys out there, my viewers, you have to support me and buy the products that I totally back 100%, because that's really how I'm going to be able to sustain my news, because I'm at the highest level of the news. We talk about everything that's banned and censored, even though I try to stay really neutral. I don't have an opinion, but I don't censor people. And what he said about Steve Bannon, what he said about Miles Guo, what he said about everybody that he talked about was really serious. And so I have no opinion. I'm neutral. What he said about James O'Keefe, what he said about Kyle Seraphin, I'm staying neutral because I want to be able to work with these people in the future. But just in case they tell me, oh, Corinne, we're banning you because you had Sal on and he said something he shouldn't have said, that's censorship. So I will report back to you guys direct. But in the meantime, please shop with me and please buy the bars. These are the greatest, and the Kingdom Fuel and everything that Dr. Sherwood sells, because just the water bottle for $200 will save your life. You won't crave soda anymore. So you go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, Corinne USA. I usually don't sell stuff, but Dr. Sherwood is saving my life.
Well, there's nothing wrong with selling health and selling hope. I think that I learned that a long time ago, Corinne. For a long, long time, my wife and I were like, do we really want to talk about money? But then we realized, man, people buy cars, they buy homes, they buy clothes, they buy perfumes, they buy haircuts, they buy massages. Why wouldn't they want to buy health? What's wrong with that? And so I unapologetically have said, man, people need to spend money on health products that actually work and are actually doing something well, because that is the key investment in your future. I look at our health as the greatest gift we have. Second behind that is choice. Your health and your choice. You don't keep your choice if you don't keep your life. So, I'm like all about preserving life and making life high quality. So that's kind of what we try to do here at the Functional Medical Institute in Tulsa.
And it's the most important thing. And I want everyone to know that they can go onto the website and sign up for your second Tuesday of every month.
Yeah.
Where you actually go on with your drop dead gorgeous wife and you talk about everything. Yes. I mean, you guys know what you're doing. You're successful, you're happy, you're in an incredible relationship, and you are dedicated to Jesus Christ. I mean, everything I've experienced with you has been A+. So you're doing it right, and people need to listen to you, because I get phone calls all day from people who say, this is happening, that's happening, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you got to call Dr. Sherwood, because he's a real medical doctor and he can help you.
Well, a lot of times, when my wife and I have been trailblazers in this area for a long time, and we don't seek to bring attention to ourselves. That's not the point. We tend to try to bring attention to the person in front of us to give them health and hope. And again, and my wife, the opportunity to get to work with her every day as my best friend, my pal, and not my spare rib, but my prime rib, like to say, that's a blessing. And I think people see that in us, that we truly love each other. And that in turn translates to loving other people. And we didn't go into this whole thing to make a name for ourselves. We went into it to try to give everybody a platform of health to stand upon and really make a name for themselves. And so, it's been an interesting journey, and we are who we are. And people need to know that I'm a traditional naturopathic doctor. My wife is a traditional naturopathic doctor and an osteopathic doctor. We are cross-trained in age management medicine and hormones and peptides and all that kind of stuff, functional medicine. So, we've got a broad range of expertise, but we're really about unlocking the keys to health. So I appreciate what you said. It means a lot, and we'll do our best to live up to that.
I mean, because, just in the last 10 days of traveling, I was in Dallas, I was in Las Vegas, and then I was in Tennessee, and there's so many people suffering with their health. And, for the first 3 years that I was in Washington, D.C., I was really focused on trying to save America. But there's a point when you realize if you're not healthy, you can't do that.
You can't. And that's why I talk to people, all these influencers out there, they're all, even as Sal is saying, they've all got their opinion and they've all got their positions on something. Fine. But I watch them talk themselves into anger, and I watch them talk themselves into ill health. I see it over and over again. And no matter what your cause is, you got to at least keep a healthy perspective on it, and you got to stay alive, or your cause is going to die with you. And so I'm always like telling people to just take inventory on your health. America is a land of differences. And I think the best thing to do when you're healthy is you can carry on a conversation with somebody in a more healthy way. So I think there's emotional, physical, spiritual health all tied into together. And even, let's call it what it is, political health as well, I think matters as well.
Political health is so important because we all get so obsessed about everything going on
Yeah.
outside of us. And we forget, I interviewed 2 former congressmen today who were completely battered by the federal government. One of them, Steve Stockman, was actually thrown in prison for 3 years, and he got no medical care in the prison, and now
Mm.
he's very ill. And it's just shocking. If you forget about your health, then you have nothing, because health is number 1.
Yeah, health is your greatest wealth, isn't it? It's one of the
Yes.
things that we forget about. I was sharing with somebody just today that we get 1,440 minutes a day. That's the gift of health, the gift of life. And how you spend that time and how you spend those minutes is important. You don't get that back. You can't get a refund. Even if you have buyer's remorse, you still can't get it back. And so you want to try to maximize that time, those minutes during the course of the day. And you can only do that with all aspects of your health matching up with as well as they can be in all areas.
And that's why the products that you're creating are so important. And obviously, I want more flavors of the coffee Kingdom
Oh,
Cup
yeah.
because it's amazing. And you grind it, and it's amazing. And you
Yep.
know what I really want? I want you guys to do a creamer. I really want a creamer for the
working on
coffee.
It just
Because
takes
that-
a while. Products are hard to develop and material is hard to get, but we got cereal coming up, Kingdom Crunch. We've got a Kingdom Detox plan coming up. We've got probably some more bars coming up, but there's a lot of things happening. I think people will be very pleased with it.
Yes, I think that, and I think that people really need to understand that maybe the first time you do the bar, you may not understand, but then your body starts craving it. So if I don't have 1 bar a day, my body craves it. It's
Oh, yeah,
so
they're good.
interesting. And then when you really start on the Kingdom Fuel, there's 2 flavors, there's chocolate and vanilla, but with the vanilla, I realized you could put strawberries in it, you could put peaches in it, you could put whatever you want to flavor it, and it's just as good as the chocolate. Because I used to have a
Oh,
very
yeah.
serious addiction to chocolate, and now I'm losing that because my body is so nourished. I could do the vanilla with any fruit, and it's phenomenal.
Oh, that's tough. I have the Kingdom Fuel as my first meal every day. And then I will have like a bar or 2 a day, generally speaking. I've had 1 so far. I had the salted caramel this morning. And so I'll probably have one here in a little bit when I leave the office as well on the way home. So that little snack before I have some dinner, So those things are quality. And I would recommend those to anyone out there, young, old, short, tall, male or female. We all need to put good quality ingredients in our body.
It's the most important thing because that's how you stop your cravings.
Yes.
Yeah.
We live on nutrients, not on calories. We said that a couple weeks ago. That's a very important subject to remember.
Yes, and because the American diet is toxic.
Understatement. It is, and toxicity is growing. America's favorite drug is the food drugs, these processed foods, the processed sugar. Absolutely horrible. And yet people are stuck on that and can't get out of it. And that grieves my heart in a big way.
I mean, and when I can build myself up to it, I want to do the Kingdom Fuel for 30 days. Are you on it right now? Did you start doing it every day?
Oh, I do it
As of
every
the
day.
18th? As of the 18th, did you guys just start doing only Kingdom Fuel?
No, well, we've been doing that for a long time, and we use Kingdom Fuel as that 1 meal a day that people really like, and it seems to work pretty well.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
One day, where do you start and make changes with one?
That's amazing.
And so,
yeah, because your body starts craving it.
Yeah. Body craves success. It's like you make one good decision and that hopefully leads to another one. And this is a decision people make. And I try to tell people to start your goals small and make them failure proof. That's it.
And then you just get the shaker and you can shake it anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
It's really fun. I got stopped in TSA so many times with the protein powder with the Kingdom Fuel, but it was so fun. And I even got the TSA agents interested in trying it. But in the end, I had such an amazing experience traveling with it because you can just put it in here and shake it up, and it's so easy. And you just drink it, and then all of your hunger just goes away.
Oh yeah, it's got a good amount of fiber in it, and even those bars, 8 and 9 grams respectively. So there's really nothing of a negative ingredient in any of those things. It's all positive, and again, that just kind of fits what hopefully we are to people, you know, Corinne. Hopefully we're voices of hope.
I want to do a show with you, Dr. Sherwood, where I can actually have my phone on. I have a phone called the Unicorn phone. It's a 917 number, and people can call in and ask questions, but I want to organize that. So
Yeah, it'd be fun. I'd like to do
we're
that.
going to, yeah, it's really fun. I just want to make sure that it's not, you know, it's not fed saying bad words. I want like nice calls. But I think that people are starved and people are scared of doctors now. And you're really giving us hope. If I had not met you, as I keep telling you, I have a fear of doctors now, and you're making me slowly but surely realize that I've got to go get the blood test and I've got to test my hormone levels.
Don't worry about anything. We're here to help people, and we're here to continue to give hope. And we are who we are, man. We're not going to change.
Thank you.
People.
Thank you. And we'll see you on Monday.
Sounds great. Have a good night. Okay.
God bless you. Peace. Please, everyone, follow everything Dr. Sherwood does. And please go and buy whatever what you feel called to buy, because it's all yummy and delicious. And you go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA, or just go to Dr. Sherwood's website direct. It's so amazing. It's fmidr.com, and buy all of these products. They will change your life. And I promise you, if you don't like them, I will personally give you a refund, because these products have changed my life and I live with them now and I crave them. So I think that's so important. And that's how you support independent journalists like me. If you watch this whole show, I'm at the highest level of the news with the most controversial information happening. Woohoo. Oh my gosh, I love my next guest. This is one of my favorite people. I'm going to introduce Tina Blanco, and she is going to tell us about telephones. Hi, Tina. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm amazing. This has become a very controversial show, and I love it. But people come on my show, Tina, and they talk about other journalists and other people in the freedom movement. And then I get banned and censored and potentially not hired just because someone came on my show and I don't censor. So it's been a wild show, but I just want everyone to know that I'm neutral. I'm not getting involved in the Kyle Seraphin, James O'Keefe. I'm not getting involved in the Steve Bannon situation. I'm not getting involved in any of that. I'm just not censoring. So it's been really intense. And in the end, you just sent me an amazing file. What is this?
Oh, just wrote about the phone123.com that we are going to talk about, Corinne. So yeah,
yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so listen, so Tina, I love telling you what happens to me every single day because it gets so interesting and so wild that I was given a free $1,000 phone at the General Flynn event. And how do I hook it up? Phone123.com, because I can get the service for how much if I hook this phone up to phone123.com?
So yeah, the service starts at $35, Corinne, but that's not kind of like everybody has cell phone service, right? This isn't our thing. This is trying to be just, compete with AT&T or T-Mobile or any of the other company, Verizon. What we have here, Corinne, this phone is secured phone. So these phones have a very high security. So basically the calls that you make, when you make a call to another person that has connect a mobile phone, your calls are 100% secured. When you send a message to someone that has a connect-a phone, your text messages are 100% secured. On your end, they're always secured. It just depends if the other person also has connect a mobile phone.
Okay, this is huge. Wait, let's stop at this point, because I have to tell everybody out there that someone was murdered in the same vicinity that I was in like 2018. And all of a sudden I get a phone call from a sheriff, and I love sheriffs, it's no big deal, based out of California, saying, well, you were in the same vicinity. And I'm like, okay. And they have like 635 of my text messages. How are they even legally allowed to get my text messages? I have nothing to do with someone getting murdered. It's just ridiculous. But the feds can use any excuse they want to get your private text messages. So you're saying on Connect a Mobile, phone123.com, can the feds get the messages?
Nobody sees the messages. The only messages are only stored on your phone. So, Corinne, once you delete the text messages, and if the other person that you text him and they have connect a mobile phone as well, and they delete him, those messages are deleted forever. We don't store anything. We have every one of our text messages phones are encrypted on a very secured VPN. So your calls, your texts, your messages are all encrypted, and the only people that are going to get and to read these messages, unless they share or you share, is you, the receiver, or the sender in you. And also the same thing with the calls. And not to mention, if you're going to go to Trump rally and you don't want to be identified, you don't want to be, you don't want anybody to find you, then this is the phone to have, because it has, you can, everything is locked unless you open it. It's locked. The apps are locked. Everything is locked. Unless you open the gateway, you're not going to get tracked.
So how much is the actual phone?
So the phone is included. So
Okay.
it starts out at $35, and then you get some kind of security with $35. It is somewhat secured, but the real good security starts at $55 a month, and the phone is included at no cost on any of those. You can also, a lot of people are switching their old flip phones because they've been so waiting to not switch from the old flip phone because they don't want the smartphone. They don't want the tracking. Well, now you can have a smartphone and not have a tracking. So now you can go ahead and switch your flip phone to a smartphone and not have any tracking, or you don't have to download any apps. It just comes simple with just a couple of the apps, just the connected app. There's no Facebook or any kind of apps that has any kind of tracking. Corinne, we have been giving our information for free for so many years to Facebook, and we tell them what we like to eat, where we like to go, because they're following us. They know what restaurants we're at. They know when we travel. They know when we sleep. They know everything about us. And we have been giving all this information to them for free, and they've made billions of dollars selling this data. And they're like, hey, look, Tina loves to use Holiday Inn. Why don't you send her a promotion from Marriott? And then they'll go to so they're using they used us so badly, and they promoted to us, and we bought and we bought, and we made them billions of dollars, and they never gave us a single penny. So now it's time that the tracking stops, and that's why we created Connect to Mobile, which is phone123.com, because there is no tracking. Nobody's going to listen in. Nobody's going to promote you. I also want to point out, Corinne, did you know that if you turn off your iPhone, smartphone, it does not completely turn off. So it's turned off from making phone calls, but as far as tracking you, it is still tracking you up to 72 hours. It has a low power battery mode that continues to listen and track you for up to another 72 hours. So even if you powered your phone off, you are still being tracked. If you power off while you're sleeping, they still know you're sleeping. They still know when you get up, when you look at your phone, look at the time, they know you're up. And that's the reason why, if you notice, Corinne, that a lot of times your phone doesn't ring, it automatically goes on, no disturb in many cases, until you look at your clock, and then your phone, the people at Google or Facebook or anywhere else says, oh, she's up. She just looked at her phone. Let's start sending her, or him. Let's start sending them, promos or text messages, or just all kinds of unwanted solicitation. And honestly, we've allowed it to happen. So with Connect to Mobile, that does not happen anymore. So you could go on to phone123.com. You can keep the same phone number if you want to, Corinne, or you can get a secondary number whenever you want to, just have privacy. You could just use this phone or make it your primary. And the next time that I'm going to Trump rally, you better believe I'm not taking any other phone than this phone with me, because if anything happens, I don't want anybody knocking at my door. I do everything, I don't hurt anyone. I just go and I go to these rallies. I enjoy my time there, and then I leave. But I just don't want anybody to be knocking at my door saying, were you at this place, or were you at this place? It's like, it's none of your damn business.
It's no one's business. And that's the scary thing about this, is that they can track everything we're doing. And you're right, the phone doesn't turn off.
Yeah.
So we have to buy from phone123.com. We have to support this, because the way that they're arresting people, if Trump doesn't take back the White House, I mean, they could just set us all up for any reason. Anyone who supports President Donald Trump is at risk of getting arrested, and they do use the phones to track you. And I sit in federal court cases all day long and I watch, and they're using the phones to track everything they're doing. And
Yeah.
it's really un-American. So I love supporting women in business like yourself, and I love the fact that you are totally accessible to us. And so if we switch our service to phone123.com, we look in your eyes and we know how ethical you are, and we know that you'll give us the biggest deal and you'll make sure we're protected.
Yeah, we have made it really reasonable. And Corinne, all these, like, when you look at your phone and you know, Apple sends you a video and it says, remember, you know, 2022, here's all your pictures that you took, and they make you a movie out of it. I don't know if you've received those, but like when I started receiving these, I was just like, wait a minute, you're going through my pictures? I mean, copies of my driver's license are there, my passports are there. By the way, I've deleted everything. I don't have that phone anymore. But they are going through your phone. So you can't have your medical card, pictures of your family. They somebody, to put these videos together, somebody is going through your pictures and
Yeah,
and looking at them. So yeah, you don't want that. I mean, you don't want anything on the cloud. You don't want anything stored on your phone. Your phone should be, you know, to make calls, or if you do have, you know, photos that you know, you want to store them somewhere else instead of your phone. Unless you have this phone you can store all the photos. Nobody's gonna track you. Nobody's gonna look at your phone. But if you're gonna keep your iPhone or any other phone, be very careful with what you put on your phone.
it's really important, because AI intelligence is taking over everything, and what they're going to do to us is so traumatic. They can actually use your picture and use someone else's body, so they can say that you did something you didn't do, like naked photos, or they can say you said words that you didn't say, by using AI intelligence. And so we're about to get attacked by that. So the AI intelligence can actually get into your pictures and take any picture they find and make you say stuff you didn't say. So this is
Right.
getting serious.
Right. You know, Corinne, I had an incident that happened recently where my sister was in Paris and she called me and she asked for my credit card because somebody broke into her credit card or whatever. And I was like, wait a minute, how do I know that was her? Because AI now can copy her voice and call me and pretend it's her and wanting my credit card and wanting, you know, money or whatever. So I'm starting to get a little bit hesitant. Now, fortunately, it really was her. I called her husband and I'm like, is it true? Is she like, you know, is this an AI? I don't trust AI because they can mock my voice and call, you know, my husband or, you know, my family and say, hey, I need, you know, $50,000 tomorrow. You better wire it to me using my voice, my picture. And my family is going to think it's really me when it's not. So yeah, you really have to be careful with this new AI. Double check, never trust, always call back. You know, just be very, very careful. Connect to Mobile, however, is very secured. And this is one of the reasons, Corinne, we have been putting this together for the past 2 years. We just are launching it right now. It took us about 2 years to figure out how to encrypt and make sure that everything gets deleted. There's no storage. There's nothing stored. Your text messages are only going to be stored on your phone. That's it. So once you delete it, they're gone. It's kind of like Connect to Mobile. It's kind of like having a burner phone, but it's actually your phone that you never have to get rid of. It's always a burner phone. There's no tracking, no, you know, no one can, you know, follow you. It's really, really a secured phone to have. It's the securest. The military uses secured mobile, and this is how they encrypt their phones. And this is exactly what we do: is we encrypt and we don't store anything whatsoever. Everything, the only thing that's stored is going to be in your phone. Pictures, the only picture stored is in your phone. The only text messages are in your phone. So once you delete them, they're deleted forever.
I mean, that's really interesting because when I was at CPAC this year, I have to admit, I met a man that I thought was so attractive. There was one thing that wasn't attractive, and people know this guy. It's Edward Woodson, and I love him. He's like the original podcaster. He went down a rabbit hole where he realized that phones were all tracked and traced. So he just uses the flip phone still. But that was one thing that wasn't attractive about him. In the day and age that I live in, I can't date a man who uses a flip phone because I have to be able to text them. I have to be able to communicate. So the flip phone is over. It's not a good look. No one needs it. Everyone needs to go on phone123.com and get real phone service. And Tina is guaranteeing that your stuff will not be stored or used against you. Like,
Yeah.
could the feds ever ask you to give up pictures or to give up text messages?
Corinne, I don't know what would happen if we do get subpoenaed, because we do delete everything. Everything is deleted. Nothing is stored. But we highly encourage people not to do anything that's illegal. And because all of us are entitled to privacy. You're entitled to privacy. I'm entitled to privacy. I want to have pictures on my phone that I want to share with my friends and family. That's it. Not the whole world. I don't want to share them on Facebook. I don't want to share them for the whole world. I want to share my text messages with just certain messages to certain people, and that's it. I need my privacy. And I think you're entitled to privacy. Every single American is entitled to their privacy. Right now, you don't have privacy. Everybody's reading your text messages. Everybody's looking at your photos. Everybody's reading everything that you do on your phone is out there. There are people looking at it and laughing. And then this is where phone123.com that stops that. It's built on a really, really good system that is encrypted with a VPN, and there's no storage.
That's what's really scary, is that your iPhone tracks everywhere you're going. And so the other day, I live in Washington, D.C., and I try to keep my actual location private because I could have Antifa stalking me. I could have anything that could happen. You just never know. And my phone said, "You're going home." And I was like, how does my iPhone know my address? I don't even use my iPhone for Uber. So it's very bizarre that they track what you do. And then just recently, the iPhone was recording me without my permission and texting it to someone. So if you look at the iPhone upgrade right now, it can record you without your permission and text it without your permission. These iPhones are rogue now. So I'm very concerned about the iPhones. But if you have service with phone123.com, then you have control. And that's what people need to take back. They need to take back their privacy and their control.
Right. And the prices are pretty reasonable. They start out at $35. I believe the $50 plan gives you full security, and that's pretty much in line with any other carriers. The service is the same. You get to keep the same phone number if you want to. You get the phone for free. I think it's time to for those folks that are still using their flip phone. Now they can finally switch to a smartphone and have the same degree of privacy, Corinne, which is complete privacy. And as long as you don't open the door, to a bunch of apps, to the devil, your phone, will remain private. But as soon as you start downloading some apps, some of these apps, you're going to open the door to all of that as well with this phone. So we just recommend that you just, only download the apps that you 100% trust and know. And 100% trust and know that they're not going to be selling your information. They're not going to be tracking you. They're not going to be selling you. I don't know about you, Corinne, but I've had times when I've talked to people that, hey, you know what? I'm craving a soda. And then first thing I turn on my computer, there's a picture of whatever it is that I said that I was craving. It's not a coincidence. They know what you're
Whoa.
saying. They know what you're doing. They know where you're sleeping. They even know the bedroom you're sleeping in a house. They can, if you carry the phone with you next to your bed. They've got everything. So yeah, so this phone, will give you the security that you need. And if you just want a phone where you can talk to your friends and family and not be tracked and not have everybody read your messages, just to have some privacy, this is a really good phone to get.
That is so important because we live on our phones now. We have to all admit that. If someone took your phone, how could you even survive it? I mean, that's a really big challenge. People should try to live without their phone for a day or two. It's almost impossible. And that's why phone123.com, everyone needs to go to phone123.com and convert their service over, because we did get very high level intelligence that T-Mobile back in December changed their terms of service. And this is a big issue. These phone companies changed their terms of service, and they could technically, because we have to agree to their terms of service, otherwise we don't get the phone to work. But the bottom line is that they changed their terms of service, and they can actually track if like another pandemic happens or something, and they could turn your whole phone off. And if you don't have your phone, you don't have anyone's number, because we can't even remember anyone's numbers anymore. So that's why it's so important that everyone take the time to prepare for what could happen, and really go to phone123.com and change your phone service over, because Tina is telling you right now exactly what to expect. And this is really secure. I mean, this is really powerful. So you have comprehensive security solutions. You have end-to-end encryption. I mean, secure communication. This is amazing. Adaptive authentication. You have the mobile device security. I mean, this is incredible. There is so much to offer here. And so everyone needs to go to phone123.com and right now really take all the phones you have and all of your children's phones, your husband's phones, your wife's phones, everyone you care about, and really convert it over, because what we're watching is a U.S. federal government overreach where they can actually do whatever they want to you. And the number one way they do it is the iPhone, obviously. That's how they do it. And the phone service, all the phone services, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, they all comply. So how strong is the internet service with phone123.com?
So pretty much everything is the same. Service is what you're comfortable with. The only difference, the only thing that separates us, and that's the reason why it's a little bit more money, just a few dollars more, is that you pay for that security. That's it. Everything else is the same. The data is the same speed. Everything is the same. The only thing is, it's that separates us from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, is that our phones have security. We don't sell your information. We never give out your information. We don't make money on you. All these other companies are making money on you way more than what you're paying the monthly fee, because they're selling your data and profiting from your data. Anything they learn about you, Corinne, what you eat, what you like to go, where you like to go, where you like to stay, they're selling it. They're getting paid every time you use those products. Where in this case, nobody's going to sell, nobody's going to have your data, nobody's going to track you, nobody's going to look at your pictures or look at your phone or where you've been looking, what website. It stops with you. You are the only one.
I mean, so what are the hours of service? Like, is this phone123.com? Obviously it's 24/7, but if people have problems, do you have an 800 number that they can call?
Yeah, they can call 941-293-0450. I just want to remind you that we are a small company. This company, we just started it. It did take us about 2 years to put all of this together. So it would be really good for right now to call between business hours. After business hours, we do have couple support, but it would be best if you called during business hours, Corinne. But you can also go online, and it's very easy. You just a couple clicks, you submit it. You either get a new number, or you can just keep the number that you have, and the phone will be delivered to you within 24 to 48 hours.
I mean, that's amazing. So should we use our iPhones, or should we just go with the phone that you're going to provide us for free when we go to your service? When we go to phone123.com, should we bring our iPhones over, or should we?
Yeah, so we can definitely secure your Android based phone, but the iPhones were not there yet. That may take us about another year or so to try to figure out how we can secure the iPhone, but we haven't been able to secure the iPhone. I also wanted to mention some of the people, if they want to get a complete like what security on everything, on every level, there is a phone that is on a higher plan because the phone cost about $1,800. But that phone is not made in China or any other country. It is simply made in Finland, and it is made for security. So as you can see on a higher plan, if you go on our website, go on a higher plan, get a more expensive phone, and you're going to get a very high-end secure phone. But currently, unfortunately for Apple, we cannot do Apple because, again, Corinne, when you power your Apple phone, they're still listening, they're still following, they still know where you're going, what cell tower you connected to. So if the police get the cell tower records, they will still have all of that information. So it's much more secure to just get a phone from our service, and it is at no cost. So it would be best to just get a new phone. But if you do have an Android phone, you can go ahead and switch your Android. And if you have a flip phone, you can go ahead and get yourself a new phone. You can still keep your flip phone in case you want to go back on it for whatever reason. But now you're going to have a smartphone that you'll be able to use the text messaging without, putting in, click 3 times for A or, D or whatever. How hard it is to do texting. The smartphone will be much easier for you, and it will act as your old flip phone because it'll give you the same security as your flip phone.
And the phone you provide is really nice, actually. This is a great phone. This is the phone that you provide, I think, with your normal service at phone123.com. It's a great phone. Yeah, this is a great phone.
Yeah, it's an Android phone. So it's an Android-based phone, and then there's many different selections, Corinne. So when you go to our website, phone123.com, you can select, and I believe if you select the $55 plan, I believe is what it is. That's the one where like almost complete security begins, and then you also have higher data, higher everything. The $35 plan just kind of gives you basic data. That's really set for people that just want to make calls and use some data and have unlimited texting as well. But the higher plan you go, the more expensive of a phone you get at no cost.
Okay, so you're saying there is a super expensive phone from Finland that's $1,800 approximately? That sounds incredible. So so you don't have to be stuck on the iPhones. You don't have to be stuck on Apple. We can get away from Apple because they are spying on us.
Yeah, they sure are. And then also, so those phones that you can get, you can kind of have a selection. There's also phones that you can get that are de-Googled, and if you just want a phone, you just want a phone that's de-Googled, that absolutely has no tracking. I mean, you can there's many choices for you to select. That phone I believe is going to be about $1,800, but you can go to phone123.com and do your research, or call the 941-293-0450 and just talk to our expert and find out the best plan and the best phone for you. I mean, how much security do you want? Do you want to have complete security? Do you want to have this for your campaign? There's a lot of campaign managers that are getting it because they want to communicate with their campaign by text messages and by phone calls that are private. Because who knows who's listening in? You don't want the bad guys to be listening if you're running, for Congress or anything. And then also for companies, You know, a lot of companies also want security. You don't want your competition to know what you're doing. So, you know, you can get all of your employees these phones that are secured. And the only people that will be on the other end of the call is you and that person. And when you're doing a three-way call, the only people that can listen in on those calls will be you and the other two people. Same thing with texting, and same thing with photos when you share documents, private company documents, private campaign documents. All of that is so important these days to have.
Yeah,
And
and
you
it's
can't,
important. Yeah, it's
yeah,
important for normal citizens too, because we're all under attack. You know, if you support President Donald Trump, you're under attack by the US federal government. And then the social credit score is coming in. So that's where it's going to get really gnarly, because in the end, Tina, your phone company, phone123.com, will give us phones without a social credit score. The other companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, they could start requiring a social credit score to keep your phone on. So this is going to be a bigger battle we're going to be fighting, where if we're signed up with phone123.com and all of a sudden they throw a social credit score on us, Tina won't make you comply with that. So that's really important. How do you feel about that topic?
yeah, we have never ever asked anyone as far as for our sat phones. I'm pretty certain that same thing with the cell phones, Corinne, because we've been giving away, you know, $1,300 sat phones for free. We've never asked for social. And do you know why, Corinne? Do you
Why?
know every single company that asks for social and date of birth gets hacked for that information? And we don't want to keep any private information because it is not fair for the customer's information to be stored anywhere. And we don't store your information, the private information. I don't want my social security stored with anybody. Recently, there was a hack in one of the three companies that we're talking about, and they stole a lot of data. They stole a lot of people's date of birth and social security numbers. Unfortunately, one of them, you know, I'm with that company. I was with that company. So it is really, really security, security, security. So if we ask for the social, we're no longer, a secured company, because then that social gets stored somewhere, right? When we take your social security over the phone, it gets stored. When we take your date of birth. So yeah, Corinne, we don't do that.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's so powerful, because now I'm going to say buy sat123.com, because the satellite phone is the key to everything. When everything else fails, the satellite phone will work.
right. So keep in mind, you can get your smartphone. It is phone123.com. You're absolutely right, Corinne. Phone123.com. But keep in mind, your cell phone only works on 7% of the earth. That's it. No matter who you have, whether it's Verizon, Connect to Mobile, phone123.com, anybody, 7% of the earth, because 95% of Americans will live on 5% of America. So they only put cell towers where there are people. So this is the same thing. This is no difference. Where the satellite phones, Corinne, the one that you have and the one that I have, will work from anywhere on earth. And you can go to sat123.com and get it. And Corinne, you carry your cell tower with you wherever you go. This is your cell tower. If you look at the 5G cell towers, this is what they look like. They're on the poles at the lights. When you go to the stoplight, you'll see them. They're much bigger, and that's your 5G. So this is your tiny, tiny cell tower wherever you go on Earth. So it doesn't matter if you're in the middle of the ocean, Antarctica, Alaska, desert, mountains, rivers, you will still get connection.
That is so perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so grateful, Tina.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sat123, sat123.com, phone123.com. If you want to come back, if you have nothing else to do, come back. But I know you're really busy, so I'll let you go. I know you're super
I'll come
busy.
back as many times as you'll have me.
Yes,
and
we're
can
going to
talk-
have you
we can
on
talk about
Monday
it.
for sure. But you can
Yeah,
come back tonight. I'm going until 1 a.m, so you can come back tonight if you get bored. But you should. I know you're super busy.
No, I just want to get my sleep.
Okay. Okay. God bless you. Peace. I will see you on Monday. Sat123.com, phone123.com. And Tina is telling you exactly the way they're going to treat you. And they have the best customer service the best.
Thank you so much, Corinne. I
God
really,
bless
really
you.
appreciate you. God bless you, and God bless all the listeners. Thank you so, so much.
We love you. God bless you. Thank you.
Love
Thank you for
back.
protecting us. Peace. Thank you.
Take care.
God
Bye-bye.
bless you. I'm going to bring in Jalise and Mark Middleton right now because they are going through so much. You guys know Tina, and I was going to have Tina stay, but she's going through a water fast right now, and so I don't want to wear her out. This is Mark and Jalise Middleton, and they are the salt of the earth, some of the greatest people I've ever spent time with. And they're facing what, 20, 50 years in federal prison for January 6th for praying outside the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. So
Well,
let's
they've
check it out.
actually lowered it a little bit.
Okay.
We got all kinds of updates. So the prosecutors have put in their, I guess, suggested penalty. I don't know how they word that, recommending 5 to 9 years in prison. And we have received a report back based off our point system that I think we're looking at more like anywhere from 3 to 9 years in prison.
I mean, that's just too much.
Well, absolutely it is, but
1 minute is too much.
But we got to remember that I say it all the time. I have to tell myself all the time, you cannot impute logic to tyranny.
I mean, you say it the best, Jalise. You've been through so much, and I've been in federal court with you, and you're handling yourself so well, and you have a really incredible lawyer. What date are you guys coming back to the swamp? What date are you coming back to the swamp for your sentencing?
Currently, it's set for May 24th.
Okay.
So
okay.
We'll probably be there on the 23rd in the morning or something.
So I was at the sheriff's convention. Right now, you guys are not even allowed to go anywhere. You're on house arrest until your sentencing, which is totally unconstitutional, unethical, and pretty shocking. And people from your group were at the Las Vegas event with the sheriffs. And so I really want you guys to talk about why you founded your foundation. And I really want people to know that, I'm a real journalist. I track who actually gives money to the commissaries of the J6 hostages. And Mark and Jalise Middleton's group does give commissary money. A lot of people are raising money saying they're giving money to the commissary. The commissary is the most important thing. And it's really hard to donate to. Like even right now, if I wanted to donate money to any J6ers commissary, it'd be almost impossible. I've lost money trying to donate to commissaries. So it's better to go through a group. Mark and Jalise Middleton have the group. If you feel called in your heart to give money to the commissaries, their group will do it for you. So let's talk about that, Jalise, because that's getting really serious. I have a lot of J6ers. I'm actually going to bring a J6er on. His name is Greg. He is in a halfway house. So I don't know what the laws or rules are, but if I bring him into the show, will you guys get in trouble?
As far as I know, we won't get in any trouble as long as he doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now, I think
because he told me no one gave him money for his commissary. And he was there for what, 2 years? I'm going to find out, but I'm tracking. But you
I would like
money
to find
to the
out
commissary.
because you're right. The commissary is extremely complicated. I don't know if that is intentional or it's just because somehow the government touched it and don't you know they screw up everything they touch. But for whatever reason, it's very complicated. And I just committed that I was going to figure it out. I was very blessed with another individual that had already figured it out. And so when I would get to the point of thinking that I was going to have to pull my hair out, throat punch somebody, then I would give her a call and she'd help me walk through it. But yes, so with American Patriot Relief, we have an adopted J6er program. And ours is unique to any other program you'll hear about. Because that particular program, you can go to AmericanPatriotRelief.org and you can thumb through the pictures of the J6 hostages. You can pick out whether you want a female or whether you want a veteran. Maybe your son's named Matthew and you want the name Matthew. Maybe you want someone from your home state. You go through there and you get to choose the amount that you load on their commissary every month. and we automatically do that for you. And then at any point that you want a receipt, you can obviously ask for that and we will send that to you. We don't volunteer it because we're busy and we're all volunteers. So just straight up. But we will get it for you if you ask for it.
Tell them about the
There is an $8.95 handling fee on that from Western Union. That is not our fault, but we got to play by the rules and pay it. So whatever you agree to donate to a January 6th defendant, $8.95 of that is going to go toward that handling fee. We charge over and above what you set that amount up for. Other than that, the only way that individual is ever even going to know you are donating to them is if you write them a letter and tell them. So that means that you have confidentiality in this, because your donation comes through to American Patriot Relief, and then we immediately use our corporate card to then put onto their commissary fund. So I love that about it, because so many people want to help, but they're afraid. And this helps you to do it easy, safely. And we even have integrity in this. How many of you have ever signed up for something and then you forgot you signed up for it, and 2 years later you happen to see it on your bank statement, and then you're kind of mad about it? We don't let that happen. What we do at American Patriot Relief is every 3 months, it's kind of like you're on a roller coaster. You go downhill, you pay for 3 months. At the end of 3 months, we put the brakes on, we give you a call, or we email or text you and say, hey there, we want to know whether you would like to increase your amount, decrease it, stay the same, or stop it altogether. We are not high pressure salesmen. We are here to truly want those that want to serve, because that's what our January 6th defendants are doing. That's what we are doing. We're serving, and we have a passion for it. We do not need negative energy brought into the game. So if you have the heart for service, you continue, and we keep on going from there. So every 3 months, we'll give you a notification. And if we don't hear back, we stop the services. So you don't even have to feel sheepish to say, I got to cancel. If we don't hear back, we cancel it. I just think it is a beautiful way to serve the January 6th defendants with what you can afford. And so I encourage everybody to do that. It will help you have a hand in on it. And the other part of the commissary, as far as for the prisoners themselves, they're dealing with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So there's a huge delay. There's a lack of information. There's withholding it while they go into the hole, the shoe, whatever they want to call it. There's things that they can do that it can slow their commissary. I oftentimes hear the defendants say, I'm not getting any commissary, but I can pull records on when American Patriot Relief probably donated to you. So sometimes it can look a little messy on their end. I'm sure Mark and I will get to learn more about that down the road, but on our end, we're always able to verify whether funds went out or not.
So basically, you guys have until May 24th.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you come to DC for the sentencing, then will they allow you to go back to Texas?
That we do not know. So we'll have to wait till then to find out if they're going to remand us to prison right there. They call it stepping back, or let us come back home and be assigned to prison here in Texas or Oklahoma.
I mean, Jalise, how do you feel about this? This is so completely insane. You two are the most normal couple I've pretty much met in my entire life. You are Christian pastors. How is this even happening in the United States of America? I mean,
that's just it. You know, it is happening on American soil, but it's not happening by an American government. This is demonic. They are being demon-led. I fully believe that. This is a tyrannical takeover in our country. We're at war. People do not realize we're at war, but I wholeheartedly, with every ounce of my being, believe that we have been called to this battle. We believe that we are being used. It's not a gonna be. We're being used by the Lord for this calling. So if I have to report for duty in a prison, it would be no different if I had to report to Haiti or anywhere else on the mission field. So that's kind of how I go in looking at this. It's going to be very difficult, but I have total confidence in my Lord that he equips those he called and that we were called for such a time as this.
Absolutely. It's, I think for the last 3 years, because we have worked so hard to help other people, it has helped our struggle as well. Our spirits have remained very high, even, the way we look at a potential prison sentence. We know that we're being used by the Lord, that we're doing his work. And, that's very cathartic to the soul. Most people struggle through the hard times, and the best way to get through the hard times is to help everybody else. A person I used to listen to, most of y'all will know, Jim Rohn and Zig Ziglar. They had a line in there that the best way to get whatever you want or need is to help everyone else get what they want or need. And that's exactly what American Patriot Relief has been for us, just concentrating on meeting the needs of everybody else. And, the Lord is faithful, and we're fully met and in good spirits.
Here's the thing. It has been so many people, the dark don't understand the light. So unless you're a born again believer, it's all kind of pie in the sky stuff of fairy tale, so to speak. But once you get over that line and put your faith in Jesus Christ, you see such a mighty work. There's no denying it. So that's why Christians rub the lost so raw. It rubs them the wrong way. And it's because they simply cannot fathom it. I couldn't before I come to Christ, but now here I am. I've watched him perform miracle after miracle after miracle, working through us, leading the way. No matter what we're going through, we have not felt the heavy pressure of the government on us. He has carried the load for us. And so we have no reason to doubt him. It's not that we're some miraculous people. I have to give all glory to God. And I hope that it's a testimony to others when this pressure hits them, because that's what's so sad, Corinne. Don't you know, this isn't just for Trump supporters. This isn't just for conservatives or Republicans. This is coming for everybody. You cannot find a liberal state that has not been destroyed by liberalism. And we're hoping that doesn't happen to our country, but Lord knows I'm safe wherever I'm going. So I hope that others come with me. But it's hard to believe we are caught up in this, but I have full faith in it. And because of how ridiculous it is, it's easy to trust that there's something way bigger than us at play.
And it's funny too, because the left wants to throw stones at us as J6ers that, we're insurrectionists, we're traitors, we're this, we're that, we're whatever. We weren't there for Trump. Trump is a side note to all of this. Yes, we support Trump because of his policies that he had. We believe they're the correct way for America. But, Trump is just a man. What's happening to the J6ers right now is going to happen to everybody, regardless of which side you're on. We're seeing the left eat themselves right now. We're seeing the right eat themselves. The pro-Palestinian fights that are going on. There was a big blow up on Twitter about the pro-Palestinian protest down in Austin, Texas at UT Austin. And all the left was going on, how can they arrest these people? There's a journalist arrested. And so I've been posting in there all day long, you would be surprised at how many journalists the DOJ is prosecuting for trying to document J6 and leading them to stophate.com for them to research. 99% of them won't. They just like to throw stones. But, what's happening to us is going to happen to them too. And that's why we were there, because we saw the travesty that Joe Biden and the Biden administration, the shadow government running it, what was going to happen. Look at inflation right now. We saw it coming. That's part of why we were there. It was a stolen election, and everybody knows it. It's just the left doesn't want to admit that it was stolen. It had nothing to do with Trump. It had everything to do with sending it back to the states and recertifying their votes and kicking in the 12th Amendment.
The fact that you are so calm about the fact that you're about to go to prison for 5+ years for praying outside the U.S. Capitol is just so admirable and inspirational. And, I'm watching this and there's nothing I can do, but I think that America needs to know, what your true personality is, because once you're sentenced and once they throw you into the prison system, I have people that I interviewed from last year, like I interviewed Rachel Powell, and she's having a horrific experience. She was put in the prison system in West Virginia, and she's got men who identify as women molesting people in her area, and she's getting abused in the prison system. So this is serious, and something has to give, because it's embarrassing to America that salt of the earth Americans like Mark and Jalise Middleton are getting thrown in federal prison for praying outside the U.S. Capitol when there are protests happening everywhere. And I've personally witnessed police everywhere tell people to do whatever happened to Mark and Jalise, and no one gets persecuted, no one gets prosecuted. So we have a really serious problem in America when preachers like yourselves are going to federal prison for no reason.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep on asking you guys to come on and talk, because I feel like I'm really documenting history. But more than that, what you're going through is unacceptable, and it's embarrassing to the United States of America, and this shouldn't be happening.
Well, and something people don't realize is, you're there in DC, and so you probably see it, especially for those of us that are outside of DC. When we go there, they're already living in this police state. Your last segment, you were talking about the social credit score and stuff. That's already starting to come to fruition there. And so Jalise got
That's
do her
fun.
check in. So that's already all coming to fruition right there. The social credit score is going to be, and it's simply going to be if you have wrong think about something, whatever it is, doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. If you have a wrong think about what the powers to be think you should have, your score is going to go down, and it's going to affect everybody. Look at what happened in Germany. Look what happened in Russia. Look what happened in China. Read George Orwell's 1984. We're living that right now. That 1984, that was an extremely prophetic book he wrote. And people really need to watch that and pay deep attention and really critically think about the time that we're in right now, what he was describing in that book, the scenarios he was setting up. And, it's shocking. It's bone chilling, actually, when you watch that movie. Actually, reading the book is much better than the movie. The movie's kind of weird. The book's weird too, but, people need to know this stuff. They need to really start paying attention and take stock of themselves and their thoughts, and critically think about where they're at, because it's going to affect every single person in this nation.
Okay, Mark, what happens if Trump doesn't take back the White House and we don't get you guys pardoned? What happens?
This country, in another 4 years, you will not recognize it from what it was. Me and Jalise grew up in the 70s and 80s. The America we grew up in the 70s and 80s is absolutely nothing like the America today. I can remember everybody of any age complaining about the government and the corruption in the government and how it needs to be fixed, but it was nothing compared to today. You have the intelligence community. National intelligence is absolutely run awry. The industrial military complex is run awry. Golly, I can't even think of which president coined that. The World War II general, Eisenhower. He coined that term of military industrial complex, and look at it now. I mean, look at, why are we in Ukraine? Why are we giving a dime to Ukraine? Why were we in Iraq and Afghanistan? And that was all industrial military complex, every bit of it. Why were we in 90% of the wars that we've been in since World War II? Is because of that. And people don't realize that. They need to really take stock of everything. And, it's sad. I don't think America is going to be anything. I think it's going to be more like China. Russia's more free than we are.
That's really scary. Who is your judge? Tell me your judge.
Judge Moss.
Okay, so Judge Moss, I think it's really important that American patriots, anyone watching, it's very important to write a letter to Judge Moss. You write him at 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest. You can DM me. I'll give you the address. I post the addresses everywhere. I want you to write to Judge Moss, 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20001, and say free the Middletons, because people like this should not spend a day in federal prison. There's no criminal history. These are Christians who live on a ranch in Texas, salt of the earth. So Jalise, I know you have to go, but really, really tell us, how can we really help you? We need to donate to, what do you want us to do?
I really, Mark and I are well cared for. There's always somebody stepping in to help us. We already have donors that are asking to take care of us for our commissary. We don't know how long that will last. Obviously, people kind of tend to move on and forget. So I would ask people to definitely follow our case and reach out to American Patriot Relief and ask if we're needing help, because they will definitely have a pulse on us. We are not stepping down off of the board. We're still going to be active board members. And so definitely reach out to AmericanPatriotRelief.org and see how you can help us directly. But right now, people can be going there and donating to American Patriot Relief. That is really where our heart is making sure that everybody's took care of. It's never been the Mark and Jalise show. It's not going to be now. If you want to help, listen, for the two people you see sitting here, there's 1,370 others that look just like us, so step in and help them, and find somebody that for some reason touches you near and dear, and serve them. We all have a calling into this battle. We all have a dog in the hunt. We all have a responsibility. I tell people all the time, if you have the gift of writing, you should be writing congressmen daily. If you have the gift of gab, you should be calling them daily. Again, with the gift of writing, you should be writing patriots in prison at patriotmailproject.com. If you have you're a prayer warrior, you should be fervently praying for the January 6th defendants and for our nation, and for our judges and our prosecutors and our president, because all it takes is a change of spiritual outlook. That's all it takes for anybody. And the scripture tells us, pray for our enemies. So if you see them as an enemy, pray for them. Everybody can be doing something. If you're gifted with money, you should be pouring money into this, because there is not enough money to go around.
That is so real. And so I will see you guys in Washington, D.C. on May 24th.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And I will always, always anything you guys need, you know my phone's on 24/7 for every J6 political prisoner. And then it's so important that people know that you are the real deal. And when people donate to your foundation, it actually does get to the commissary. So I will always promote that. So just tell me whatever I can do to help to be of service. I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Just help
Yes.
promote us and,
Keep the word out
promote
for us.
American Patriot Relief, not us.
Okay.
But,
AmericanPatriotRelief.org or .com?
org.
.org. You should always put that in your title, AmericanPatriotRelief.org. And I want to tell you guys this. If you ever want to call me from the jail or the prison, I can put you on for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, as much as you want. I will turn on and I'll get you guys heard, because it's going to get really dark. Hopefully it won't. But if it does, you can always call me, collect, or any way we can do it. And we can get you on where people can hear an update.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Corinne.
I appreciate
Yes.
the opportunity.
Yes, always. God bless you. Peace. I'm going to have a J6er on now who's just in a halfway house. So I don't think I should mix you guys together because he said it might be a problem. So I
Okay.
want you to stay on, though. Stay on and watch if you can.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. God bless you guys.
God
Thank
bless
you.
you
Thank you,
all.
Corinne.
See you in DC. See you in Washington, DC. I'm going to bring a J6er on who's actually just got out of a halfway. Oh, he's still in the halfway house. If I can figure out how to do it, I'm trying to switch the screens right now. I'm pushing on it. Where is my producer? There, I got the producer. Okay. So I'm bringing a J6er on. His name is Greg. I'm going to let him really tell you what he wants to talk about because he has a huge story. Greg, you're in the halfway house right now. Can you hear us?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. I want you to talk uncensored. You just got out of prison for January 6th. You've been through
Correct.
complete hell. I didn't want to mix you with Jalise and Mark just in case. I don't know what the feds are going to say, but tell us everything you've been through uncensored. Go for it.
They sentenced me to 41 months. I did 20 behind bars. I'm still at a halfway house, which they considered BOP custody still. You know, it's like you get, even though like this is supposed to be like the transitional period, it's like you're still basically a child. You have to pay the passes. You can't go as you please. During the process of me being incarcerated, I lost my father. He passed away. Didn't get to go to the funeral.
That's huge. You didn't get to go to your own father's funeral
No,
because you were in federal prison for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
correct.
Wow. And I never got to meet you in federal court. Did you end up taking a plea deal or did you end up fighting it out?
No, what I ended up doing is I ended up pleading guilty to the whole indictment so I can appeal charges because the plea deal that they were offering was still felony counts, and then they wanted to waive my right to appeal, so I didn't do that. And now it kind of doesn't really matter because my judge had recently just said that regardless of if the 1512 seat gets tossed out in the Supreme Court, that she would still sentence me to the 41 months.
So you got how many years in prison?
It's 41 months. This is about 3.5.
Okay, so now you're in a halfway house and your whole life is ruined. Your father passed away. Your credit is ruined. Your reputation is ruined. The federal government took everything from you.
Yeah, I have no money anymore. All my savings is gone. My car got repossessed when I was incarcerated. Yeah, I literally have nothing.
Were you in the Washington, D.C. jail? Which jail were you in?
No, I was on pretrial. So evidently they didn't think I was a threat. But in the motion that the judge just put down, she was saying that I'm a flight risk and a threat to society.
Who's your judge?
Judge Howell.
When you were going through this, because you're one of the first people to go through this, I don't know if you could see it, but Mark and Jalise Middleton are salt of the earth. They're pastors from Texas. They're about to face 5+ years in federal prison. They were attacked by Washington, D.C. police and U.S. Capitol Police outside of the Capitol. This is 3 years later. People need to realize 1+ person a day has been arrested for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. They're all people who support President Donald Trump. They're not arresting the Antifa. They're not arresting the Democrats who were there. They're arresting white men, mostly Christian, of fighting age, like yourself, Greg. And so people really need to understand that there is a full-on attack against us. And so now you're about to be free, okay? When you were in the prison, did anyone help you? Did anyone put money on your commissary?
Yeah, it was Wendy Olson and Amani Grow were a very big help. They made sure that I was taken care of.
Do you know them personally?
No,
Okay. Thank you, Wendy Olson, and thank you, Armani Grow. If I ever see you anywhere, I will get on my hands and knees and say thank you. I don't know who they are, and I don't know which group they're affiliated with. Do you know what group they're affiliated with?
I honestly don't know.
No, it's okay. Because I keep track of the groups that really put money on the commissary, because there's a whole scandal going on where people are donating and they think they're getting to people's commissaries and they're not. But listen, the true group is Patriot Mail Project.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Did you get letters from Patriot Mail Project?
Yeah, they're great people.
So
They're great people.
when you got these letters, did you think that the prison was keeping the letters from you, or do you think that you got enough letters? Did you get any books sent to you? What was it like?
Yeah,
being
I got letters and I got books. I don't know, every institution's a little bit different, because when I was at one spot, they would photocopy everything and then give it to me. And then when I went to another spot, if it had like blue ink, they would send it back.
Whoa, wait a second. I was told that you could write letters in black and navy ink, so you can only write letters in black ink?
Yeah.
Okay, that's really serious. Give us the rules for writing the letters. What's the most strict rules? One side
I
of
mean,
the paper,
I think
black ink?
it depends on the institution.
Whoa, I was told you could write in black ink, so you didn't get anything if it was in navy ink or blue ink?
Yeah, no, there was actually this one time that I got from Diane Kozak. It was actually in like a glittery gold, and like it was like the nicest color I've seen in such a while.
How did they get it through to you? The prison sent it through?
I think it was just part of, because it was like a Christmas letter, so I think they just let it go that one time. But most of the time, if it had like a greeting card or anything like that, they just sent it away.
Give us your worst, most traumatic prison experience. I mean, how do you recover from this trauma that the federal government threw at you?
I don't know. Evidently, it's kind of weird, because the judge said that I don't have PTSD, but they're making me do PTSD therapy now that I'm at the halfway house. So it's kind of weird. But honestly, I don't mind it, because it's a way to at least cope with some of the problems. But really, I don't know. I guess time. I don't know. I don't have that answer.
I mean, I really want you to know that there are major groups out there that are supposed to be helping you get a job, rebuild your life, find housing. And so I'm going to have David from Stop Hate come on with us in like 10 minutes. But the bottom line is that you are who we exist for. We want you to know that you're supported, that you're not alone. And, if you had known me from day one, I would have been there in the courtroom for you. But the bottom line is that now what do we do? Because you're a young man of fighting age and the federal government has destroyed your life. So how do we help you rebuild? Do you have a give, send, go? Do you have a way that we can donate?
Yeah, I have a give, send, go. You could probably just look up my name, Greg Rubenacker, and you'll probably find it there.
Can you spell? Okay, can we spell? Okay, it's spelled here. Greg Rubenacker. Okay, give, send, go. Look Ahead America is supposed to be getting J6ers jobs. So I'm going to hold Matt Brainard accountable for that, because I gave you his number. He needs to make sure you get a job. He's raising money. He's saying he's getting J6ers jobs. And so this is really important. There are actually people out there And if you really need it, I can find churches that will give you housing. Like, we cannot let you be broke and homeless on the street. So if it really boils down to it, there are actually churches, and David from Stop Hate and I will help you get housing, get whatever you need, because what they do is they just let you go with nothing. They take everything from you, and you leave the prison, you leave the halfway house, and you have nothing. So
Yeah.
which direction are you going to go in? What state do you want to live in now?
I don't know. I mean, like before I got arrested, I was looking to move to Florida, and because I live in New York, and I wanted to get away from the politics that were in New York. My whole family is here though in New York, and
Okay, so I'm getting info. I'm going to bring David from Stop Hayden, but I'm getting info right now that everybody's waiting to help you, and that you have to go to AmericanPatriotRelief.org and they'll help you. And so I'm going to bring David in because I want you to know that you're supported. This is David from Stop Hate. Thank you, David, for coming in. I want this man to understand he's supported. So you take it from here, David. Tell him, like, David spends his whole life standing up for J6 political prisoners.
Every day, Greg. It's good to see you, brother. How are you?
Hey, what's up, brother, man? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. It's good to see your face. Good to see
Yeah,
your
it's
face,
good.
man.
It's
We've
good to
been
see you
going,
too.
yeah, we've been going back and forth a little bit. And look, man, you're figuring it out. We've got a whole community. We've got a whole family that has been built, through all this pain and crap that everybody's going through, man. But, American Patriot Relief, American Gulag Chronicles, I could list a bunch of different groups that are helping people, and they're all on stophate.com, of course, but man, just getting you plugged in has been a joy to get to know you more. And there's 1,000 more people out there that we hadn't even met yet. So
I know, it's crazy.
the bigger, the stronger the community, the more outreach, the more people that are saying, hey, we are searching for you so we can support you. Man, I had a lady on the show just the other day. She's talking about going to jail for, even if she goes the 9-month kind of average, she'll lose her apartment, her house, whatever, the whole 9 yards. You can't go without paying your bills for 9 months.
Yeah,
And,
it's crazy.
when people are coming out to being homeless or coming out with just, the clothes on your back, that's something the American people have to step up and fill that void, man. So we're just glad to be able to help however we can and however much we can. And like I said, to get to know you better.
One thing I think is crazy is that, Donald Trump can still raise millions of dollars. I mean, it would only take a couple $1 million to help all of us out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why he hasn't stepped up to the plate. But
well, it's funny because he has, but it's like the people aren't even hearing it now because of the level of propaganda. He has literally said that the J6ers deserve our support. These are great people. These are wonderful people. And that we deserve the support. But the public doesn't know how to support us, and that's kind of on us to say, hey, these are the things that work. These are the programs that we're working on to fill the different needs, like the travel to DC or housing when you're there, or court or family or bills, whatever the needs are. And I think the more people learn, how to do that, the more support we're getting. But 3.5 years, dude, the new wore off a long time ago, and it's really hard to get people to support the old causes that they never understood in the first place. So the more awareness, the better. The bigger the family, the better. And the more we can reach out to new people, of course, the better, because when they get it, they get it. I speak all over the country, and people just don't know what they don't know, and they don't know about the mail program. They don't know about the prayer groups, and they just don't know. So it's up to us to really educate them more, and I'm sure you'll be a big part of that too, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, let's give us like your worst case scenario. What happened in that was just really, really harsh that you want the American public to know, Greg? What happened to you in the prison?
I think the worst thing was losing my dad and not being there for him. I don't know, that I looked up to my dad. He's a very hard worker, great person. They don't make him like him anymore. And I don't know, it sucks that I wasn't there for his last days. And knowing that he was in pain and stuff, knowing I couldn't help him. that was pretty traumatic for me. It really sucks. And you know, the fact that you don't even have FaceTime, so you can't even see him. So it's like, even though my dad passed away like almost a year ago, it's like I haven't seen my dad in 2 years. So it sucks.
Man, that is so real. And listen, that's one of, like I said, hundreds and thousands of stories. And the FBI is real, or the DOJ, I guess, is real particular about how they inflict pain on people. There had been other people that needed to get out and see loved ones that were, you know, at the end of their lives as well, that weren't allowed to be, you know, with them. Of course, other prisoners do have the FaceTime capabilities. It's the J6ers that don't, and that's very pointed as well. And the communications are locked down like Al Qaeda. You know, like y'all are MS-13 gang members or something. The mail is delayed both ways, coming and going, and you don't get messages in time. But you know, it's the pain of being arrested on an anniversary, or you know, having your trial date on the date of a death of a loved one, or you know, things that don't just happen randomly, that have happened over and over. And it's just to extract that next, you know, pound of flesh, brother. And I'm so sorry for you losing him in the first place, but in those circumstances, it's unforgivable, and it's intentional, and it's terrorism. I mean, literally, if you look,
they wouldn't even give me visits in prison. They said only my family can come. So like friends and like if someone like I met through like the Patriot Mail Project or something wanted to meet me, they said that I wasn't allowed to meet them. And I was taking this class. It's called Resolve, and it helps with trauma. So they say, but because it's just funny that they're working on a trauma class while creating more trauma. So it's very, to me, counterproductive. But I was really close to the psychologist that was teaching the class, and yeah, he told me, you know, he had my back and stuff, and he told me the reason why, you know, you can't have visitors is because they think that you're going to plan some type of domestic terrorist attack or something. And I'm just like, these people are crazy, man. Yeah. So I didn't even get to have visits.
David, how do we recover from this? Because we have a really serious crisis now where people need to be really angry at how people like Greg are being treated by the U.S. federal government. This is pretty much unforgivable at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, I can think of many words: retribution, retaliation, revenge, battle of all sorts. But there's really just one word that encapsulates what we need, and that's justice. Because with justice, these people will be not only released, freed, but put back to their proper standing in the community, you know, who they're supposed to be in their community, that would be restored. And then these criminals that did these things to them would be in their place in the prisons, would be in their place in the justice system where they really belong for doing it. It's a deprivation of constitutional rights. All kinds of freedoms have been taken along the way. All these privacy issues and everything. I mean, it's the whole gambit of rights, I guess you could say. I mean, it's amazing to see, you know, systematically how this has gone on. And that's what needs to happen, is justice. Because, you know, you've probably heard me say it before, Corinne, it's not because we're a lawless people, it's because we're lawful people. You know, we're lawful. We demand justice be served, and that this whole situation be straightened out. We weren't happy that Hillary never went to jail, and we're not going to be happy until these people do. And I think there's enough of the public now that's waking up to the reality, the truth of what really happened. What was the last Rasmussen poll that said over 65% of people think that J6 was a FBI setup? And I think that's still a low number, but we're getting there. And I think the truths that have been revealed can't be unrevealed, and they just grow. So, you know, it does take longer for the truth to get around than a lie, and they got the lie out quick, but we're gaining on them. And the closer we get to the election, I think the more and more important the topic will be. And, you know, more eyes, more ears, and more people, like Corinne said, having that emotional response, being angry. We need to be angry. We just don't need to be vengeful. You know, that's the difference. Not violent, but
No,
Adam.
that's not a good answer.
Yeah.
No, but we need to take care of you, Greg. Like, it's really important. You're not going to be homeless. We're going to find a place where you can go. We're not going to let you be broken homeless on the street. How many more days are you in this halfway shelter?
I'm here till October.
Okay, so we have time. But the J6 community, I promise you, will find a place for you, because I will do it myself. I'll go to a pastor. I'll find a place for you to live. So just keep in touch with me, because I'm not fake. I just
Listen,
cannot believe what I'm saying. Yeah, David, go for it.
listen, we've done it before. We've found, you know, places for people to live and stay, and temporary and permanent. And, you know, that's some of the programs we're working. Like we were talking about the other day, Greg, it's been a kind of an evolution. You know, at first it was getting people to their first trials. Then it was taking care of them while they were gone, taking care of their families, and then taking care of trips back to DC, and then taking care of commissary. And, you know, the list grows all the time. And now it's taking care of people when they're coming out and trying to build the jobs. There are different groups that are working on those specific issues, trying to provide job training, housing, jobs, period. So anything that we can do to help, brother. And there's individuals, man, that are stepping up all over the place until those programs
Absolutely.
are finished, you know. So it's really been amazing to watch.
Absolutely.
But
I
Corinne's
want to
real.
know.
She's right. She's real.
She's real.
She
I
is.
cannot believe what I've been witnessing. I can't even tell you how traumatic it's been. But David is number one in standing up for everybody, because there's a lot going on. But I just want to continue to hear, like, the pain you're going through is so powerful. So I just want to give you some more time just to talk to us. How can we help you heal? What can we do?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can, you know, reach out to me on social media, talk to me. I'm a musician. I had songs on Spotify and everything, but those are all taken off.
They took your songs off Spotify?
Yeah.
David, how is that legal?
You know, private. I'm sure they can do what they want at the end of the day, but doesn't make it right. Well, that's not fun. Not fun. Taking your history, in other words, taking everything you worked for.
Yeah. So I'm trying my best to hopefully in the future get some of those songs out. I've been working on other songs as well. So I guess you know, if you could reach me on my contacts, my Instagram is RUBBXIX, stands for Rubix. And then my Twitter handle or X handle is my last name, Rubenacker, and then my first name, Greg. So if you just spell it backwards, that's my Twitter handle.
Are you allowed to use social media?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank God they didn't take that from you, because they take that from a lot of people.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, man. How do you feel in general about the American public? The people that know, that are understanding of. So there's two different kinds of people, I'm sure. The people that don't know and don't support, and the people that do know and don't support. How have you felt on the support meter, you know, as how people are treating you as a J6er? Is it an awareness issue or what?
I don't know. You know, I've only been out a month, but I mean, when it comes to this halfway house, I feel like I don't get the same treatment as regular people here. I would say that.
So they get the weekend pass and you don't, right?
Correct.
So what about when you were in jail? Were you getting letters from the Patriot Mail Project at all?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting, honestly, that's one of the things that I can vouch for. I was actually getting letters a lot. I remember for my birthday, just recently, that passed in February, I probably got a letter, multiple letters, like every day for like the whole month of February. And the COs were getting actually like mad. They're like, why is this guy getting so much mail? and like they would see how like all these letters are from different states. They're like, how does this guy's like so popular? Like, how, like I don't understand. And I was just like, and like I don't have the answer for you, but I was very appreciated and grateful for that for sure.
Well, that makes me very happy to not only know that you were getting a fair amount of letters, because that's really how we want people to, you know, communicate with y'all and let you know how appreciated you are and not forgotten. But to know that it kind of chaps the backside of those guards and seeing how popular that y'all are with us, that gives me a special little warm feeling inside, man. That's really a great win for the team. So way to go, Patriot Mail Project, and all those people who support through letters. Here is an example of how that really affects people and the way they feel and think. So keep up that good work. Well, I'm glad about that, man. And I just hope that, you know, the awareness about your situation continues to grow. We've got a couple of months left for you to kind of find your footing again, get your sea legs, and see what the future is going to look like. But I know you, man, enough to know you're a talented guy, and you've got skills that are in demand. There's somebody out there that needs you to work for them, that doesn't care what other people think. And then again, when, you know, when Trump restores everyone, you'll be on the hero list, and everybody will want you to come work for them. So there's a lot of opportunities coming, and I just want you to feel good about that, and know that you are, you know, cared for by the whole community. And the more that people get to know you, the more we can help you in whatever situation that is. And just know we're here for you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying my best to stay positive for sure.
Yeah.
Oh no, you should stay positive because we're here for you.
Oh yeah, that's the whole reason. I mean, what else
Yeah.
do you need, man? Come on, we're here for you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I know
no,
it.
we're here for you. So you got to stay positive because we have been going through this and it's insane. Okay.
Yeah, let me tell you, there is such a network, dude, and people that genuinely care enough to give their own time and money and resources, and that's a lot, man. You can't get people to commit
No,
that to people.
absolutely.
So
No, I will
Correct.
personally make sure you're not broken homeless. I have churches, I have tons of people now
Right.
that, I mean, not tons, but I have good people that I trust you with and I trust them with because you're not going to be broken homeless. So you don't have to have that fear.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to lose hope in this halfway house. So just get through this.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
you. And there's people to talk
Thank
to.
you. Thank you.
You reach out anytime you need to talk to people. There's a whole group of folks that would love to share your experience with you, the good and the bad, man. We love the wins, but we'll take the low times too. It's a roller coaster emotionally for everybody, dude. Just know that for every
trials
low,
and tribulations.
that's right. For every low, there's a high. You know, we just got to wait for it sometimes, and it's coming. It's coming. And look, 3.5 years in, we're not going anywhere. You got support, and you got numbers you can call. So if you need anything, you reach out, and we'll be here for you.
Thank you.
You got it, man. You
Okay, so come back whenever God tells you to, and you have my number. You can call me 24/7. You have David's number.
Yes, absolutely. I will. Thank you guys so much.
Good to
God
see you, man.
bless you. Thank you, Greg.
Yes, God bless you. I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
Sounds good.
Yes, anytime.
Have a good night.
You too.
We're here
man.
for you.
You're great to see you.
Bye bye.
David, I want to know about what's happening with the court case right now with respect to Daniel Goodwin, because I feel like, you know, you're out there on the front line, and I would be, I mean, I don't know why they haven't arrested you yet, basically. We have to make sure that, David, you don't get arrested because young men like that need you.
You know, they'd find another somebody if I get her. I mean, look.
No,
what
there's
happens,
not another somebody. There's
Well-
nobody. Who else is there? There's not another somebody.
you know, God provides. Let's just put it that way. And I'll do whatever I can do from wherever I am. And no, I don't want to go to jail. I hope I never do. But there's that possibility for all of us just for talking about it. We're not kidding anybody. And you know, I see guys like that, man, and I think what a bright future. You know, so talented. He's got computer skills and music skills, and you know, he's a good speaker. He's articulate and all these things that, you know, a lot of kids just don't have that much going for him these days. And he's got this huge record against him because of this tyrannical system. It's not fair. It's not right. And for a kid like that to run out of hope, you know, that's unacceptable on our part. So we need to be rallying around these people saying, hey, look, you're not a waste. You're not a mistake. You're not anything wrong, with you. It's the system that did this, and we're going to be here to support you through this. So, I mean, that's the main thing that I can convey to people. Get with that mail program and stay in touch with these people and support them and do their give, send, goes and put monthly stuff on their accounts and help pay the bills and help get them, through the tough times. And they'll never forget it. I promise you, they don't take it for granted because there's not a lot of people that help. So whatever you do is hero worthy stuff. I just ask that you don't do nothing, do something. I think that's been the motto lately is don't do nothing, because everybody else does nothing. Be different, do something, and try to make a difference in these people's lives.
I mean, that's what really this, Greg found me somehow. And so he called me, and I just feel so much compassion and so much dedication. I will make sure he's not homeless, because that was his biggest concern, because he was one of the first J6ers to be thrown into federal prison. He had to take the plea deal because he was so intimidated by the federal government. So he's been alone for 2 years. He hasn't had access to Ashley Babbitt's mom's vigil, where he hasn't had access to the prisoner's record. He doesn't know that people are praying for him and that we have a whole team of people. Look Ahead America is supposed to be making sure that men like him get jobs.
That's right. That's right. There, like I said, there's a couple of groups working on those issues, and we'll see how progress goes. It takes a long time to build these things. It takes a long time to fund these different projects, and money's tight. It's an election year. I'll tell you, it's not easy to do what we've done, even to muddle through this as best we can. And, we feel bad when we can't help people, and it happens. I mean, sometimes just the accounts are low, the support's not there. And, I can go specific, but I should not, and I'm not. But when people call and say they need a little bit of help and you can't help them, it hurts very bad, because when they're calling us, we're the last people. And look, that American Gulag Chronicles book, that's one way that people can help us raise money. 100% of the funds that are raised, after the book costs and the shipping, you got to pay those things. But 100% of the money, it's all volunteer run. So it all goes to help, the prisoners and their wives, the defendants and their families. And so there's 2 books. The Letters from Prison is the first book, and Art of Confinement is the second. They're amazing. They're letters from these guys from prison, from their own hand, with their own artwork, their own stories and experiences, and both vastly different books. The first one was the raw emotion, the shock, the awe of what was going on. The second is the testimony, the witness, the seasoning, if you will. And they're both amazing monuments of time. I think you need these in your collections just for the historical value. And we suggest buying a couple of copies for your local library, donate them to your library so other people can have a chance to read this stuff. But I'm telling you, it's a great way to support these people. And it's a kind of a gateway drug, because when you read these letters and you kind of experience what these guys have gone through, hopefully it encourages you to go to that next step and get with the Patriot Mail Project and write a letter or 2, get a correspondence back, start that little pen pal thing. And that takes you to the next level, which would be to support them financially. And like I said, monthly, and just commit to them. Say, hey, we're going to adopt you and help support you until you're free, until you're home, until you're rebuilt, or however long it takes. I'm going to be here for you, because you were there for me, and we owe it to you, like Trump said. So, it's hard. I know money's tight. Like I said, election year, all that stuff. I get it. I live here. I'm not a stranger to any of that. But at the same time, it's priorities, and it's that Starbucks, and it's that meal out, and it's that waste of time and money that you could be putting toward a good cause, which is J6ers. And I think when you meet this community and join this family, you'll be glad you did. It's strong, it's pure, it's got its issues and ups and downs like any other family or group, but we work through this stuff. It's really been an amazing experience to see the growth, see the little motto I always say is back to the basics, back to God, and back together. And I think that's really evidenced in this community in an amazing way. And I've been privileged to be a part of that.
Do you know Wendy Olson or Amani Go?
Yes,
Okay, so they gave him money for the commissary.
that's
Wendy Olson and Amani Grow.
yes, yes.
Thank you, God, because he got money on his commissary. Can you imagine if you were stuck in the prison and you didn't have any money on your commissary? I hope we never find any J6ers that happened to.
That's a real issue. You know, people don't understand this whole prison system. It's about trafficking. It's about profit. You hear the stories where they pay them, 50 cents an hour or whatever to make parts, and then the prison sells the parts and makes tons and tons of money. That's one way. But the commissary funds, the food prices, the price for a pair of flip-flops or a new pair of clothes or whatever you have to buy in there is outrageous. And, especially different times of the month trying to get anything to eat because the food they serve you is subpar for anyone. So they live on ramen noodles and honey buns. And if you can't buy anything because you have no commissary, I mean, the wages that you earn when you do work there are small. So there's really not an advancement in that. Just to pass the time more or less. But these guys that we have, they're not on work programs, so to speak. They may get, in the laundry or something. I've heard one guy, but commissary is a huge issue for everyone. And I don't think it's well understood. Like so much of the rest of the J6 story, people don't understand until they really get involved and try to get to know somebody and see what they're going through. That's what that Patriot Mail Project is really the best for. And like he said, man, there was nothing like getting letters. The amount of support you feel, the gratitude, the love, it really is conveyed when you take the time to write somebody a letter. Hey, it may seem like no big deal to you, but it's a really big deal to whoever's getting it. So there are rules to follow. Go to Patriot Mail Project and follow the rules and try it out. And if you're disappointed and not satisfied, call me and I'll give you your money back. It's really easy.
I mean, I thought that you could write in navy ink, and Greg just said only black ink. So for the really strict prisons, only write in black ink, one side of the paper, go to Patriot Mail Project and just write to everyone you can possibly write to, because maybe half of the time that they don't even get their letters.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't. And it depends, be careful what you say, folks. It's really easy to say, hey, we appreciate you. We're standing up for you. We hadn't forgotten about you. We want to support you. All those things. Don't get silly and say dumb things because they'll just throw it in the trash or kick it back and you'll get a letter back. There are rules, like I said, in there on the website for you to follow.
And you have to have a return address. So if you don't want to use your own address, you can use your church's address, but you've got to have a return address, right? On the envelope.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. These are screened like they're high terror attackers or something, like they're Al Qaeda or MS-13. Literally the same protocol that those gang members and cartel members are subject to is the same stuff these people. So their mail is delayed up to weeks, coming and going because they're sifting through it. They're digging through all the contacts. They're trying to put, pieces of a puzzle that doesn't exist together, and it's time consuming. And just delays everything. It's not fun for them trying to get a message out or getting a word back. And, it's 3 weeks later, they finally get a word back. And whatever happened was 2 weeks ago. So, frustrating and real. So the sooner you can get a letter out, the sooner it'll get to them. Everybody kind of jump in there and give it a whirl. What have you got to lose except helping somebody out? Kind of a no-brainer.
I mean, we have some really corrupt judges over sentencing white Christian men of fighting age in the United States of America. And Greg is an example of the carnage that's happening. This has never happened in our nation's history. No sitting president has allowed at least approximately one person a day to be arrested since they took the White House, like the Biden regime has. So what do we do, David? Because what do you think the most important thing to talk about is right now? Because I know you talk about this all day long, but what's the most pressing issue with respect to J6 right now? Like, do you think the Supreme Court 1512 issue is important? What's important?
I think that's really important. Of course, that's the leverage. The 1512 obstructing an official proceeding has been held over people's heads as a 20-year felony so that they will take the deal on the misdemeanor charges. And that's no way to do business unless you're a bad guy. So we see that happening. If that's taken away, it can change and reverse a lot of the previous charges. So now we're seeing the judges double down, saying that they're going to go concurrent on their charges and stack them. So if you had a 6-month and a 9-month charge, usually you serve 9 months and they're both taken care of. But no, now they want you to serve the 6-month fee and then pay the 9-month fee after that. So that's a double down from these judges to try to get that pound of flesh. I think that's very important, of course, but I think perspective, Corinne, as we look at this, it's always the most important thing. How do you look at it? Why do you look at it the way you do? How does that work? And how does it fit into the real story of history and where we are, what's happening? So I think the comparison to Tiananmen Square is probably the most important thing people can understand about what happened that day. You know, you had peaceful protesters, and I know there's a lot of controversy. Oh, but I saw violence. Oh, but I saw this and I saw that. And I understand that. Listen, that's normal, natural, based on what you were shown. But when you understand that the police initiated all the violence, the police attacked the people relentlessly for over an hour with no safe exits, no warning, until it was finally declared a riot area. It was literally a police riot. It wasn't the people, and it's been proven over and over on video. But when you understand that, you know, never before in American history, you know, this is unprecedented, yes, and that's what all this unprecedented event. Yeah, because our government murdered peaceful protesters, blamed them for it, threw them in jail for it, imprisoned them, and then used the media and the government to cover that up. That's Tiananmen Square 101. It's a repeat. And I don't think people got that message. And I don't think they've been properly outraged. Like I said, not to violence, but to justice. So all to be considered in that big picture. And like I said, it's about perspective. You don't know what you don't know. And that's where it's up to us to kind of explain. And our latest documentary, you know, J6, A True Timeline, I think it's great. It's a timeline. It shows in order, you know, how the setup kind of went with the police and the people. We see that. We see the Ray Epps stuff. We understand all those. And that's really important. But if you go back and watch the one right before that, 1,000 Days of Terror, and see how the violence started, who started the violence. Because in my opinion, anything after that moment doesn't count because of who started it, how they started it, and then why they started it. And I think there was a reaction to what people had witnessed, what they walked in on, what had happened to them. So these are all those perspective issues, which do have to do with a timeline. And when you showed up and which side you showed up. You know, for 3 years, people saw a scene from here and then they'd see a scene from here. And, you know, everything was moved around. Times weren't in order. So you really didn't have an idea. You know, our films kind of help put all that in order in your brain so you can, you know, digest it a little bit better. But I think to see all that and then back up and say, why? You know, and when you think you figured it out, ask yourself again, why? And then when you think you figured that out, and you just keep going up this food chain, basically, to the controllers of the day. So it's not the individual actors from the day. It's the people that were on top making those big decisions, who delayed what and why, who was in charge of knowing this and that. Why didn't these two people talk? Why didn't these intel agencies talk? Why did the Capitol Police intel say something different than the FBI? You know, questions like, when was the DC Gulag rented? You know, when did that whole contract get signed? Who signed it? Who was Michael Leroy Bird's handler? You know, who took him from that day? Who's the first person he talked to? Who took him to the housing? Who put him up?
What, after he murdered Ashley Babbitt?
Yeah, after he murdered Ashley Babbitt, who was his point of contact the whole time he stayed? What training did he undergo? What was it, speech training? You know, what kind of propaganda, narrative control? You know, Tarek Johnson, where was he housed? Was it the same location as Byrd? Was Lazarus and Dunn and Hodges and Fanone, did they all go through the same training? Did they all get this propaganda 101, you know, how to spin a story, HBO guidelines with the producers that made the select committee, with the teleprompters for the select committee, with, the scripted select committee with the rehearsed select committee? And then why do those things that they said during that select committee, why are the judges using the exact same verbiage? And then you look at the Fanon testimony and it's different than the videos. And you kind of figure, well, these are all just make-believe fairy tales that have been thrust on the public over and over and over like a really bad date. And I'm telling you, that propaganda is hard to overcome, folks. That's why we have to work that much harder to, tell people the truth.
This is David, this is like never ending. And so I just want people to know what's happening in the Daniel Goodwin case that could end up affecting all of us. The judge, one of the most corrupt judges I've ever witnessed is federal judge Reggie Walton. And he basically straight out says, if you support President Donald Trump, you belong in prison.
Yeah.
Well, now 3 years later, he's trying to actually have access to J6er Daniel Goodwin's computer. So can you just explain that really fast?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting case. So Reggie Walton, Daniel he was on home confinement with an ankle monitor for about a year before he finally got his day in court. He was sentenced to prison. So he had to serve his total of 60 days. And now he's on his probation period after the home confinement, after prison, now probation. And for some reason, Reggie Walton, this judge, wants to monitor Daniel's computer for disinformation. So if you know about Daniel's case, he was the 37-second J6er. He went in the building, opened doors, saw people inside, walked in, didn't hurt anything, break anything, do anything, showed up late, never saw police, never had anyone tell him he couldn't be there, do anything. 37 seconds in the building, cop said, hey, you can't be in here. So he said, oh, you're an oath breaker, and he walked back out. He said, somebody get his badge number, and he walked out on his own power, wasn't thrown out, tossed out, broken up or anything. Easy story. So they wanted to call him a Proud Boy. They wanted to put him in jail for 20-something years total with his little 4 cookie cutter misdemeanors and the 1512. Well, they threw the 50. Well, actually, they wanted him to plead on the 1512, and they would throw the other misdemeanors. What? I mean, how crazy? So, long story short, he goes on Tucker Carlson. Tucker's the one asking the questions. Daniel's not leading the interview. Tucker didn't say anything about what happened outside, only what happened inside. Well, outside, Daniel had said, hey, we need, mass numbers in here. Everybody, if everybody's inside, we all need to go in here. He didn't know any better. He didn't, like so many people said, silly things that day, whatever, and had no idea what it meant compared to the big picture, right? I did the same thing. So just to be honest. So you see that this judge gets mad and says, well, you were on Tucker Carlson and you misled the whole world thinking you didn't do anything wrong. Well, he didn't do anything wrong. You're just saying what he did was wrong. He wasn't charged with being on a megaphone. Right. So, I mean, who's to say? This judge takes to his own interpretation all the time. So mis or disinformation. But I think the part of the story people miss is during Daniel's allocution statement at the end, right before his sentencing, he gets to make a statement, supposedly uninterrupted, his version to the court. So he gets up there and says, hey, I want this court to know about all the deaths that happened on January 6th. Ashley Babbitt, Roseanne Boylan, Kevin Grease, and Benjamin Phillips, Brian Sicknick, going through the reasons and how and what. And the judge got so mad. Old Walton was saying, hey, well, you'll be hard pressed to get anybody to believe that about Ashley. You should stop. You should stop. You shouldn't be saying all these things. You're digging yourself deeper. Those kind of things. So you have to wonder, what is he trying to monitor? What kind of disinformation or misinformation? Or does that have to do with the fact that Daniel has worked for StopHate.com for 5 years and that he's been a part of all our productions, all our websites, all our social media, all our documentaries, all our research and interviews? He's an integral part of our team. So is Reggie Walton really just trying to get access to StopHate.com's database? Is that so they can put something bad in there? Or is that so they can accuse us of something? Or is that just so they'll have access and be able to say what they can't say right now, without having the appropriate access? They know what's in my database already, but they can't talk about it probably, and they can't accuse me of things because they're not supposed to know what's in there because they're not supposed to be spying on people, which they already do. So, why is he so adamant? I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, have you ever heard of any other J6er that's been threatened to have their computer monitored after they serve their sentence? I have not heard of this yet. Have you?
No, this is so out of control. This will set a precedent that these judges can monitor all of our computers, and it is really scary. And this judge, Reggie Walton, should no longer be allowed to be a judge. It's unconstitutional. Daniel Goodwin only had, 30 days, 45 days in jail?
Yeah, 60.
This is a misdemeanor. This
Yeah,
is ridiculous.
Literally misdemeanors, 60 days in jail. And literally, here's the other part of it. Once this goes back to the hearing, he's only going to have 2 or 3, probably 3 months left on his probation. Why would they want to monitor his computer for 3 months? Who is Daniel Goodwin in this whole big picture? I mean, when he was on video at the Capitol, he said he was doxxed right there. I mean, the guy said, "Hey, it's SF Thought Criminal." He said, "Hey, don't dox me. I'm Daniel Goodwin." He's obviously not trying to misinform about who he is or disinform about his identity or anything. It's hilarious how this judge has pushed it. So what happened with Daniel's case, they appealed that decision to monitor the computer. It was pushed up to the next level court, and those 3 judges pushed it back down to Reggie Walton and said, "No, we're not deciding on this. You have to decide." So now Walton wants Daniel and his attorney, Carol, to say, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I abuse your First Amendment? Why shouldn't I toss your Fourth Amendment out the window? Why shouldn't I? You need to give me a reason why I shouldn't. When honestly, the real thing is, why didn't that upper court say, "What are you doing, man? You're trying to stomp on this guy's First and Fourth Amendment just right out the gate, and you can't do that." So it's a real mess, and I'm just afraid that they're being strategic, to try to gain access to our database. First of all, they want to see what we're working on next. They want to see who we're working with. They want to see what our next productions look like, so they can get ahead of this, and so they can inform all their friends about damage control and what our plans are, coming up to the election. I've already said that we have several surprises coming in the next few months. I'm sure they would love to know what those are. Is this an attempt to get into his computer and monitor everything we've ever researched and all of our database for J6 and all of the interviews that we've done? I mean, it's really an amazing story. And what's amazing to me is no journalists have put 2 and 2 together to even think that far into it, to cover that side of this. Oh, it's a travesty, and what an outrage. But why? That's what we were saying earlier. When you think you figured it out, ask why, and then ask why, and then ask why. It's going to lead you back to stophate.com if it has to do with J6.
I want to bring Ryan Matta into this. He's one of your biggest fans. Are you here with us, Ryan? Did I bring you in properly? Let's see if I can do this. I want to bring him into this discussion because this is really important. Let's hope I can figure out how to do it. I got it. Yay, Ryan Matta's in. Ryan, David. Let's bring you into this because this is a mess. And men like you, Ryan, who they really want. They want to get young men of fighting age like you, Ryan, in the federal prison system. Can you hear us? Testing, 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's what this is about, David. They want to get all of the young men of fighting age either in the federal prison system or I don't know. Is World War III starting?
There you are.
In the draft?
There we are. Sorry, I changed my mic settings. Yeah, man. Dave, it's an honor to be on here with you, buddy. I'm your biggest fan, man. This man right here has done more for the January 6ers than anybody. There's not one other single person who's literally every single day, all this man does is eat, sleep, and shit and lives January 6th. If anybody deserves a pat on the back, it's you, my friend, because like you said, the news outlets can't even keep up with it. I mean, it's just constant laser pointer after laser pointer after laser pointer. When the big picture is they're looting our treasury and they're taking away your freedoms. So
and they're trying to arrest you, Ryan. The federal government wants you in prison.
No, they want you dead. Like let's be serious about this. Like prison is just getting you out of the way, when really, what they're feeding you in those prisons. I mean, it's like they're not even really prisons anymore. They're like torture centers, right? Especially for innocent people, for people that like these January 6ers. Like pick any point in time. Like when people are like Kyle Seraphin will say like, well, I'm not going to blanket all January 6ers. Like, some of them went in there with bad intentions. Okay. Nobody died, right?
Kyle said that.
Yeah. They're not.
No one goes in there with bad intentions, but that opens a whole Lionsgate about Kyle Seraphin, because James O'Keefe and Kyle Seraphin are in a huge shouting match. And I want to talk about feds. How do we identify who a fed is?
I'll make them show me their badge. That's what I'm
right. I try to avoid the drama, but like at the end of the day, they're I don't know how this ends, Dave. How do you think this ends? I guess is a better question. Where does this, when is enough? Because I've drawn every line I would have drawn and said, I'm going to die on this hill right here. They trample right over it. Right.
Oh, they do, man. They do. That's funny. You got to really put that flag up in a very tall place. Look, man, this is drama. And unfortunately, all press is good press. And I think that, as much as we hate some of the things that do go on inside our community, the rest of the public, man, it's getting us attention from people that would have never known about us at all. So I think some of that is a win. I feel like we work out most of our differences in our own community over time. We've kind of proven that over 3.5 years. Even if we don't all get along, we give each other a certain amount of grace, and that's something that's missing in society. So, I might not agree with a percentage that another group or somebody else may have different motives than they're trying to sell products, and I'm against selling product. I think every penny needs to go to every, whatever. Yeah. Everybody's got a beef with somebody for something, and that's fine. As long as we're all kind of heave-hoing for the same reasons in the same general direction. You can't pick people off because they did one bad thing you don't agree with or whatever. I mean, it's really tough. So yeah, I see that drama too, man. I steer clear as much as possible. And you'd be surprised how many questions I get on social media. What do you think about so-and-so? What do you think about this? And what do you think? I have this advantage of being in this since 1992, since before a lot of people were born. So I've been kind of watching this, in a different way, I think, than a lot of people, man. And especially people that have just become aware to the political things or to the social things or, the group things or thinking. And, I've just been kind of watching this experiment, from a different seat. So it's once again about perspective. But, at the end, I think as much as I hate it, Trump is not our savior. Jesus Christ is our savior. So when people say you have to bend the knee to the government, I say, I've already bent my knee to Jesus Christ. He's my king. So, you're out on that one because I've already done that. And then we have to look at how do we get out of this mess? And I think it's really tricky because Trump even said when he was inaugurated, he's given the power back to the people. We don't know what that looks or feels like. And we don't know how to wield that power or that sword, for lack of a better way to put it. But I think that's what we're learning. And we're learning what our limits are. And I think there's a certain amount of expose that has had to happen. We look back at Mike Flynn and what he, quote unquote, went through during his ordeal with the deep state. And that was all an expose so we could see and believe how far they would go and how long it could last and what suffering, was supposed to look like or whatever. You can lay that same template on top of January 6th and see the same timeline, the same intel agencies, the same court systems, the same judge. I mean, in some cases. So when you understand it's part of an awareness program that look, if someone was to come in and start just wrecking the place, saying that's a bad guy, that's a bad guy, that's a bad guy, you're going to say, oh, this guy's a dictator. He just doesn't. It can't be about retribution or revenge. It has to be about justice. So people have to know what that reasoning was. They have to see the crime to know what the time is about. And I think there needs to be some very swift, very just rewards for some of these criminals. And I think that's the lessons that we need to learn for history so we won't repeat these things. So especially about January 6th, they say unprecedented. We can never let it happen again. Yeah, because our government generally doesn't murder peaceful protesters. So yes, we need to do something to make sure our government never does this again. We're going to hold them accountable legally and apply, you know, the scales of justice to what they did, and let the correct system. It can't be, you know, civil war and violence and all that crap. We've never signed up for that. That's not what we want. And we don't hate our enemies because they're stupid. You know, that's just not our style. They're just stupid. I wouldn't want to kill somebody because they disagree with me any more than, you know, because they don't like the same color I like or the same religion or whatever. It's just dumb. And that whole thought process kind of falls in line with "you're a racist" kind of comments. You know, it's all just manufactured. So I see it as the people having to, you know, at the last minute, basically say enough's enough. And look, finding out how to do that and what that looks and feels like. It can't be in the form of a revolution that makes us squashable by the government. You know, we kind of have a feeling of what that felt like on January 6th to try to put our foot down, and they stepped on it. So we have to be smart, and we have to figure this thing out. It's not going to be the government that fixes it. We know it's not going to be our Congress or our senators. You know, these people do not represent us one bit. And we just hope at this point that Trump's on our side, you know, and I'm sure he is, but you know, it's a long way to get there. And then of course we all have our own theories, dude. I know this is a long ramble, but we all have our own theories about where this is going, how it's going to end up. You know, do we get to the election? Do we get past? Do we get through it? Are we even going to have an election? Who's going to stop it? How? When? Who's going to win? You know, what's the strategic move, or what's the strategy? Where are the pieces, and what is this building up to? So I can tell you this: for the J6ers, it's building up to the pardon of innocence. It's building up to the pardon of mercy. We're still working on the Presidential Medal of Patriotism. We're still working on the memorial for the Capitol property, the statue, the life-size statue of all 5 of the victims, you know, to include Officer Sicknick. And I don't know if y'all noticed the other day, but the Capitol Police were really upset. They're trying to get a plaque at the Capitol for their bravery and heroism that day. And you know, so if we ever do have another January 6th, y'all go ahead and put my name on the list. I'm going to go take that down myself. But yeah, that's probably the only threat you'll ever get out of me for anything about a building. But I think that's really kind of tying back to the original thing, domestic violent extremists, guys. That's what they're trying to list us all. We're domestic violent extremists. I was just reading a court filing, and that's one of the terms that they were using that just reinforces the fact that if they could put you on a list for anything, that's what they're going to do. That's where we live. January 6th was a test run. Nobody believed us. Then they went to their school board meeting and said, "I don't like CRT." Same FBI showed up. They didn't believe us. Then they drove to Canada with the truckers. Same FBI showed up. They still didn't believe us. So they went down to Brazil. FBI showed up. They still didn't believe us. They didn't believe us about Whitmer. They didn't believe us about J6. But now the majority of Americans are starting to believe us. So at least we're making a little progress there.
Okay, how do we identify the feds, Ryan? How do we identify the feds, David? Because before November, there is going to be a high-level setup. And I really almost got set up for January 6th. My airplane ticket was purchased, but my daughter got sick, so I didn't go. Thank you, God, I didn't get on the flight, and I felt bad about it. How do we know who the feds are? What do you think, Ryan? I mean, just tell me the truth about the Kyle Seraphin thing. How do you identify who a Fed is that could really set us up and charge us with conspiracy or anything they want?
Well, I think number one, you got to break the law, right? So I don't think most patriots are breaking the law.
No, you don't have to break the law.
I mean, if they frame you up, then it doesn't matter if it's a Fed or not, right? They can just make up any law and frame you. It doesn't have to. They don't need a Fed to do that. They don't need to entrap you to do that. They could just plant child porn or anything on your laptop if you want to get down to the brass tactics. So as far as Kyle Seraphin, I worked with the guy for a really long time. He's a stand-up guy. He was one of the first people to come out and blow the whistle, and he's done nothing but encourage more and more people to come out. He's created this safe little environment where you can't trust our government. So these people can't go to our government because the government's just going to throw you to the wolves. I mean, they're leaking stuff to the FBI that you're coming to Congress and privately giving them. So Kyle's built this little harbor for agents that want to come out, and they know that they're at least they're going to get to go on his platform and share their message. So I don't think Kyle's a Fed. I think that a lot of people are just talking shit because for whatever his inputs or his reasoning or logic behind everything, but he's a pretty straightforward guy. He wouldn't show me the evidence, right? And we can prove the crime, or show me your evidence and we can go through it and we can prove that it's true or not. But he's just strictly evidence, fact-based, what I know and what I can control and what ability I have or what impact I can make on the world. And he's really just adamant about laser focused on one thing that he knows the most about, and that's the FBI and taking them down and exposing all the corrupt tyrants that are in the FBI. So he's a good guy in my book, and he fired me too. So I'm still saying that stuff about him.
I know he fired you and you still totally respect him. I've met him. I don't know, David, how do we identify the feds? Because you probably have the most experience with this, so we don't get set up by November. Just in the own Patriot group in Washington, D.C., how do we identify the feds? Do you have any idea?
It's really easy.
Hold on. They're gay. So if you're gay, that's a first indicator.
That's a dead giveaway. We all know the FBI is gay.
And they don't fire any of those guys either. So that's how you know Kyle's got like 5 kids or 6 kids now. So
no.
He doesn't fit the profile. But go ahead.
No, really. No. That's so funny. You had to go there. But no, for me, it's easy. I just walk down the street. Whoever's like following about 15, 20 feet back is usually a Fed. No, it's, I think what Ryan said is very important. If you're not breaking the law, you don't have as much to worry about. You can still get in trouble, I'm sure. These days, it's thought crimes and it's guilty by association. You really don't have to be there. You just have to know somebody or be associated even loosely with somebody, and you can be, on that list. So, I mean, there's you do as much as you can precautionary wise, but guys, at the end of the day, man, if you're not in control, you're just not in control. They can do what they want, and Fed or not, or what agency. I mean, there's 56 or 53 or whatever that were working the whole, January 6th stuff. It's crazy to think about how outnumbered the citizens really are. But, in Kyle's defense, I'm not sure exactly what happened with the whole situation. And I have friends on both sides, and I'm not here to make enemies out of anybody for any drama. And I think that's well understood in the community. And further, I mean, if I have a problem with somebody, I tell them or I tell everybody, and they're going to find out real quick. So, I'm not that guy, but I'll tell you, Kyle's the kind of guy, if you punch him in the face, he's like a J6er. They're not going to run. They're not going to back down. They're going to fight. They're going to put it back in your face, and they're going to tell you something. And I see that, and whether that made him double down and be Kyle. I mean, I remember listening to a podcast once, and it was Kyle and Sean, and Kyle really was just tearing this guy up. Guy wasn't very smart with his comments, and Kyle was just on him, and there was a lull in the conversation, and Sean said, "Why are you such an asshole?" and Kyle just said, "It's the way I'm wired." So look, man, I get that, and I totally do. And look, there's so many people that are on edge. They're paranoid. It's been 3.5 years of learning that there are very few people on this planet that you can trust, that are really going to have your back. They're going to go to the mat with you and be there, by your side and hold your hand and cry with you and support you at the same time. It's very disheartening. And I think that's what, many of those letters and those books reflect is, the fact that these people feel let down by Americans in so many ways, to still be there 3.5 years. Where's the rescues? Where's the troops? I mean, what was the Iran hostage situation? I mean, how long did that last? I mean, these guys are a long time, and they just need some support and love. And, all the drama comes and goes, and they're still in jail. They still didn't get a day off. They still hadn't been to a barbecue. They still hadn't had a holiday. And here we are being dramatic and doing things when we could be productive, and so that's one little soapbox moment for me. But I think more and more people feel the way I do than want to get tangled up in the drama. And look, there's a bunch of hurt feelings. A lot of people have different motives and different, intentions. And hey, that's life. That's the way it's going to be. I suggest finding the groups that people are comfortable with and do everything you can to serve and to give of yourself. And just try to make that part of this experience better for these people that stood up for us.
Very well said.
Go
Thanks.
for it, Ryan. Tell us everything, because you have such an incredible history.
He
And
does.
you're with my favorite network, Live from America. I love Jeremy Harrell.
Yeah, Jeremy's a great guy to work for, man. I'm very honored, and it's a privilege to work there with such a great network that, a boss that's never censored me. And my views are completely, a lot of times, a lot different than theirs, right? Like, I'm not into the wars, I'm not into Israel, I'm not into Hamas, I'm not into anything. I'm into America and saving our country. And we're probably in the worst position, I would say, that we've ever been in this country, but at the same time, in the best, right? For the first time in all of history, we have a tool that is above the reach of any government, not just the United States government, but all governments on a world scale. And every problem that we have in America boils back down to the money printer, right? You think the FBI would still be doing this if the Republicans actually cut them off and cut their funding and started stripping away their powers? We wouldn't be here, but our government sold us out, right? Like, they are absolutely compromised. We elected them to do a job. They don't do the job. They don't serve us. We don't have kings in America. We don't have queens. We don't have emperors. We have public servants who are supposed to serve the will of the people, and they don't do it. So how do you stop that? Well, obviously, continuing to fund them is not going to work. The vote doesn't count, doesn't matter, right? You're not going to vote your way out of this one. I think everybody's hoping that we get Trump back in there, but if you think about it, like, look what's happened to America in the last 3 elections. They rigged them all, and they openly rigged them. We've proven it, which I think a lot of us were under the assumption of, once we catch them, like, we got your hand in the cookie jar. Nope, that didn't work, right? We have innocent Americans that are still rotting in jail cells today, and every once in a while, a politician will throw them a bone, or, Mike Johnson's over there bragging about releasing like 20,000 hours of tapes, but where's the other 20,000? Where's the other? Dave, you've had them all. Dave, you have them there. You've seen them all. Like, right? When are we going to exonerate the people that are, innocent, that they put in prison for crimes that they committed, which we have on camera and proves that they're innocent and they lied, and we have cops that are testifying against and under oath? You're bad. So the ending story is that we have Bitcoin, right? And we have this tool, which a lot of people are scared about. They don't understand. It's new technology, and everything from the beginning of time has been corruptible. Every single asset, every single money, every single currency, they're all corruptible. And our government has proved, and every government since the beginning of history has proved, that they will take advantage. Give enough time, give them enough power, give them in the right situation. They're gonna always serve their self-interest, and that's what people are always going to do. So whether you believe in Bitcoin and you understand it or not, as long as you just understand that people are always going to serve their self-interest, and you have something that is literally the digital version of gold, and it's always going to go up in value because it has a finite supply. So there's 8 billion people around this world looking for a place to park their capital that can't get devalued by any government. And there's only 21 million of them. So just do the math. I mean, it's just a matter of time before this thing goes up, and it's going to go up forever, because there's always going to be a perpetual demand for the hardest asset in the world. And people are always going to serve their self-interest. So why would you park your capital in something that's going to bring you 5% or 10% when inflation in the real numbers are 15%? You can't park your asset in any stock in the stock market. You're literally just pissing your money away. Or at the very least, you're drowning, and your nose isn't even above water, right? Like, you're still drowning. So, like, even if you're making 15%, you're pretty much still getting crushed by this government. You go to real estate. Well, okay. Well, what is it? Like 60% of Americans, or 78% or something, are priced out of real estate for all of eternity, based off their wages and the rate that housing is going up and wages are going up. Gen Z right now, the article just came out last week. Gen Z is putting in for their retirement 15 years ahead of the boomer generation, and they will not be able to retire. So you're going to convince, I mean, you look at the pyramid scheme, right? What happens when people stop buying into the pyramid scheme? It all collapse. So your 401ks, your pension, your Social Security, your Medicaid, it's all the pyramid system. And we now have an entire generation that, even if they buy into that scam, it offers them no comfort later in life. So why the fuck would I ever put my money into something when I can't get it out? So you're going to watch the bottom of that pyramid stop, because Gen Z's done. They're so sick of it. They're fed up with it. They have to work 2 jobs just to keep their head above water. And they're not I'm not saying all Gen Z's lazy, but a lot of them are realizing, at least the younger generations is like, oh yeah, I got to suck ass. I got to work at McDonald's or Walmart or flip burgers from 14 to 16 to buy my first car. But you had the opportunity to take risks. You had the ability to borrow capital, like all of the things that the other generations had that our kids are not going to have, because our government's abused it to a point where it's obliterated. Where, if you haven't watched the documentary, The Great Taking, that's what's in the works. Like, everything that we're witnessing here, even J6 and this stuff, it's all the big distraction, because the banks are going to come and they're going to liquidate everything. They're going to collapse this market, just like they have From the beginning of banking history, every war has been created because a central bank was failing or a government was so tyrannical and corrupt they were looting the treasury, and the only way to maintain control over the population was for war. And you're seeing it over and over again. Like, how hard is the United States government trying to drive us into war? Ukraine, they couldn't get us into the Ukraine war fast enough or get us as a proxy, right? Instantly, first day, we're sending $250 billion. Let's go. Guns blazing. We're going to supply Ukraine with tanks and fight Russia's army. When any single person outside of the corrupt Biden government would have told you that that war was never winnable. There was never a chance that Ukraine was going to take down Russia ever, unless we start dropping nukes on them, right? So that was another endless, forever war. Then as soon as the Israel stuff happened, like your government, they were day one. This is their 9/11. What the fuck do you mean this is their 9/11? How the fuck do you know what this is? Like, this just happened 2 seconds ago. But again, we couldn't get that money to them fast enough. We couldn't drain that treasury. Our government is literally looting the treasury. Your 401ks are gone. Your pensions are gone. Your retirement's gone. Your social security's gone. I mean, look at we have like 219 or $215 trillion with a T of unfunded liabilities. That's money that our government already is obligated to pay out to people, that they've taken in and promised to people that's not there. On top of the 35 trillion we're in debt. So it's all a facade. The system that we live in is so rotten and corrupt. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's done. It's on its last leg. So the end result is there's a lot of pain coming, whether that's food crises, whether that's a cyber attack, whether that's a fake terrorist attack on USA soil trying to get us into the next war. Who knows what it's going to be? But the system cannot continue the way it is. The money is so broken. Look at the rot. It's like if you had if you get sick, you get cancer, right? And once that shit gets into your bones and into your bloodstream, you're done, right? Like it is so the rotten fester is so corrupt from the money that it's literally affected every single government agency, all the way from the CIA to the president of the United States, all the way down to the FDA and the FE and the SEC. Every single agency is weaponized against us, right? They're no longer doing the job that they were created to do. The job that they were created to do originally was because our founding fathers gave us a divided government by design. It was never supposed to be easy for these assholes to take away our freedom. So what do? They can't decide. So then obviously they stage whatever false flag event, created the SEC, created the Federal Reserve. It's always a United States government by design catastrophe, right? Where they come in and they get to be the savior, and they can't pass laws, but it's easy after a financial crisis to go, oh yeah, we need this, right? We need the SEC. And then you come to find out Madoff's brother was working at the SEC, right? Like, that's how the 2008 crisis happened, because the SEC was supposed to be protecting us, but they were in on it. And who went to jail? What, 1 or 2 people? How many bankers went to jail? How many people were jumping out of skyscrapers that day, right? Lots of people lost their lives because of what those bankers did. I mean, probably tens of thousands, if you count the suicides and like the aftermath of families that were destroyed. Oh, yeah. But again, that's what your government wants, right? They want to destroy your family. They want to tear you apart. They want to bankrupt you. They want you living off the government tip because you're easier to control. So until enough of us wake up and go, we're fucking done. Like, I'm completely 100%. Well, I shouldn't say 100%. I'm about 95%, right? If there was a way I could get my paycheck deposited into Bitcoin and use a debit card that would automatically convert my Bitcoin into fiat to pay whatever bill it was. And we're really close to that. We had it with FTX and a few of these other Ponzi schemes out there, but obviously that went away. So it's like, if I could, I would be 100% out of that system. I would only use their dirty dollars when it was an absolute necessity. And you're watching these parallel economies, and I can order a cow now, right? So I'm now able to go buy beef and meat with Bitcoin and feed my family. Non-vaccinated, non-GMO, and I'm no longer participating in their economy. I'm paying directly with Bitcoin. So the second that enough of us realize, and this is the scary part, because when it happens, they're not just going to go, oh yeah, move all your dollars out of the banks, right? If 1%, that's what it was in 2020, right? That liquidity crisis was 1% of retail investors going, you know what? I don't know what's coming. Money's a little bit tight. Maybe I should cash out some of my 401k and make sure that if this pandemic goes really south, 1%, and it collapsed. It caused that liquidity crisis and took the market down by 20 or 25% overnight almost. That was just 1%. So imagine what happens when 1% of people go to these banks, and that's why they're trying to get rid of cash. That's why they're trying to make it, oh, we don't have cash at the bank, right? So you can't take it out. But and if they can get us off cash, then there's never a bank run. And that's what these banks do. They take your money, your hard-earned dollars. Before 1994, you were the creditor, right? So if a bank took your money and they lost it or they used it or spent it and they didn't have it, at the end of the day, that was fraud. That's what it is. You give your money to a bank, they should keep it and they should use it to make more money, which is why you should be getting interest.
Yeah.
But you're not. You're not, and you're no longer the creditor. And if you haven't seen The Great Taking, you should really watch it. It's about an hour-long documentary. And this guy is his name's David Webb. And he's laid out the picture of The Big Short, right? The Big Short was Michael Burry saw the writing on the walls. And for 2 years, he was betting on it, right? Like it went way longer than he thought it was going to go, right? Because our government was so corrupt up, right? The regulators own the rating agencies. And the rating agencies were the ones that were fudging the numbers. Like they were making it seem like the world was all hunky-dory when really it was like crumbling from underneath. Well, The Great Taking is basically laying out this system of how the banks are going to collapse this economy. And at the end of it, they're going to own everything. It's called a bank buy-in, basically. Or a bank bail-in. A bailout is where the government bails them out. A buy-in is basically where the bank's so insolvent that they have no choice. Everything's owed to the creditors, and the creditors are the big 5 banks that basically lent everything into existence through smaller and local banks. When you put your money in those local banks, that money is then owed to the creditors, which is Chase, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, like the big top 5 banks. So when shit starts to go south, right, they're going to be forced to liquidate and be bought up. And then all of a sudden you're going to be left with basically 5 banks that own anything. And then it's
Which
very
5
easy.
banks?
Probably JP Morgan Chase, probably Bank of America. I don't know. Just look who's on Epstein's client list, and I'm sure there's a good place to start.
Oh my God, Ryan. Okay, we have this saying at the America Happens Network. We always say, where are the real men? Well, I want everyone to know I found the real men here tonight. It's David from Stop Hate and my new friend, Ryan Matta. And I want to bring Carlos in. I have a really special guest for us to join this discussion. These are the real men. Welcome, Carlos. You know David and you know Ryan.
Carlos,
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Man. Corinne, you're full of surprises. What
I
the
know.
heck?
I love this. I needed to have an hour just with real men. You guys talk. I want to listen. I just want to hear what you guys have to say because I always have to.
Well, let me
wait,
gas
David
up
wants to go. Wait, let's say goodbye to David. He has to go.
Oh, you got to run, David?
I got to cut out of here, man. I tell you, it's been
Okay.
a super long day, but no, man, just be encouraged. I mean, that's the main thing I could say as a man to other men and women and everybody. I mean, that's what we're called to do, serve other people and to have hope and have faith and be strong and all that stuff. And when you can't move forward, you can't make progress, stand. I mean, the Bible's pretty clear about that. It's to stand, don't go backwards, and don't fall prey to the groupthink, to the drama, to the stuff that drags people down. Just know that if you've got enough time for drama, you're probably not spending enough time helping other people. You know what I'm saying? If you got enough to think about yourself a whole lot.
Whoa, we just froze. This is
Lost
so
David.
interesting. Whoa, this is wild. I
Yeah,
love this.
I can't hear him.
I
Can
can't
you
either.
hear us?
Feds got to him.
Everybody?
Okay. The feds got
There he
us
is.
at
Oh,
America Happens.
you're back.
The feds
Feds
got
got
us,
me.
David. You know, Rumble's been down all day. Has Rumble been
Back
down
and
for you
forth.
guys? Has Rumble been down, Ryan? Have you guys experienced that?
I haven't had any issues with it. I've been on it 3 times today so far.
We haven't been able to get into our Rumble account in America Happens. It's so interesting.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Okay, well, David, we'll let you
Well-
go. We don't want to wear you out, but we need you.
We do,
July
Dave.
4th,
Hey, listen, I'm
Washington,
here.
D.C. You guys have to come to David's event. We're hosting an event in Washington, D.C. July 4th.
I'll be there.
I'm ready. It's good to see all of y'all. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but got to run. And
Okay.
God bless you.
keep up the good work. God bless
God
y'all.
bless you.
Appreciate
Thank y'all.
See you,
Bye.
David.
Okay, go for it, Carlos. I want to hear everything you have to say because you really made a choice not to be in the public eye anymore.
Let me give a big shout out to Carlos, man. Talk
Yes.
about real men right here. What this man has done. I don't know if I could speak any highlier of any individual that I've ever met in my life besides this man. Do you understand that the United States government is running the largest child trafficking network that the world has ever seen? I could take you to probably 50 different buildings right now that have kidnapped children inside of them. That if
Are you?
SWAT
Why
kicked
aren't
down
you
that
taking
door,
me, Ryan? I
Because-
want to go. Take me. I'm a real journalist. I'm ready.
Well, Carlos can walk you up, but Carlos, At these facilities, right? Let's just say at any given one of these, probably 250, let's say that there's these NGOs networks that have buildings that have kidnapped children in them across America, maybe 100, 250, whatever. At each one of those facilities, there's about 350 people that did what Carlos has done. In all of this time, out of the almost million children that our government has trafficked into this country, not one whistleblower has came forward besides Carlos, not one. So he is literally one out of 100,000 people that had the balls and the stones and the wherewithal, not just to come out, but lost his job, lost every bit of income that he had, gave it all up with no promise, nobody looking out for him. At first, when the story broke, nobody even gave a shit. Even Fox News fumbled it and just punted the largest story in all of history, in my personal opinion. Like, out of anything that's been done to our country, what Carlos has exposed is the most egregious. So when you talk about real men, this man's it right here. They don't get more real than Carlos.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Ryan, because now you got people like Laura Loomer's talking about it, and she's talking about the children crisis. And now I forget who it was. I think he's the attorney. I don't know what position he's in, but from El Salvador. There's government officials now in Central America who are starting to take aim at the Walmart facilities in Texas. And they're sending letters to Texas now. Sarah Carter posted the letter, and the letter states that they're accusing Texas of trafficking children from Central America into the Walmarts. But I don't think they know it's the Walmarts. They just have a wild guess that there's someone in Texas, but they have no clue. So, I mean, a lot more people are talking about it now, and it's crazy where how far it's come. I remember going back a year, Ryan, when we were talking about it on LFA and Kyle's show, and just trying to get the word out. And now it seems like more and more people are starting to talk about it. And I used to never. I used to sometimes get discouraged and think like, yeah, what's another interview gonna do? Like, is it really gonna do a difference? But it really has. Like all the interviews, I'll randomly get told by people. I had a friend from high school who messaged me last night, and he said, I haven't talked to you in years, and then I ran across your interviews on TikTok and on Twitter. And then they decided to look me up on Instagram and message me, and they're like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, this is crazy what you gotten yourself into. And it no matter how small or big the show is, someone's always listening. So it's always very important to keep talking. And there was times where I was discouraged, thinking I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not really seeing anything from it. I'm just losing my time. And it's been up and down for me, but it just crazy stuff keeps happening where people want to learn more about the children that are being kidnapped. I've only told one other person this, but today I had an interview with Turning Point USA, and they're looking to hire me on full time. So it's crazy how small it all started, and now Turning Point USA is trying to bring me on to be a reporter and to do stuff covering the children. And it's just, people can say whatever they want to say about Turning Point USA, but they're still one of the biggest companies out there. So when it's been crazy to think that, hey, I'm about to probably become a Turning Point USA reporter.
I thought you were retiring. I'm like, don't retire. I want to go to a Walmart with you. I want to go to Walmarts in Michigan with you.
I just needed some time off. I'm kind of burned out right now.
Okay.
And I separated myself from like stuff I was doing. But now Turning Point USA is calling, saying they want me as a reporter to cover all this stuff that I've been talking about. And it's just been crazy thinking about it. Like, hey, I am wanting to retire and like not retire, take some time away. And the big dogs like Turning Point USA is calling me.
You should tell them that only if you get to bring your own videographer with you.
No,
and your groupie, Corinne.
No, they asked me. They asked me like, are you an editor or would you want someone with you? Or they're asking all types of questions right now. but we're kind of in the negotiating stages. I'm feeling them out, but it's just crazy, to think that companies like Turning Point now want to pay attention to all this. And I used to just get really discouraged, and Ryan Matta was actually one of the first guys there telling me, you got to keep talking, Carlos. You got to keep talking. You got to keep interviewing, and you got to keep telling people about what's going on. And just to touch on a little bit more about what Ryan was saying, I worked for James O'Keefe for a while. I got to talk to about maybe, I want to say about 25 or 30 people who reached out to O'Keefe Media, and they're working in the child system in ORR, the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And every time we would try to talk to them about becoming whistleblowers, they would drop off. They would never answer the calls anymore. And it was just so frustrating because it's like, I'm a whistleblower. I'm telling you it's going to be all right. Things are going well for me. And these people, I talked to like 25 or 30 guys who are working with the children, and none of them wanted to come forward. None of them.
That's evil.
Yeah.
That's
and
evil.
And I'm having conversations with them where they're saying, yeah, they know it's wrong what they're doing, but they still don't want to come forward. And the minute you press them about, hey, you want to do an interview, we can blur your face out, we can not release your name, we just need you to talk about what it is you're doing. None of them wanted to. I had about 25 or 30 guys who just blocked my number after I asked them about releasing any information.
What do we do about the war that's going on between Kyle and James O'Keefe?
What do you think, Ryan?
I think Kyle's he's straight shooter, man. I don't know if you missed the spot I already said about him. I mean, Kyle's he's about as honest and as straightforward as they come, right? Like it's cut or dry with him. You're either a good person or you're a bad person, and the shit that he had on James, it's pretty. I don't know. I try to avoid drama, man. I like Kyle. He fired me, and I still stand up for him, and I still stick up for him. And he's just not a Fed, man. He's just not a chance in hell. Not even didn't even cross my mind. The thought didn't even cross my mind. If I was going to war, I would choose to go to battle with Kyle 100 bazillion quadrillion times over. I would take Kyle if you chopped off his leg over James O'Keefe, and I would go side by side into war with that man. So I got nothing but absolute respect for Kyle. He's a great man. He's a great father. He was a good friend. Yeah. And I don't think he's a Fed at all.
Yeah, what people are missing here, because a lot of people are commenting on what Kyle's releasing, and they're saying, well, how did you get your hands on this? This is private information. This is personal information, blah, 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 blah. Kyle didn't break any laws or anything like that. As a former O'Keefe Media employee, I can tell you, James lets everybody go through his stuff. Everybody. So, as messed up as that is, that someone leaked those, at the same time, it's James who releases them because he just hands everything over, and you're just asking for people to leak your stuff when you do that. And James is not a popular guy. A lot of people don't like him, especially those who work for him. And when you do people wrong, they're going to come back at you. So people who leaked those to Kyle, they all got their reasonings why they did that. And I agree with Ryan though, Corinne. Kyle's a good guy. And when you go against people like James who are part of the mainstream, stupid fans they don't even know what they're talking about. Like, I'm looking at a lot of this response, and I'm like, you're wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about. What you're saying makes no sense. And what were you gonna say?
I did that with some people in the crypto space, right? Like, people, it's hard for you to kill somebody's idol, right? So like, I exposed some really high profile people in the crypto space that were literally stealing from you. Like, they were robbing you. They were promoting shit cryptos that were literally just a scam. We were tracking their wallets. So while they were promoting it, we were watching their wallets sell, which means they're convincing you, their audience, to buy this shit coin. while as you're pumping price up, they're literally selling. Automatic sell orders automatically initiated. So as price went up, just sell. And I bring it and I show you those wallets and I show you the millions they made. And I show you everything that you lost because it's a zero-sum game in crypto, especially when it's a shit coin. And it couldn't have been more obvious, right? So I have absolute facts and evidence that I'm showing you that these people are scamming you. They're promoting scams. They're profiting from them. And you're getting scammed, right? And these are the people that you're subscribing to and following. And people just don't want to hear it. People don't want to think that they were that stupid, that things were so obvious that it was a complete scam. So when you go to attack somebody's idol, you have to realize that like almost it doesn't matter what's true or what's false. It matters is kind of like their perception of the person, right? So when they can, when James can try to say, oh, well, you're a Fed, right? Like you're still a Fed, you're working with the Feds. Like it's easy for people to not know Kyle and not know anything about it and go, yep, once a Fed, always a Fed. I'm just gonna back James when, and my ex used to tell me all the time, right? If you don't like what somebody's saying about you, but what they're saying is true, you have two options, right? You can either change and they won't say it about you, or you can suck it up and realize that you're a piece of shit and what they're saying is true, right? So I don't think that I don't know anything that Kyle leaked that wasn't true or anything that Kyle shared that wasn't true. He just called out James for being a hypocrite about he lives one life and then he, is completely different behind closed doors, which I guess, you're an actor, you're a public figure. Everybody kind of does that. But what do you think, Carlos?
No, yeah, exactly. I got to see it firsthand, man. I personally, I don't got a problem with James, but I do see how people are mad at him. I do see where people, because like you, I don't like the drama, but at the same time, like I'm saying, I can see where James has done people wrong, and I got to witness it firsthand. And I mean, it's kind of, this is what you did, James, and people are not going to forget. Eventually, they'll come back at you. I mean, it's not smart to create enemies, and eventually someone like Kyle's going to be brave enough to stand up for everybody else and take the beating. And Kyle's one of those guys that he sees someone being bullied, he'll stand up for them. So
In a heartbeat.
yeah, so I mean, man, freaking, I don't even know how to explain how James is, because he would show flashes of like being a good guy, but then he had his moments where he was a total dick to me. But at the same time, it's like oh man, like everything Kyle's releasing, I can vouch for. Like I can see why that happened, why he was talking to this person this way. Like it's all true, Corinne. Like it all has it all came from somewhere. And I can speak on OMG stuff, but Kyle and other people know a bunch of stuff from James from the Project Veritas days, and it sounds like he really did a lot of Veritas employees wrong, because from what I know, a lot of Veritas employees went months without getting paid. And I mean, you mess with people's money, that's how they put food on their table, pay their rent, and it's kind of messed up, people come work for you, you don't pay them. It's terrible. It's
Yeah, and
terrible.
you're flying around in private jets and taking Uber XLs, and when you're flying literally not just first class, like literally chartering private jets, and you have employees that aren't getting paychecks. I mean,
It's terrible. People with kids, wives, husbands, and they're not getting their checks. I got all of mine. I could speak for me. It was very fine, but I've heard a lot of stories where people did not get paid for a long time, and it's like that's terrible. I mean, it was bound to happen. Someone was gonna come at James the way Kyle was doing it eventually, and it's crazy to see it unfold.
So in the end, the U.S. federal government is out to get all you boys. So what do we do?
buy Bitcoin. It's so simple. It literally there's no other answer. Like what have you not tried? What have you not seen people try?
Okay.
Literally. I mean, even if you go as far as J6, it was a revolution. It was millions of patriots showed up to address our grievances with our government, and they got absolutely crushed.
Crushed.
Right? Crushed.
Okay, I feel like counties are going to secede from the federal government, and I feel like the sheriffs are the most powerful. And you should run for sheriff, Kyle. And you should run for sheriff, Ryan. And Kyle should run for sheriff. And Carlos should run for sheriff. All you men should run for sheriff, because the sheriff's the most powerful position. If things keep on going south and we can't get Trump back in the White House to try to clean up this mess, which probably won't even be cleaned up with Trump, the bottom line is that the counties secede from the federal government, and the sheriff is in control of the county, and he can protect us, because personally, I'm not going to pay federal taxes ever again. This is out of control. I want to starve the federal government and all the corruption.
Yeah, Bitcoin does that, right? Like like you can't do it with gold. You can't, right? Because you have to convert your gold into fiat to pay for whatever you need. I can go into a gas station today and I could pay for Bitcoin if they accepted it, right? I could pay with Bitcoin. I don't need any intermediary, no third party. They just need a Lightning wallet, and I need to be able to, have my phone out and just done, right? So like, that's where you get this parallel economy. You get businesses that are going to start accepting Bitcoin, right? And the second you do, just look at any one of the businesses. There is not one business that made accepting Bitcoin part of their business strategy and is not exponentially in a better position today than they were when they started. Doesn't matter when you did it, didn't matter how often you did it. If you did it, you are in a better position. So you just see a few businesses, right? And businesses talk and people talk, and it's how Bitcoin has got global adoption. And now what the best part about it is now for the USA, when it first launched, like 99% of Bitcoin adoption came from the United States. And then little by little, it started to fade away. And then because of the horrible regulations and all these other nations kind of coming out being pro crypto, it's gone down to 12%. So like I have people like Gary Cardone. I mean, he's a billionaire, right? Like his brother's Grant Cardone, billionaire, on my show 2 weeks ago. And he goes, and I asked him, what do you think about crypto regulations in the United States? You think our government's going in the right direction? He goes, you know what I think about Elizabeth Warren? Because Elizabeth Warren can basically pound sand, flips her off, gives her the double barrel middle finger on my show. That's a billionaire giving a member of our government the double barrel middle finger on my show live and saying, well, the United States only makes up for 12% of it. Like they've already crushed, they're done. Right? If they become too tyrannical here, we'll move. You'll watch all of the billionaires that can buy citizenship anywhere at any time, convert all of their fiat into Bitcoin and leave this country and take their business with them. And it'll send a huge message. I mean, look at Kevin O'Leary, what he's doing in Canada. Basically, he's like, Justin Trudeau needs to resign. He needs to turn in his letter of resignation and just disappear, right? The damage that this man has done to Canada is irreprehensible. Like they're so tyrannical that they are crushing every big business. And I think a lot of business in the United States realize that they're just going to be a number, right? Like there's a small group of people that are going to own everything. It's BlackRock, it's State Street, it's Vanguard, right? They control majority shares in every single company. BlackRock controls every trade that basically takes place in the stock market, OLED and the software that they built. Like the government goes to BlackRock and goes, oh, we're a financial crisis, fix this. And BlackRock's, there's systems like put money here, put money here, put money here. Now the Federal Reserve has a trading desk on Wall Street. We've allowed corporations and businesses to do share buybacks. So like Kohl's, right? Like every Kohl's is going out of business. Dollar General, everyone's going out of business. Well, how is their stock price not like plummeting off a cliff? Name one person that you know that's like, yeah, I'm going to go buy some Kohl's stock. How about the Dollar General? Name one person that you know is like, yep, my portfolio is Kohl's, Dollar General, and Burger King, right? None. You don't know any, but yet their stocks aren't falling off a cliff. It's all rigged, right? It's all share buybacks. The corporations take profits that they made when the government's just shilling out money and the business is actually good. And they take those profits and then they do share buybacks, right? So instead of selling their shares to take profits or pay out dividends, they literally use those shares after they're pumped up as collateral to buy more shares. So they use the shares as collateral, they take out loans against them, and they use that capital to buy more shares, right? So eventually, all the shares are just owned by the company. And at some point, the company cannot borrow. We're getting there, right? 5% interest rates. Like money's not cheap. Money's not easy to borrow. Every single, and we live in a debt-based economy. So everything is based off of like new money can only be introduced to the system when you borrow it, right? But if nobody's borrowing money, the government doesn't need to borrow more money, which they always need to borrow more money, but there's no more money, new money to go into the system. So we live in a debt-based cycle, which means they have to spend. Like people have to be taking out loans. Money has to be cheap. When it's not, they can't do it. So you're watching all the corporations that have just been on this cheap, 0% interest rates on like junkies, literally, because you're borrowing capital. At one point, the interest rates were negative. So you literally get paid to take out a loan. You were paying banks to keep money in your bank, right? Like when interest rates are negative, you as the person, the saver, the slave that's putting money into a bank, you're paying the bank. Like Elon Musk was tweeting about it. Like, so I can't keep my money in Europe banks. I'm literally paying like, 5% or negative 5% or something crazy like that, where he's like, just to keep my money, my profits from my business, which are already being taxed a crazy amount, I'm paying the banks to keep my money in their bank. Like, what world are we living in? This can't continue. So you're at a point where those businesses can't borrow anymore. So the only way for them to pay out or keep business afloat is going to be to sell shares, right? And when they start selling and there is literally no buyer, right? Even market makers won't take that trade because they can't make a market because there's never a buyer on the other end. And you're going to watch one by one. Most likely it'll start with the derivatives. And that's where I keep referring that video, The Great Takening, right? The derivatives market is underpinned by bonds and securities. That's government debt, right? So like a derivatives market that is now 24 times the global GDP is underpinned and backed by bonds and securities, which are also printed out of thin air, right? You see this feedback loop, and it's like, it doesn't matter what Jenga piece you pull out of that stacked tower. Like at one point, one of them, just one, is going to bring the whole tower down. And then that's when you're going to get locked out of your banks. And this is where we get kind of down the rabbit hole where you're like, okay, well, if that happens, all eyes, right? We're America, we're still free. We have the ability to communicate. It'll be us versus them, right? And this is why I think all the migrants have been imported, right? It's distraction. When things go down, it can't be us versus the bankers or us versus the government, right? They basically introduced chaos, right? So it guarantees when shit goes south, right, and people can't eat, which is going to get to that point. You now have 50 million people who have nothing to lose in your country. And that's the big picture. And that's what I think people don't understand about how violent this summer is going to get, because we've promised these people everything: healthcare, insurance, cell phones, money, the ability to get free money from our government and send back to their families at home. So even if they're suffering over here, oh well, they can keep suffering because they're just getting free money. Healthcare, Uber rides. Carlos knows he was booking Uber rides for migrants that broke into this fucking country. Like, it can't continue. And like Carlos said, right, these men come from countries that don't have 911. So their first instinct is not to like talk it out or let's call my counselor, I'm having a fucking bad day. Like, this shit doesn't exist in these third worlds. So they get violent, right? And they're coming from gang initiations where they chop fucking people's hands off and eat you alive. Like, America's soft. We're weak. We got a bunch of weak men, and weak men create really hard times. And we're about to feel, I would say, the hardest time since the Great Depression. But
when do you think it's going to happen?
I juggle that. I talk that around a lot. It either happens before the 2024 election, right?
Okay.
Because they can't control it, or it happens after, if they can't rig it, right? Because I would assume they want us to go into war so they can cancel it. So if given the opportunity, I think we're looking at like another 9/11 style false flag attack to try to get us into a world war. That'll be another forever war, which I don't know any American. It doesn't really matter what. Like, I really feel like they could drop like a big bomb in the center of our country. Of course, they won't hit DC with it, right? So it'll probably be some innocent Americans. But like, even if they did, like, I feel like Americans would be like, well, we probably deserve that. Like, most people are really like, we've overthrown governments, we've staged color revolutions. Like, every single terrorist attack carried out in the United States has happened because it was either our government carrying it out, or that's it. I mean, that's it. Every single terrorist attack that's ever happened on USA soil, our government has either carried out or had advanced knowledge of, could have stopped, and chose not to stop because they wanted the outcome, which was war. Our government's looted $35 trillion from the American taxpayers. $35 trillion. That's a lot of money. And your family suffered, my family suffered, every family suffered. When I talk about reparations, like we're all been slaves for the last, 130 years. And I use the analogy a lot, is like, if you were born in 1900 AD and during the years of slavery, right? There's a 400-year period where the Jews were enslaved, right? And if you were born in, say, year 200, and your parents were slaves, and your grandparents were slaves, your great-great-grandparents were slaves, what the fuck would you know? You would know nothing but how to be a good little obedient slave, right? You wouldn't know what freedom feels like. You wouldn't know what sovereignty means. You wouldn't know what anything but having a master would feel like, because you were born into slavery. You were born in whenever you were born, 87, 57, 37, As long as you're born after 1913, you were born into slavery. And the farther you get past that, it's like Gen Z is really waking up because they weren't really like, we had the internet and it wasn't kind of just go to work, get a good job, put money into your 401k, be a good little American, right? It was like they have a different avenue, but they were still born into a family of slavery. So we have to reteach people and give people the ability to look at it through a different lens because they don't know any other lens. It's like a lot of people are just going through these motions because they don't really realize how broken the system is. But it's so broken that you can't live in it anymore. You can no longer save in the currency from your own country, right? You can't buy gold and silver. I have silver around here somewhere, a bunch of it, right? Like I'm not anti-silver. I'm not anti-gold. I'm just a realist. Like this shit's never going to work. We
Ryan,
tried this.
What have you seen that Costco's recently selling a lot of gold? Why is that?
Well, probably because they want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's an opportunity. They're always going to serve their self-interest, right? If Costco, if there was a market for Costco to sell Bitcoin and profit from it, they would, right? And they probably will in a short period of time. But your gold is great, right? I think it's a good thing, right? Like you can have it, but it can't become money again. We've tried it; it didn't work because you can't take the trust factor out of it, right? You can't trust somebody to hold your gold. And once you get over 100,000, it's just big, right? And imagine if it kept going up in value, right? If everything was valued in gold, a free market by design is deflationary, right? Which means it's like if you go back, let's just say to like the 1900s, right? And you were a farmer and you wanted to cultivate and grow potatoes on your farm, and you had 100 acres. In order for you to farm that 100 acres, you would need 20 men, right? So you need to pay 20 salaries, 20 overtimes, and insurance to have these 20 people because you had to go out manually by hand. And then some guy created an invention that went on the back of an ox. And now all of a sudden you could manage that farm with just by paying one ox. So you spend $100 to pay the ox and you don't pay 10 people's salaries, right? So that one-time investment in the ox means you're now able to cultivate that same plot of land, reap the harvest, and bring that harvest to the market at a cheaper price. And if you have a true free market, most likely, if you're making a killing on those potatoes and there's that much profit to be made, another person's going to go, wow, I could buy 2 oxes and I could do that for even cheaper. And I can bring those potatoes to the market. So then he does that, right? So entrepreneurs will see that capital opportunity there, and they will hone in on it because people are always going to serve their self-interest, right? There's always going to be somebody that's going to compete for your business in a true free market, right? So then fast forward, another 50 years. Now we got tractors. You buy one tractor, and now that same plot of land can be cultivated by one man with a tractor, right? So in a free market, in a true free market, everything gets deflationary by 5% per year. Everything that you buy on a daily basis should get 5% cheaper because of technology. And then fast forward even farther, right? And you go to, what is the cost to market on a line of code? Probably absolutely nothing. I create a line of code on my computer, so it'll only take me however much time, my energy to create that line of code. And then what's about a line of code that creates a line of code? Probably almost nothing to bring to market. Now, what happens when you have AI that can write full programs for you? The cost to market on that is almost nothing, absolutely nada, right? So we're going to I think the most deflationary time, and a lot of this quote is quoting coming from Jeff Booth. If you guys aren't following Jeff Booth and you really want to understand why Bitcoin's going to reprice everything throughout the entire world, watch what Jeff Booth's saying. But that is what Bitcoin is doing, right? Whether you own it or not, it's happening. It's repricing everything around the globe, right? It is literally consuming everything in its path. And because it's truly decentralized and it is above the control and approach of any government, every time some government tries to stop it or slow it down, it hurts that government. It really shines a light on their corruption. And that's what it's doing. It's just exposing the corruption in every financial system. And the people that pass the IQ test, right? Because it is a high IQ test to understand Bitcoin, right? But once you understand it, you immediately start to adopt it. I don't know any person that's spent 120 hours studying Bitcoin and fully understanding it that doesn't own any, besides maybe Peter Schiff.
I mean, what do we say to this, Carlos? You respond to Ryan. What do we say?
No, I've always, I still don't understand all this. So every time Ryan talks about it, I want to try to learn from it as much as I can. But it's like It's like someone talking Chinese.
I mean, do you have money in Bitcoin? Okay, how do we get money in Bitcoin, Ryan? Give us exactly how do we make money off getting people money in Bitcoin? Because the bottom line is I sell satellite phones at sat123.com. That's
tell me
how
about these.
journalists like me have to make money. We have to sell satellite phones. How do we sell Bitcoin? How do we get into this whole market?
So they say, hold on, let me open my door. I'm getting hot here.
Because listen, I also sell, are you ready? I want you to try these, Carlos, okay? You've got to try these. I sell these really amazing apricot seeds, and when you eat them, it takes all of your hunger away. And so I sell these and I get what, like 20% of what I sell. I mean, I'm not a journalist like who's like based on a salary because I don't want to get censored. I don't want to be owned by any man, but I love Turning Point and I love LFA, but I do my own thing. I sell beef. Okay, this is Corinne USAbeef.com and it's good until 2049. And you can buy it and you get it like this. Ryan, would you eat this? Look, you get
I'll
it
eat
like
anything.
this and you put it in hot water and this is how we're supposed to live. So I mean, I sell stuff. So I want to sell Bitcoin. What do we do? I mean, you are so compelling with the Bitcoin stuff.
You know, there's no issuer. That's the best part, and kind of like the down. No, there's no downside to it, right? But there's nobody that's going to pay you to sell Bitcoin, because there is no owner of Bitcoin. There is no issuer of Bitcoin, right? It is issued by lines of code, and the only way to earn it is by putting skin in the game and building a Bitcoin miner or buying a Bitcoin miner and plugging it in. You have to pay the electricity bill, which is extremely expensive, and then in return, you are able to mine Bitcoin. And there's people like me that already own Bitcoin that maybe at the right price will sell it to you. So you can go find a friend that you can buy some from. Like I hook my friends up all the time. Or you can affiliate market for exchanges. So if you wanted to earn free crypto, the best way to do that would be to find an exchange and sign up for an affiliate account. And then you can market for that exchange. And when people go buy from that exchange, you'll get a small little percentage of the fee. It doesn't charge.
So you have to find the exchange for us because I want to be an affiliate, and so does Carlos. We want to sell Bitcoin, but under your tutelage because you know what's good and bad. Like we don't know what you're talking about half the time.
Like the machines, Ryan. I've been seeing machines like at the grocery stores and gas stations where it says you can buy Bitcoin here. What is that?
So they have Bitcoin ATMs everywhere. Right.
I never see any ATMs anywhere. I never get any cash and I don't see any ATMs. I've never seen Bitcoin anywhere.
There's Bitcoin ATMs and pretty much just pull out your phone right now, type in Bitcoin ATM near me and see how many are in your area. I bet there's 1,000 around you.
Okay.
I've seen them in Colorado, Arizona, and even in Texas now.
So there's a couple different ones out there. Like I think they have SAT cards, right? They're Satoshis, right? Because every Bitcoin is broken down to 100,000 Satoshis. So think of a dollar in cents, right? Inside every dollar, there's 100 pennies. Inside every Bitcoin, there's 100,000 Satoshis. So at the rate of $65,000, that means $1 is equal to 1,500 Satoshis. So when I look at anything, I'm literally looking at how many Satoshis it costs me. Like I've almost reprogrammed my brain to view everything in Satoshi value. And it really starts helping you save so much more money, because when I look at something and I'm like, that's $5, or I look at something and I'm like, oh, that's 7,500 Satoshis. I'm like, do I really? Because that 7,500 Satoshis today is worth $5, but in a week it's going to be worth, or a month it's going to be worth $10, right? And then when you start putting your money into Bitcoin and you're watching it, you're like, wow, I'm working. I put money into a bank. I put $10,000 into a bank, and maybe it's 9,500, or even worse, the government's stealing 10% of your wealth every month. You can't save in dollars, right? Like, do people really understand? Like, your government is stealing 10% of your wealth. On top of what they are taxing you, they are devaluing your currency by 10% every year. So that means every single year you live, your life has got 10% harder, and it's exponentially, right? So like, you get what I'm saying? Like you're losing so much of your wealth that in basically 4 to 5 years, 10 years, you're completely broke. You've lost everything. So what else do you do when you're losing everything? You have no choice. So you have nothing to lose. Your money in a 401k, you have to get it out. Like the biggest regret you're going to have is being the GM, right? When GM went bankrupt, and they're all going bankrupt, right? The government doesn't have money to bail these people out. And if they do, You've seen what a $1 trillion bailout looks like. When your government prints $1 trillion and they give out that money, that $1,100 that you got in your stimmy check, right? Or was it like $1,000 or $1,200 that you got in your stimmy check has cost just the first year after cost the average American $11,750 more to live. So everybody's like, yeah, give me those stimmy checks, baby. Print that money. I get free money. And then literally all that money went to the rich people because you went and spent it on things that the rich people sell you. And it made the rich people even more rich. That's why so many billionaires were made during that collapse. And it's going to happen again. So it's like, you don't buy Bitcoin, you lose everything. And you might not lose your home, but how much value does your property have when your government's trying to kill you? Right?
I think we lost Carlos. Where did Carlos go?
We definitely lost him. There he is.
Carlos, what are you doing?
No, I had like it was like freezing on me.
Oh, you're back.
Why are we we're having weird internet problems, and today my Network America happens. We couldn't get on Rumble. Was LFA okay on Rumble?
So far my show was, but I'm at 2 p.m. so I don't have as much of the I'm not fighting or competing for the time slots like everybody else is, but
okay.
Yeah, so you just gotta, like, Bitcoin, the hardest thing about it is the IQ test, right? And like Carlos said, it's confusing. It sounds like Chinese. And unless you're in a position where you actually have a good amount of wealth, right? Like if you got more than $10,000 in the bank, like you don't want to lose that. And when we go, and people don't realize, like in Argentina, one day things were normal, right? The next day they woke up, they were locked out of their bank accounts. Overnight, the currency gets devalued by 10x, by 90%. So you lost 90%, right, of your value overnight, like that. And then the next day, they come out with a regulation as banks open back up again. And there's now a law that you can only convert $200 a month, or I think it's $800 a month into US dollars. So they made it illegal for you to actually try to get your wealth out of the system, which just made it even harder. So like imagine, like the USA, everybody can see in our country, we're the bad guys. Whether the EU wants to say it, there's enough countries, Russia, China, that are the adults in the room, which is the scariest part. Every 15 countries that we've overthrown their government that despise us, a lot of them still using the US dollar. And you have all these leaders of every nation, 15 different leaders of 15 different nations, basically holding press conferences saying that if you're a business and you accept US dollars, don't come crying to us when you lose everything. So we're dropping bombs on how many countries, how many military bases have got basically ran out of countries. I know Africa now is kicking us out. Syria doesn't want us there. Libya doesn't want us there. Was it Yemen? All these other countries that we've basically just shit on and dropped bombs on, they don't want anything to do with us. So what you're seeing is, I think, is maybe JP Morgan Chase today just froze, or Russia just froze $440 million of JP Morgan assets.
Wait, Russia just froze JP Morgan assets.
Yeah, 440 million.
Okay, that is so interesting.
That's very interesting, right? And you see that these are the pedophiles, these are the ringleaders. And what happens if the adults in the room go, yeah, we want to sanction you, right? What happens when we want to sanction the United States dollar? Like, what would happen overnight if nobody wanted to do business with the US? Right? What happens to your bank account? I mean, you're talking about a cascading landslide that would devalue your currency 10-1 overnight. And that would be the safe estimate. You're talking about like a complete breakdown of the global financial system. And if you don't think that your government sending $100 billion to Ukraine while your country is getting invaded is the game plan, like you're asleep. You are the sheep. Because every country that this has happened to, every single one has gone from Venezuela in 2001, the highest standard of living in the world, like the absolute pinnacle of a civilization was Venezuela 2001, above the United States. Like you thought it was good here in 2001, which most of us probably did. Like imagine what it was in Venezuela to be that much better. And look at Venezuela now. They're dumping their prisons into our backyard. like the lowest, highest hyperinflation. And then that only took what? By like 2005, they were a third world country. So like once your currency goes and starts to collapse, cops start showing up, people stop showing up to the hospitals, businesses start getting overran, crime runs rampant, your border gets invaded. Like all of the signs are there. It's all obvious. We're just living on borrowed time.
I mean, that when you say that, that is so intense, Ryan. We're living on borrowed time. And we lost Carlos. Carlos is like,
He'll be back.
he's like lost. We're having the craziest experience. Maybe it's the restream. I don't really know what it is.
Well,
But
tell me about these phones. I want to hear about these satellite phones really quick.
okay, so basically I sell satellite phones. I sell sat123.com and I love the owner of the company. And this is the future of everything because if anything goes down, the satellite phone continues. And so if you go to sat123.com and you sign up under me, you could sell them and be an affiliate, or I'll send you the text message for it. But the bottom line is that the sat phone is the key to everything. And it's super easy to use, obviously, but you need that to be out and about wherever you are. You could use this anywhere in the world. So if you decide to leave, you can use the sat phone. And then guess
What's
what
it
else
cost?
I sell? Oh, the sat phone, you get it for free. And then it just depends on what plan you choose.
Do they have any that are prepaid?
Yes, and you could totally do that, and I will get you hooked up with the owner of the company, but otherwise people can they could just go on sat123.com. So these phones work anywhere. Now they don't work in hotel rooms though. You have to be outside in nature. So selling the sat phone is huge. And then I sell phone service. So let's say that you have a phone that you want to hook up. It's $55 a month and you go to phone123.com and you hook up your phone because the iPhone is becoming a nightmare. The iPhone is totally spying on us. You know that.
100%, 1,000%. Yeah, I can't wait to get rid of this damn thing.
Yeah, the iPhone is a nightmare and I can barely turn mine on because they spy on you, they listen to you, they record everything you're doing. So I sell sat123.com, I sell phone123.com, and are you ready for this? I sell coffee. I sell Kingdom Cup coffee, and I also sell protein powder, which is amazing. And I'm living on this now because I travel a lot. So I live on this. This is a meal replacement and it's so yummy. You can do vanilla and or chocolate. You can put like strawberries in your vanilla. This is the perfect thing for your son. And you get this at Sherwood.tv. Is it / or / Corinne, Corinne, USA. And then, are you ready? I sell more. I sell power bars.
Ooh.
Yes. And this is amazing. I wish when I see you, I'll give you one. Okay. So basically, these are amazing. And so I live on these and I'm getting really skinny. And then, are you ready? This is my new favorite thing that I sell. Okay. This is the greatest thing out there. This is acne. Prevents all acne. It's called Curativa. And the owners are amazing. I don't know if you can see that. It's hard to see.
I can definitely see
So
it.
it's Curativa, and basically it's acne cream. And so journalists like me, we have to sell stuff to make money because we don't want to get banned or censored and told what to do. So you have to find products that you believe in. And this is Curativa, and this is how you make money.
That's
you
awesome.
Sell products. Yeah. So I have products everywhere. And then if I
You would kill it
like
with like just a
something-
product show.
I
I could
know, I
totally
need to
see you
do-
just over here like on TikTok just slinging a whole bunch of different stuff.
I love Mike Lindell.
Oh, it's the
Okay,
best
so
of the
this
best.
is one of my greatest men. I just love Mike Lindell. And so I sell My Pillow. And so you can buy anything you want from My Pillow and get a huge discount if you use my code mypillow.com, and my code is Corinne, Corinne, USA. So this is what we sell so that we can fund all the journalism that I do so no one controls me. And let's
There you
see, are
go.
you ready? I have this incredible bug out backpack that I also sell. Okay, this is on
No shit.
Be Ready, okay? This is like a $2,000, $3,000 backpack. It's on BeReady123.com. It's prep123.com, and it comes with a signature knife from the founder of Brighteon, Mike Adams, and it comes with like everything you need if you have to throw a backpack on and get out of Washington, D.C. or any major city. It comes with like blankets, tents, everything you need in one backpack. It's a bug out backpack. And so that's on BeReady123 and then prep123.com. So that's what I love to do. I love selling this stuff and I like making commercials. And so I'm looking for products that people want me to sell. So if you want me to sell your product and or if you're a whistleblower, text me. My text is 917-287-1314. Once again, that's 917-287-1314. I miss Carlos. What do we do?
I don't know. Where is he at? Let me text him and see. Maybe he texts me.
Carlos, where are you? What?
He probably.
Okay, I have to ask you about Central America switching to Bitcoin. He's saying he can't get the Wi-Fi to reboot. Oh my
no.
God.
Can you come in on your phone?
Come in, Carlos. Okay, so he wants to ask you about Bitcoin getting switched in Central America.
Getting switched in Central America.
Yeah.
What's going on in El Salvador is really, really impressing in South America. I mean, El Salvador has it went from being the murder capital of the world, the most dangerous country in the entire world, to now the safest country in the entire world. And El Salvador has made Bitcoin legal tender. They're the first country to ever basically give the double barrel middle finger to the IMF, and they've made it legal tender in El Salvador. So that means that when you go to El Salvador, I mean, you don't need cash, you don't need dollars. You can literally live off Bitcoin. You can pay your rent, you can pay your bills. They have 0% income tax, property gains tax 0, sales tax 0, right? No taxes.
I mean, I met the president of El Salvador. Okay, are you ready for this, Ryan?
Hmm?
All right, I want you to meet my new friend. This is Carlos Cortez Jr. Okay, Ryan, this is Ryan. This is Carlos. I want you guys to talk about what the real truth about Bitcoin is because Ryan loves Bitcoin. How do you feel about Bitcoin, Carlos?
Well, how's it going, Ryan?
Hey, Carlos, pleasure to meet you, man.
You too. You too. I just saw a text and I was literally about to go to sleep. And
I'm not letting you sleep.
And holy cow, I was just writing my podcast for tomorrow. Look, I love Bitcoin too. The problem is that what is the aim of why you're investing in Bitcoin? Are you investing in it because you think it's going to go to $1 million? It's simply just as we have this halving happen, it is simply very true that it can go to 100,000 probably within this year, maybe $250,000 within the next 12 to 24 months. Yeah, simply because of supply and demand. But it goes down to the aim, like what is the purpose of buying Bitcoin? Is it for a long-term retirement plan? More millennials more than ever are investing in this major digital asset. It has been adopted by Wall Street. It has been heavily adopted by banks right now. And so it's not going away. It's basically like in the 90s when the internet first came out. If I would have told you that you could buy if you could buy something from your computer with a telephone connection pre-1993, you would have like laughed at me. Now we got these little phones that are close to $2,000 now, and we can talk to each other virtually through FaceTime and WhatsApp and all these other messaging apps. Imagine what we can do with electronic correspondence called email. We run companies now with email. It's the same thing with internet. As we go closer to the social credit score, if you go to India, they don't even use cash anymore over there. They use complete straight digital currencies out there. The problem is there is a little bit of a learning curve. We're in this hyper digitization adoption period, and people, the younger generation understands it, but the older generation, which still controls all of the U.S. economy, the baby boomers. But as I said in my last podcast, Corinne, is that me being a practicing financial advisor, retirement planner, and particularly the baby boomers don't understand this digital asset. They're eventually going to die and hand everything over to the younger millennial generation. It's over $63 trillion, guys. The massive, I mean, just the biggest wealth transfer in not just US history, but the world will go to the millennials. They're not buying dollars. They're not buying mom and dad stocks and Warren Buffett theology. They're buying cryptocurrencies. So whether you like it now or later, it is going to go up. I'm still a big fan. If you're retired or if you're just younger and you're afraid, what if they cut off like Obama, right? In the Netflix movie, what if they cut off the internet? Yes, that is the downside. Like if we don't have internet, if we don't have electricity, there is no cryptocurrency. So there's many in that camp that really are scared about that. And I really think you shouldn't put all your money in Bitcoin. I really don't. I think you need to diversify. You need to have some precious metals, which is the old man's version of Bitcoin. Gold 2.0 is Bitcoin, simply put. And I like, as a licensed financial advisor, and I'm not giving advice, so please don't take this as advice. I am securities licensed, so if you're a regulator trying to be a pompous ass, I am not recommending that on this podcast. I'm just educating and speaking information purposes only. But I do like the space of having fixed income, like having a guarantee. Like, what's wrong with having a guarantee bucket of money, which is hard to find these days? And that's what I'm an expert in. But I also believe that for speculative money, for someone that's younger, again, I go back to the aim. What is the aim of buying in Bitcoin? Are you trying to grow your wealth? Then it'll be great. But you have to dollar cost average. You got to buy at all types of levels, and buy when people are bearish on it, right? And that's how you make your money in any stock, in any investment, is dollar cost average over time. But yeah, I do like it. And I don't even know what Ryan said. I don't know him from Matta. I'm sure he's a cool cat, but
Ryan's a cool cat. Go for it, Ryan. What do you say?
I'm buying it because I'm going to end the lineage of slavery that my family has been in for since the basically creation of the Federal Reserve, right? There's no way that I'm going to pass that puck down to my son like my parents pass it down to me. Every generation pretty much is, whether they want to admit it or not. I mean, I think the boomers had a fairly good shot at it, where with a little hard work and a little work ethic, you could get out of the rat race, right? And now we're at a point where the middle class in America and the backbone of America, in my personal opinion, that the nurses, the doctors, the firefighters, the not even the lawyers, but the cops, the first responders, the medics, they can't save in the currency of their nation, right? So we're at a point where the old system is so broken, and we've tried it in so many ways. It has to be burnt to the ground. Like, it has to be completely, like, we have to eradicate central bankers from all of existence. And we've had many presidents who have tried, but they didn't control the information war, and the bankers knew that they could just ride out a 4-year presidency. Like, they might get beat up and smashed in the ground for a period of time, but so I'm here for the freedom revolution. I'm here for a long haul, and I'm here for the pain that's going to come from this old system collapsing. But maybe you could shine some light into that. What are your thoughts about, like, the derivatives market right now? I mean, it's what is it, 24 times that of our GDP, and everything's underpinned. The derivatives market's underpinned by bonds and securities, correct? If I'm saying that right?
Yeah. I mean, are you asking me or Corinne?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of going down the rabbit hole of derivatives, and I'm not in that, right? I'm 95% into Bitcoin. I keep the majority of my wealth. I got some gold, silver here. I'm not opposed to gold and silver.
Yeah. Old man's money, man. There's
Yep.
nothing wrong with that.
I like it, and I like guns and ammo. And I think that, a lot of people will say, like, when power goes out, you're going to have men like me that are coming to take everything from you. So whether you got gold, whether you got anything, like, right, like, like the younger generation, not just me, but like males that are aggressive, and you're without power for 3 days. We're talking about a breakdown of civilization. You got a lot more to worry about than even your gold is not really good, because you got a corrupt government that's going to be coming for it. You got soldiers that are coming for it, and you got men like myself that are coming for it, right? Like when we
So
can't eat.
anything I own will be stolen from me because I can't protect myself.
I mean, it really, the world gets to a really dangerous and violent place when we lose power, especially when you go from a civilization like ours that's so dependent on it. I mean, could you imagine some of these Gen Z people out there without power for like a day, without their internet, without their cell phone? I mean, you're talking about like a breakdown of civilization. So I think the what if games that, you know, are not more scary than what happens if we continue to allow this to happen, right? Like this manipulation of money and the debasement of our currency. But I'm curious on what your thoughts are on the current financial system. Have you seen the movie The Great Takening yet, or the documentary?
Yeah, by David Webb.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Right, like he's kind of seems to me like it's the who's the guy from The Big Short? Michael Burry, right? Like it seems like he's our Michael Burry of this cycle. Like, what are your thoughts on what he explains in that video?
Yeah, I really like it. So I'm in the same camp with you. Like I'm in Florida, man. So I love my ammo, bro. I've been buying ammo since Obama years, and every time I would
catch up.
I used to go to Walmart, right, and buy bacon, eggs, and like ammo and like diapers, and it was nuts. And so I've been stacking for a long time. So I'm with you. Like there's no, and you'd be surprised, man. So what's really, really jacked up, Ryan, in the podcast space is that these Zionist-led precious metal dealers are literally lying out of their teeth. They're like wolves in sheep clothing. They're throwing millions of dollars to these podcasters, and they're forcing precious metals, worst case scenario, IRAs that are invested in gold IRAs, which you don't even own your IRA, and now you're buying a commodity that's like a pogo stick. You're literally giving your money back to the cabal, the same people that are manipulating the whole banking system. They're manipulating the derivatives market and the Chicago Board of Exchange. And so it's funny because the old man's money of precious metals is really being manipulated by the same people you're trying to avoid.
Dude, I got a gold sponsor for 2 months, right? My shows get about 10,000 views, right? $3,500 fucking dollars a month. 3,500, dude. There is no way in a million years that they probably even seen 350 of that come back. You are so right. They are buying us. The number was so high to me. Like I was like, oh, is that a 4-month contract? I was thinking in my head, like, I don't want to undersell myself, right? And I was literally like, what is this, like a 4-month or a year-long contract?
Right.
No, that's just 1 month. They might resign. I go, how long is this for? 1 month.
Yep. They're
so
literally
you're 100% right. They're buying everybody up. But go ahead, keep going. I'm all ears, man.
Yeah, they're buying the influence, and it kills me as a licensed financial advisor trying to do the right thing. And the thing is that I have a license, so I legally have to do what's right for the client. And telling a client to buy a commodity doesn't fit many risk tolerances that are out there. So I always ask the client, what is the aim of this money? What is the purpose of this money? Why are you buying precious metals? Are you trying to defend your portfolio? Are you trying to buy insurance on your money? Like, what is it? Well, let's go out and get that, because precious metals is not it. And so these guys that are throwing money at these podcasters, look at Glenn Beck. Look at what Goldline did to him. Look at Stu. Look at what Goldco has done to him. Look at Sean Hannity. Look at the corruption there. Like, I can go on, and all they're going to do is buy the social media presence because they're Zionist led, and they're lying to these big influencers, paying them millions and millions of dollars. Like, you got that little that's a baby number, brother. That's a baby number. Like, even with my show, they've offered me $20,000-$30,000 a month, and I told them go pound sand. I'm not going to put my name behind that. So I make my own money. I don't need to be bought out.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Trump. That's why I love him. Like, he can go tell people to pound sand. The guy's a freaking billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
Like he doesn't need to be bought out. Like, we don't get swayed by money, period. So it's just it's disgusting, man. Because if you look at every conservative, it doesn't matter if it's Lindell TV, Stu Peters, or Alex, or whoever, you're always going to see a gold IRA company. And I guarantee you, man, that those companies are paying boatloads of money to those big influencers. The bigger they are, the bigger the check is. And so you can look it up. It's public record that the Glenn Beck gold, I think it was Gold Line, and the Gold Co. with Sean Hannity. I mean, it goes on and on and on, man. So it's just not for me. It's frustrating because I work so hard to do right by clients when these guys literally are just transactional, and they'll charge you 30-40% by over spot. And these clients don't know nothing about XAG versus USD and the spot price versus the trading commodity price. And they're just thinking, oh, yeah, I'm going to buy gold because it has Donald Trump's face on it. Or Martha, or not, I was going to say Martha Stewart, Mother Teresa on a coin. It doesn't freaking matter. It gets melted in the same daggone freaking pot. It doesn't matter if it's a collectible or if it's a golden Canadian maple leaf, which I can't stand in maple leaves. Did they win tonight? I can't remember. But Boston, I don't like any Canadian teams. I don't know if you're Canadian, but
no.
But yeah,
Red Wings.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm a Lightning guy, bro.
Nice.
Yep.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. So we're big hockey players down here, man. My whole family. So it's great.
I played for 13 years.
Awesome, man. I knew I liked you when you started.
Yep.
The puck I was given, I'm like, oh, you're speaking my language.
Yep.
So no, this is a great conversation. So, yep.
Yeah, man. It's like you're right about everything. It's all fake, man. Right. And for the first time in human existence, man has created something that's incorruptible. And to really think about that, right? And if you're not listening to Jeff Booth, if you haven't interviewed him, strongly suggest it. He'll be on my podcast on the 7th of May. And he really just breaks it down and explains how corrupt the system is and how Bitcoin is repricing everything in the world. And it's going to continue to do so. And it really has, if you think back to the very first time that Bitcoin was created. I mean, it's phenomenal, right? It's really repricing everything, and it's shining a light on the corruption. And the more that you try to stop it, or the more you try to slow it down, the more obvious the corruption becomes, and the more people question things. And like, once you look into Bitcoin and you really understand it, or at the very least, you understand how broken the old system is, you know that you can't go back to that. Whether that forces you into gold or something else, it doesn't matter if you'll. And my favorite thing is to ask people, like, when is the first time you heard about Bitcoin? When people say 2014, 13, 17, 15, 18. Okay. And I say, well, if you would have spent 2 hours a day or an hour a day since that date to study Bitcoin, right? It only taking you a couple of weeks. Everybody that studies it ends up buying some of it. How much better would your life be today? And they really start to think about it and they go, yeah, you're probably a lot better, right? And I go, okay.
Sure.
Right. And if I would have asked you that in 18, you would have said it in the same, right? 20 said it the same. Even the people that bought in 2021 at the second all-time high, right? Like you're kind of still in a better position, right? So when I ask you the same question 4 years from now, right, you're going to have the same answer. So I tell everybody, right, the only person that you are doing a disservice to by ignoring Bitcoin is yourself, right, and your family. And every government that tries to slow it down or stop it, the only disservice they are doing is to their own citizens. And then eventually the world just wakes up and you realize, like, the old system is so unsurvivable. And it's so miserable. Like, look at what our world's turned into. Look what our country's turns into. We're dropping bombs in third world countries. You got an unlimited supply of fiat currency means you have an unlimited supply of endless wars. I mean, give them an unlimited control of the money printer, and you're going into a war, or your civilization is going to collapse because of the corruption from inside the own government. So until enough people wake up and realize that that's the problem, and I'm not saying Bitcoin is the 100-year solution. I'm just saying, like, right here, right now, what do you have to lose? Right? Do you really want to raise children and pass this, like what we're dealing with today, onto them?
Yeah, no
I
doubt.
don't. I don't think enough people do. So
yeah, no, I love to continue the conversation. Thanks, Corinne, for making this introduction. We can talk miles about this, bro. Like,
yeah, man. Whenever you're ready, I'll come on your show, or I'd love to have you on mine as well too, if you got time.
Yeah. I'm getting booked like crazy, man. But but yeah, I love to talk about this in a more in depth later, and I can show you charts. We got AI charts that show the manipulations. It's pretty badass, man.
No shit. Oh hell yeah, man. I'm all about that, bro. I'd
Yeah,
absolutely love that.
I've been exposing it over 2 years. Like, yeah, it's just nuts, man. Like everything that was happening this quarter, I predicted it back December 16th. So I have that on record, and it's just amazing, like the software and the technology. And we're living in the times of you will own nothing and be happy, like Klaus Schwab said. And it is like the financial cooling. It is a financial inoculation that it's continuing to happen, and it's unfolding right before our eyes. And
How much longer do you think we have, like, before, with what everything you're seeing? Like, what is your prediction, short term or long term? Like, do you think we make it to the 2024 election before, like,
I
something
think
breaks?
crazy talk, and you can call me tinfoil hat, but I really think they're going to rise interest rates again, and mortgage rates are already going up. That was confirmed today. I said that 2 months ago, and people laughed at me. I really think they're going to raise interest rates again. The Fed, the evil Fed, public traded company, right? So the private corporation, I would say. And then I really believe that they will cut rates right before the election, sending the market in a frenzy. So my charts right now are showing that we're heading to a bullish environment as we speak right now. There's no explanation. If you look at the banking index, I got a buy signal in KRE, which follows all the regionals, PNC, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America. How in the world did in 2023, we had the most bank failures our country has ever seen, more so than 2008. But yet the banking system is safe and solid and strong. And Janet Yellen says it's convenient and all these things. But yet they're lying to us straight freaking up, man. And they're pumping money. So if there's a problem, they just throw money, they print it, throw money at it. And so we haven't seen a real market in about 19 years.
Whoa, that's really serious.
Yeah, we haven't seen a real organic market in about 19 years.
Sorry, did you say one more rate hike or cut?
I think I said both. I think they're going to hike the rates
and then cut it before the election.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page. What are your thoughts on them keeping rates the same and starting QE without really telling anybody, like basically keeping the facade that we're going to keep rates where they are to fight inflation, but like low key, like just pumping liquidity back into the market? You think that's an option?
Yeah. I mean, that could definitely happen. And to me, that's the same strategy as
cutting rates,
cutting rates, or raising interest rates, and basically cutting it right before the election. It doesn't matter.
Just to send markets flying as soon as they start cutting rates.
Yep. So either they check raise, or they call it, or check call, whatever you want, whatever poker term you want to do. It's still the same thing. They're going to manipulate. And that's what's beautiful about Bitcoin, is that how do you control a currency? Well, you raise interest rates and you cut off the supply and demand or monetary policy, right? So you manipulate the interest rates and you have quantitative easing. You can't do that with Bitcoin. There's a set amount of coins available, and there's no interest rate influence. There's no monetary policy. It's code. It has no emotion. It has no corruption. And so that's what's the beautiful thing about Bitcoin, is that, going back to it, you don't even really have to even worry about the manipulation on it.
Yeah. Well, man, anytime you guys want to have this conversation, I know it's getting late, and we've been going for a long time now, so I got to get running because I got to get up in there early and take my son to school. But yeah, man, I would love to have you on anytime. Same with you, Corinne. Whenever you got time and you want to come on, I would love to have you on the show as well.
I would love to. This is so exciting for me because you guys are the real men. And at the America Happens Network, we're always asking, where are the real men? Well, guess what? They're with me tonight on the news show. So thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you, Carlos.
God bless you.
God bless, homie.
What's your Twitter? I'm going to follow you right now, and I want to send you a DM.
Yeah, cool. It is, I don't even know. I'm not on Twitter all the time. I think it's Carlos Cortez with a Z, JR3.
I see you. I see you. Cool. I just followed you. So I'm that Ryan Matta that just followed you. If you send me a DM, I'll be able to, or follow me, I'll be able to DM you.
Yeah, and I'm on Rumble, so I'm like, we get anywhere from 30 to 70,000 views on Scriptures and Wall Street. Just type in Scriptures in Wall Street, and you'll see me there on Rumble. That's primarily where I do my stuff, and we do all the shot calls, man. So,
man, can't wait to check it out, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Look, I'll catch up with you.
Scriptures and what? Sorry.
Scriptures and Wall Street.
Gotcha, man. Thank you.
Yep.
God bless you, Ryan. Thank you.
God bless you guys. Have a great night.
All right.
God bless you, Carlos. I love to end my show. I'm going to bring a pastor in now because I love to end my show in prayer.
Awesome.
Thank you, Carlos. Will you come back on Monday or another day?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay. God bless you.
All right. You too.
Peace. Okay. I'm going to bring my favorite pastor, Everett. Can you hear us?
Hey, Corinne.
Can you hear
How
us?
are you?
I'm good. I had a 7-hour show today. So I want to give you 15 minutes to end this properly. Tell everyone that June 6, 2024 is a big warning sign and you better be in a safe location.
Okay, well, what we're watching, everything is fitting. Like the one man who was just on with Scriptures and Wall Street, we're watching Scriptures unfolding right in front of the present day world. And Matthew 24 says, tell us when will the end come. Jesus answered, meaning the answer. He's telling you the answer. He said, there'll be wars, rumors, wars, nations will rise against nations. And right now, we're in the midst of the largest NATO exercise in decades. It's it's Steadfast Defender 2024. And it involves 90,000 troops and all 31 members of NATO. Meaning that the Matthew 24 chapter says that Jesus is answering, tell us when. That would appear to be now, but it does go on to say no one knows the day or the hour. But right before it says that, it says, take a lesson from the fig tree, the branches are tender, the leaves come out. By those indications, you know summer's near. And he says, when? Here's the word when. The answer is when. When you see the leaves are tender, the summer's near, it's right at the door. Meaning, we've just been told the month, because there's 12 months in a year. You have 4 seasons. Every season is 3 months each. We are in the 2nd month of spring. When summer's near, you're in the 3rd month of spring. But the Steadfast Defender 2024, 90,000 troops, 31 nations exercising, demonstrating their power, their strength, their unity. Oh my goodness. It says it continues through May. So by May 31st, they will be finished exercising. Think of a strong man who goes to a gym and works out. He exercises in the gym. He does weightlifting. He may be on a treadmill. Maybe he does 10 miles. He can, after an hour of exercising, he's finished at the gym. He's exhausted and he's tired, but he did his workout. Well, NATO is doing a workout right now. They're exercising, but by the end of May, they will be tired. They will be exhausted. They will have finished their exercising, and they will also be feeding your 90,000 men, or feeding them, and you're supplying them with, make them coffee every morning, whatever. They're using a lot of fuel, and they're using their equipment, and they're shooting artillery around. They're demonstrating their power, their strength. But by somewhere maybe around May 21st, those in charge will tell the supply lines, stop sending us supplies. We will have enough to finish where we are, meaning that there will come this point at the end of May when they are finished exercising, they've used up all their supplies, and at that point, Putin will, who has been watching them demonstrating, they're big and they're tough. He will basically say, "Are you finished? Is that right? You've showed me what you've got. Is that all you've got? Then it says in Matthew 24, it mentions that the moon will not give light, which in my processing information, I realized the moon is a 28-day cycle. There's 4 phases to the moon, and 3 phases of the moon do give light, but the one phase that doesn't give light is the new moon, and it's totally black and dark at night. And that new moon happens to be this June on the 6th. So we don't know the day, but the days prior, it's called waxing. The days after is called waning. It's a 7-day. Each phase of the moon is 1 week. There's 4 weeks in a month, 4 phases of the moon, a new moon every month. So what if this is the year, which it appears to me to be, what if the month is June, when summer's near, you're at the door? What if the week is the night of the new moon, which it does say in Jeremiah 6 that it will be a night attack? And so it appears to me that Putin could respond to the NATO demonstration of their power and their strength. And maybe he will say, okay, you're finished showing me what you've got. Now it's my turn to show you what I've got. And he's got hypersonic nuclear weapons. And that kind of fits into other information I have been processing, such as Daniel 7 talks about 4 beasts that rise up that do represent 4 kingdoms on the earth. And so the first beast that you see is a lion with wings of an eagle. The lion with the wings of an eagle would be the United States and the United Kingdom, the Americans and the British together. And that was what we witnessed with the war on terror when George Bush and Tony Blair together at the White House announced, we're going after these terrorists. Well, we now know that Building 7 was taken down by modern demolition technology, which requires weeks of planning and placing timed sequence charges on load-bearing columns. And so the terrorists didn't really do this war. It was a false flag event. They actually set it up to blame it on terrorists, to take us into this global chaos where we are today. And so the point is, the time of the first beast in Daniel 7 is ending because Trump announced after the November 3rd, 2020 election, which we know he won, but they said he lost. So he's still commander-in-chief, and he commanded the troops to come home. He said the war on terror is over. 19 years is enough. ISIS has been beaten badly. They used to be dominant. They're not so dominant anymore. Bring all the troops home, which I totally believe that was a smart thing that he did and the right thing to do. But then Biden comes in, and he does abruptly pull out of Afghanistan, and they left all the weapons there, which I begin to picture in my mind like a law enforcement officer catching a criminal in a crime. And what does the law enforcement officer do? He yells at, he draws his weapon, he points his gun at the criminal, he goes, drop your weapon, put your hands in the air, stop, I said stop, drop your weapons. I go, Biden, he's supposed to be the commander-in-chief. He gives the command to our own military. Stop in Afghanistan. Drop your weapons in Afghanistan. They drop everything and they leave. I go, the reason the law enforcement tells the criminal to drop their weapons, it's an intentional disarmament of that side. So the criminal cannot, can be arrested. We are being set up. This is coming. We're watching this happening. It's actually, yeah. There's many indicators saying, then guess what the second beast is called? Daniel 7, the second beast is called the bear. So the bear is told, rise up, go forth, devour much flesh, which is like attack, which is also mentioned in Ezekiel 38. It says Prince of Rosh. Rosh is the name Russia is derived from. Prince of Rosh would be Putin. It says Persia, Libya, these other nations will be with them. They will come out of their place in the far north. Word for word, Isaiah 38. They, on that day, which is the day of the Lord, they devise an evil scheme, an evil plan to say, we will attack peaceful, unsuspecting people, all of them living without walls, gates, or bars, who dwell in living securely. So this is not the place Israel. Modern Jerusalem now has constructed 40 miles of 20-foot tall wall, completely encompassing that city. So the place Israel is definitely not what Ezekiel 38 describes. It does, in fact, mention, will you not take notice of my people Israel? The people, who's the people Israel? Who are the people Israel in today's world? And I continue to dig and research like I do. I came across information explaining it. Anglo-Saxon is a name that is derived from sons of Isaac. Saxon is Isaac's sons. Isaac, father of the 12 tribes, or Jacob becomes Jacob, and Esau, son of Isaac, is Jacob. Jacob becomes Israel. And so Denmark is mark of Dan, tribe of Dan. There's a bunch of names and evidence that supports this scenario that the house of Israel are the Israelites who left the Holy Land and led by Joshua. After Moses died at 120, he was told by God, meet me on top of Mount Nebo, I'll show you the promised land. And if you read it in multiple translations, you gather the information. It says the promised land lies to the west beyond the Great Sea, which can be the United States, or the Great Sea could be the Atlantic. But they go traveling westward. After Moses dies, they went into Greece. And one of the promises made to Judah by his father when he is in Israel, and when he's in Egypt. When Israel is in Egypt and his 12 sons are there, because Joseph went there and they had the food, they went to get the food. As he's about to die, it says he put a blessing on each of the 12 sons, but to Judah, he said to Judah, the ruling scepter will never leave your hand. And so when you see the westward migration of the Israelites trying to go westward in search of the promised land, they settled in Greece and became the Greek Empire. And Greece became the first established democracy in the history of mankind, the government of the people. And so we are the descendants of Greece, because we are like the Greeks today. And then the Greek Empire rose and fell, and then westward again, the Roman Empire succeeded the Greek Empire. Then they became the Romans. And in all of these empires, you see a lot of incredible masonry work, because they are who in England, the British Empire evolves after the Roman Empire. And then they have these people called Freemasons, and Masons are stone builders or bricklayers. But in Egypt, it said the Pharaoh was telling them, the Israelite slaves, to go make your own bricks and get your own straw and don't reduce the quota. And the burden kept getting heavier on them. And so they're bricklayers, they're masons. And the evidence is they took their construction skills with them into Greece, where you still see this Greek temple on a hill with the fluted columns. Yeah, they went into Rome, they built the Roman aqueducts, the Roman Colosseum. The structures are still standing today. And then in England, in my research, I found a temple with 12 columns in Scotland, built in the 11th century by expert stonemasons, because it's still standing today, 1,200 years later. But at the base of each of the 12 columns is inscribed each of the 12 tribes of Israel. So who do you think's over there building that temple? It's the Israelites. Who do you think we are? Who did God tell Abraham he would become father of? He would be father of many nations. That the Israelites, the descendants of Abraham, have populated the NATO countries. And NATO is who the conflict is coming upon. And so all I know is we are considered, and I discovered all of this when I came home with a broken left arm and broken left leg, Ezekiel 4. It says, lay down on your left side. And then it says, and I had a broken left arm and a broken left leg. It's a very strange thing happened to me. But I analyzed those scriptures, and it said, lay down on your left side, and you will bear the punishment for the sin of the house of Israel for 390 days. And then after you lay on your left side, and it's a day of punishment for each year of sin, then it says lie down on your right side, and you'll be punished 40 more days for the sin of the house of Judah. And about that time, I found an American history book. It was 1999 when I got hurt, and I'm reading about 390 years of sin. I picked up a Lyon County, Nevada history book from the school, and I opened it and began to read about the first English colony in the United States, colony of Jamestown. It says 600 Englishmen arrived in the year 1609. And then I did the math, 1609 from 1999. Oh, that's exactly 390 years ago. And I thought, this is all adding up right now. That was too strange. These numbers fit. And then also by the day I came home from the hospital with a broken left arm, left leg, shattered double the normal size, feel like I'm being punished. Open the Bible, it says, lay on your left side. You will be punished for the sin of the house of Israel. I go, who is that? Why should I be punished for it? What's? And so I did. I want to know, well, who's it? Who is the house of Israel? Who's it talking about? And in my way of processing, I remembered Romeo and Juliet, written by Shakespeare in the 1600s, same time the King James is written. And he had the story about Romeo, a descendant of, or a clan of the house of Montague, and Juliet, house of Tybalt. House of a name means the clan, all the people related. And so house of Israel means the same thing, all the tribes of Israel, all the people of Israel. And then it goes back 390, it says there'll be 390 days of punishment, a day of punishment for each year of sin, meaning it's a formula. There's some point in time, if you can look back in history, which 390 years ago, that's a long ways back. It's kind of fuzzy and dark back there. You don't know exactly what's going on. But I did spend time trying to research that. And I did become convinced that the house of Israel is like England and house of Judah, which says 40 days of punishment for 40 years of sin. And then I went to a Promise Keepers meeting. They were talking about how the last 40 years, how our country turned away from the Lord. They had the Roe v. Wade, abortion charge. They took the 10 Commandments out of prayer. They couldn't have Bibles in school anymore. And I'm saying, yes, we are the house of Judah, and Judah is son of Israel. And so we're sons of England. England's our mother country. I started seeing, like I'm arranging in my mind the thoughts of how they can connect together and put this piece here and that piece there. And this fits who we are and who England is. England, we're sons of England. England is the one who came here 390 years ago. And guess what they did? They were having a desperate time in Jamestown, but suddenly one thing transformed the English colony from what was called a wretched failure into a raging boomtown. One book even compared it to the discovery of gold in California in 1849 caused the California gold rush, and all the people wanted to run to California. But what happened in Jamestown, it says they learned how to grow and cure tobacco. Tobacco was an indigenous crop in the New World, did not exist in Europe. So the English became tobacco became the rage, and then as I'm reading Ezekiel 8, it actually says, look at the 70 elders of the house of Israel. Look at the wicked things they're doing, and then it describes them in a room with a cloud of incense lingering above them, and they're holding in their hands censers. And I thought, tobacco, a room. Who hasn't seen a room full of a lot of people smoking with a cloud of smoke rising in the room above them? And then secondhand smoke, they call it. And then I realized tobacco smoking didn't start with cigars and cigarettes. It started with pipes. And a pipe has a bowl that you hold it in your hand, and in the bowl contains a smoldering substance from which the smoke rising out of the bowl in your hand. And it looks like, so Ezekiel could call that a censer. Look at the wicked things they're doing. And about that time, the local paper came out with a nationwide ad in it. It was a full-page ad. It showed cigarettes smoking coming off of them. It says at the top of the ad, the big page were the words in a big arc, tobacco kills. And then it went on to make a statement that tobacco kills more than twice as many people as does heroin, cocaine, crack, AIDS, alcohol, murder, suicide, and automobile accidents all combined together. I go, oh my goodness. And this was paid for by the American Lung Association, American Heart Association, and American Cancer Institute, announcing nationwide ad campaign how tobacco kills more than twice. And I realized we do know sin kills. The wages of sin is death. Tobacco started and was introduced to the modern world by the English at the same time they started these English colonies. And then the tobacco also caused the need for slavery, which caused the Civil War, because the tobacco was labor intensive in the fields, and they started going over to Africa and capturing and stealing, just hideous. The slave trade was terrible. They put all these black captures in the freaking bottom of the ships where they're held like animals and haul them across the ocean and turn them loose and enslave them to go work in tobacco fields. This is just crazy stuff that I'm rambling about all this because I wasn't planning to talk about this, but I have all this knowledge in my mind, how it all connects together with who we are, where we're headed, and what we're dealing with, and how God has a plan to turn our country back to Him. It's called the Day of the Lord in the book of Joel, chapter 1, verse 6 says, "A nation has invaded my land, powerful without number." It goes on talking about how food will be scarce. And Ezekiel 4, actually, after it says, lay on your left side 390 days, put the sin of the house of Israel, it says, get for yourself 390 days of food, wheat, barley, beans, over a year's supply of food. 390 days is like 13 months. Then I thought of the song by Stevie Wonder, Superstition, 13 months of bad luck. The devil's on his way. I go, this song is prophetic. Anyway, I'm going on, Corinne. You have a way of getting me to do that.
I love it. Okay, so the first week of July 2024, everyone needs to. Oh my God, I'm getting delirious. Sorry, I did a 7-hour show today.
Yeah, okay. You've been working a long time.
I work a lot. The first week of June 2024, maybe that was a Freudian slip. The first week of June 2024, Everett is telling all y'all out there to have 13 months of food, to be in a location where you can be around your family, preferably by the mountains, so that we can prepare in case a war happens, in case an EMT, a false flag, in case something happens. And I'm telling you, get the satellite phone at sat123.com. This phone can save your life, and get this phone for everyone you love, because this phone will work when nothing else works. I think it's so important that you're just bottom line people and tell them, the first week of June is prophesized in the Bible to be very serious, and potentially a life-changing disaster could happen where you have to be safe. And so the Bible says, go to the mountains. So you should have 13 months of food, according to Everett. And I'm just a journalist. I'm just interviewing Everett.
It's according to Ezekiel, not according to me. I'm just reading it in Ezekiel.
According to the Bible, Everett Triplett says you need to have 13 months of food, and you need to be prepared for a major disaster. What's your email, Everett, so that people can email you and get your booklet? Because if you email Everett, he'll help you, and he'll give you his booklet for free, and it'll tell you more.
Yeah, I have a booklet. I send them out. I can send you an electronic version of it. And the email is endtime@biblically.com. And I have a website called biblically.com.
And that's really good. Give us your email one more time.
endtime@biblically.com.
Okay. All right. So I have to end the show. Let me just tell you something. We can pray this out, Everett, if you want to, but I want everyone out there to know that the founder of America Happens, our founder, Vem Miller, he is a very proud Armenian man, and he wants everyone to be really aware that April 24th, which is basically today, is the anniversary of the 1915 genocide in Armenia. And so basically every April 24th, you have to remember that the whole Armenian culture began to be genocided. And now basically they've had to go all across the world and take refugee status. But that could happen to all of us. That could happen to anyone, anytime, anywhere. And that's why we're standing up right now on America Happens News to say, stop genocide. Let's get America back to the freedom, back to the Constitution. Just remember, April 24th, 1915 is when the Armenian genocide officially started. So in honor of Vem Miller, the founder of America Happens, I just want to say, take a moment in silence to really remember that April 24th is Memorial Day for the Armenian people. And that could happen to any of us. So it's very important that you have whatever it is saying, at least 1 year of food, preferably a place close to the mountains where you can hide. Have satellite phones for everyone you love in your family at sat123.com. And be ready. Be ready123.com is a great place to buy everything you need to be ready. And then if you need me, you can text me 917-287-1314. That's so easy, 917-287-1314. Please, if you find it in your heart, make a donation to the really serious work, the work that we do at America Happens, at the America Happens Network. The 7-hour plus broadcast that I just gave you was obviously contained some of the most banned and censored news that you can get in the United States of America at this time. News on the forefront about what's really happening in the United States of America. So I Corinne dare all y'all out there to watch this episode of America Happens. Let's do a 2-minute prayer. Go for it.
I thank you, Lord, for Corinne, for her heart's desire to share the truth. We pray that she will be effective and that you will protect her and all of her audience in the days to come, because you love your people and you have a plan to come and fix this world's problems, to eliminate the wicked, to prepare for the righteous, a new age of 1,000 years of peace on earth. And your kingdom is coming to this world. And these wicked cabal, the Satan worshipers, the global elite, they're all going to perish and be thrown in the lake of fire. You have your way with them. You have your way with us, your people. Watch over us, protect us, take care of us, same as you did Noah and his family in the ark. And we bless your holy name, and we thank you for revealing your plans to us and showing us what we need to do to be obedient and to go through the birth pains that we are in the midst of. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In Jesus' mighty name, thank you, Everett. We are concluding this episode of the America Happens News. Thank you, Everett. I'll have you back on Monday. God bless you. I want everyone to really take this warning very seriously, that the first week of June, according to Everett Triplett, could be a very serious emergency situation. And you guys know how to contact him. You know how to contact me. You know how to contact everyone you need. Please donate to everything we do at the America Happens Network. And if you need to reach me, once again, all you have to do is text me, 917-287-1314. And if you can notice how vibrant I am, it's because I am living on right now. You just saw me not eat for 7 hours. I'm living on Kingdom Fuel and Kingdom Candy. And you get this by going to sherwood.tv/Corinne, Corinne, USA. I also love this acne medication. It's from Curativa Bay. Curativa. This is the most healing ever. It's called Curativa Bay. Curativabay.com. This is incredible. You all have to get this. And the most important thing is that these apricot seeds are made by a man whose father ended up in prison for standing up for the apricot seed. A couple apricot, 3 to 7 apricot seeds a day keeps the big C, potentially, possibly, allegedly cancer away. And so you go to the rncstore.com/Corinne, Corinne, USA. So all of this stuff is ready for you. You can buy my prepper meat. This is incredible. It lasts until 2049 at CorinneUSABeef.com. And once again, be prepared. Be ready. Prep123.com. Do you guys like my lavender fingernails? I will be back Monday night. It's very important that you listen to this whole episode of the news. You'll be shocked when you realize how high level my guests on this episode of the America Happens News actually were. We had the highest level people on this news show telling you everything that's happening right here, right now, in the United States of America and in the world. Let's pray I figure out how to close this session. I've got to do the closing song. Let's pray that I figure out how to do it. How do I end this? Let's figure it out. I'll figure it out. I've got to play the last song. I guess I'm just going to end the stream because I don't know how to play the last song, but hopefully one day I'll learn how to do it. Gosh, this is funny. Okay, let me just keep on looking and seeing if I can figure out how to do the end, the closing song. Let's see. Please join our email list. Please donate. All right, let's see this. Okay, so our chat was amazing tonight. Our Rumble wasn't working. I'm so sorry about that. I'm just going to play the end song. But honestly, I really don't know how to make the end song play. And my producer has passed out. So I'm going to end the stream. Let's just try one more time. I don't give up. I think you guys realize that. So let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Please watch Blood Money. Blood Money is a legendary show, and I think that Kyle Seraphin should be on the show. And I do believe that James O'Keefe should be on the Blood Money show because in the end, Vem Miller has stood up and he's brave and he'll expose all of the corruption that's happening. So let's see if I know how to close this out. Woohoo! I don't think I do. So I think I'm just going to have to just leave now. Sorry, I don't know how to play the end song, but I love all y'all out there. And please pray for me as I pray for you because I am live in Washington, D.C., and I am going to be facing some of the most evil Congress people this next week. I'll be in federal court covering all the J6 federal court cases. And of course, this is really important. I want you to take the time because the 1512 is right now being deliberated upon by the Supreme Court. I want you to take the time to actually write all of the people, all of the judges in the U.S. Supreme Court and tell them to free the J6 political prisoners and drop the 1512 charge. The 1512 charge is the charge they give you for allegedly interfering with an official procedure. And so that gives you 10, 20 years in federal prison. That has to be dropped and stopped. Very important. So write every member of the Supreme Court. And honestly, while you're doing that, write all the J6 political prisoners that you can possibly find. PatriotMail.com is very important. The Patriot Mail Project. Sorry, I'm really tired. And then, of course, you can always DM me and contact me and I'll tell you how to do it. But what's really important is that you write the corrupt federal judges, okay? And you pick the judge you want. Right now, I want you to write Judge Reggie Walton and tell Judge Reggie Walton, do not govern J6er Daniel Goodwin's computer. Do not take our freedoms away from us. This particular Judge Reggie Walton wants to actually have access to J6er Daniel Goodwin's computer after he's already spent his time in jail, after he's already been on the probation, blah, blah, blah. Judge Reggie Walton said in front of me, anyone who supports Donald Trump should be in prison. So we have very corrupt judges in the U.S. federal court, and you can write Judge Reggie Walton, Walton, and say Corinne told you to if you want to. I'm just teasing. Don't get me in more trouble than I'm already in. Judge Reggie Walton is 333 Constitution Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20001. And you know what? Might as well do this. While we're at this, I'm going to give you a J6er to write a letter to. Okay, you go to Patriot Mail Project and you pick a J6er. Right now, who am I thinking of? Let's pick Jeffrey Sabol. Let's pick this man right now. I'm just picking one. Jeffrey Sabol. Let's write Jeffrey. He's in federal prison right now for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Let's write him a letter. His name is inmate 26713-509, FDC, Philadelphia, Federal Detention Center, P.O. Box 562, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19105. Write him a letter and tell him that you back him up, that you support him. Only write on one side of the page, only write in black ink, and use a return address. Now, if you don't want to use your own return address on the envelope, you can use the return address of your church. I want everyone to write Jeffrey Sabol right now. He's a J6 political prisoner, and he needs your support, your emotional support, your mental support. Write him a letter. And I'll put this on my Instagram. I'll put this on my Telegram. I'll put this on my X. I'll see you guys Monday night. I'm going to end this episode of the America Happens News. May the goodness bless your life. God bless you. Peace.